Sure. I was gonna say the team I liked the most. I remember was it was your. I liked your Sword and Shield team, and then I mean, I basically told you like a majority of your team for for Violet was literally the same team I currently have in Scarlet. Like 3 of our Pokemon matched or something like that.
Okay, so I just hit the button. We are going now. Hello everybody, and welcome to episode 2, hopefully of 2. I can't imagine it's going to go further than this. Of our PokéChat podcast feature idea, because we wanted to do a lot of Pokemon stuff, so it kind of made sense to do it as a central podcast instead of trying to shove it into another video as we used to do. What we're gonna do is to get to this stuff that we actually haven't talked to. We're gonna speed run episode 1 of the stuff that we talked about, and we're gonna get to the actual reviews of the games, and we're gonna slow down there, and we're gonna go over the games, some of the side stuff that I thought was interesting, and then we're going to talk about what we think about the franchise overall, since we've kind of both, well, you definitely a lot more. We've both seen what Pokemon have done over the 30 years it's existed. So, to start off, I am a Pokemon casual, but I've done a little bit more than your typical casual. I've played about, I would say, around 75% of the Pokemon games they put out. I've done Mystery Dungeon, the Pokemon Ranger games. I think it was 2 Trozei games, and XD Coliseum, obviously, the Pokemon trading card game for Game Boy. Those sorts of things, and you have been basically a lifelong fan, literally.
Yep.
Okay, so know it up and down. What we did in episode 1 was we did the Pokemon team guessing game, where I gave you the nicknames of the Pokemon that I used. You guessed what was on my team, and then you reviewed my team as you thought if it was going to be effective or not. We did that entirely through episode 1 because that took a lot more time than I thought of. This time, to kind of speed run this, I'm just going to say what my teams were. I'm hoping that you'll remember how good or bad you thought they were, and that is to put context into my thoughts of the core games that I played. These are my core game teams. Just in case, if I had a garbage team, the people watching it at home can take that into account.
Your garbage team was one of the Gen 5 games. The one I literally said was trash was one of the 2 Gen 5 ones. Either Black and White or Black and White 2. One of them, I think I remember saying, like, this team was pretty bad.
Okay, so my Leaf Green team, Leaf Green, was a Hypno, Pidgeot, Nidoqueen, Venusaur, Gyarados, and Raichu, and I believe you thought that was a little bit above average, like, just about average.
Yeah, it's pretty average in my opinion. One of the main things that were a concern to me, and at the time that you did play this game, and we did talk about it last week, is that at this point in your playing of all the games, you didn't realize that, like, you should pay attention to moves of the Pokemon and, play into their stats. And so, like, your Gyarados had a lot of special attacks, and Gyarados is really bad at being a special attacker. So, like, your Gyarados was really disappointing, if I recall correctly, and there was a couple other Pokemon, if I recall, throughout your journey that you, like, mentioned some problems with, and then I, like, kind of asked what moves they had, and then I pieced together, yes, you're not using the right moves. And this was Fire Red and Leaf Green, you said?
This was Leaf Green, yes, and I did tell you that 2 or 3 of my Pokemon that did happen, where the Pokemon was better than I was using it because I was putting the completely wrong roll on it and misusing its stats. Okay, so Heart Gold team was Nidoking, Feraligatr, Pidgeot again, Ampharos, Hypno again, and Weepinbell because I fucked up figuring out how to evolve it.
Yeah, and this is Soul Silver, Heart Gold, right?
This is a Heart Gold.
Okay, so at this point, this is something I kind of completely like glossed over, and I think not even noticed in my brain because most of the games you played are after this. But between Gen 3 and 4, something big happened in Pokemon, and that was the physical special split. So it used to be the case that the Pokemon's type, like the type that the move was, determined whether it was a special attack or a physical attack. So all water moves used to be special attacks. All fire moves were special attacks. There was no physical fire moves. There was no, so Blaze Kick on Blaziken in Ruby, like if you're playing Ruby, Blaze Kick on your Blaziken is a special attack move. But come Gen 4, it is now a physical fire move. Because all fire moves pre-Gen 4 were special. So that's something I completely forgot and take into account your teams. Now, given I think it only affects Fire Red and Leaf Green, as I think everything else you played the game itself came out after Gen 4. But yeah, so your team is better. I mean, a lot of it's the same. I mean, you still have Hypno, you still have Pidgeot, but it's better. I like this team. Yeah, this one you had Ampharos, right?
Yeah, this one had Ampharos on it.
Yeah, so Ampharos is a good one. I like Ampharos. Froligator's probably, statistically speaking, the strongest starter out of those 3 starters. Especially after the physical special split. Because, moves like Ice Punch, for example, are physical now. They're not special. They used to be special. So if you're playing original Gen 2, like normal Silver, normal Gold, I think Typhlosion's the best, because you can teach it like Thunder Punch, and it's a special move and not a physical move. And, Typhlosion has good special attacks.
You can actually take advantage of the thing that it's supposed to be.
Yeah, so, there's some stronger options, and Froligator being a physical attacker in original Gen 2 is weaker because water moves are automatically special, so it doesn't, but, come this time you have, not that it has horrible special attack, it can survive, but, this team's fine. Let's move on. Sorry, I'm dragging us down.
Well, it's fine to, more information is more useful. But this one was... I really fuck it up in my head. My brain is saying Omega Ruby. Because I fucked that up last time. I think I said Alpha Ruby.
Correct. That is correct.
Okay, so, if I remember correctly, I think that this was the one that was more disappointing. And this was, Sandslash, Blaziken, Mightyena, Manectric, Tentacruel, and Swellow.
Oh no, this was your team. That absolutely sucked against ground types. Cause, you had Blaziken, you had Manectric, Mightyena's whatever. And stat-wise, it's pretty low. Swellow's fine, at least it dodges the ground moves. The danger, though, comes from a lot of Pokemon that are going to be spamming ground moves, probably have rock moves. That, and even though it can dodge the ground moves with Steven, and if I remember correctly, you did have a lot of problems with Steven in this game.
I did black out on him because I think after you informed me, he didn't set up on me with his Metagross, he got the attack boost on his Metagross and completely flattened the remainder of my team.
Yeah, Meteor Mash can give an attack boost, which is my guess is what happened is he had that, and then he had another he has another Pokemon on his team. I don't remember what it is, but one of the Pokemon on his team can set up Reflect and Light Screen. And so my guess is he had those up, which means your damage was significantly weaker. Because knowing you probably just click the same attack no matter what the opponent does, as long as you think it's gonna, type effectiveness win. So if he puts up a Light Screen, you might still just spam Surf, and then you're not realizing your Surfs are hitting at 50% power because of the Light Screen.
Yeah, I would imagine that I probably would have started looking into that around the last 3 games. I don't know if I would have done it on the front half.
So when I see an opponent's Pokemon use light screen, I try to think of ways I can get around it now using physical attacks. Because my goal is to take them down before they can get both up, if assuming their team can put both up. And the trainers, if it's like an Elite Four member and one of their Pokemon knows light screen, it probably also knows reflect. If it's some random trainer on the street, it probably doesn't matter that he used reflector light screen. In fact, he probably used the wrong one for what I was doing anyway. So like those typically aren't any concern, but the Elite Four members, or if someone in like the Battle Tower in the post game did something like that, I would switch up tactics to try to get around it. That's also why Brick Break's really good, by the way. Brick Break gets rid of those.
It's a solid move, and it breaks through the screens.
Yeah, if they have light screen or reflect up and use Brick Break, it gets rid of them. So you can get rid of them. There's a couple other things that get rid of them. But Brick Break's like the like main move that's like designed to get through the screens. But yeah.
This one was not good.
This was your worst team, I think. I remember one of your teams was just really weak to ground, and I think it was this one.
Yep, it certainly didn't help that I had to have an HM slave on my team, but that's Gen 3 for you. Brilliant Diamond, yes, this is Brilliant Diamond, was a Floatzel, Torterra, Staraptor, Rapidash, Luxray, and Bronzong.
Yeah, and my critique on this one was that you didn't need the Rapidash. Like, the Rapidash literally provides nothing. Anything fire beats, you already have an answer for, if I remember correctly on this team.
Yeah, but, in the front half of the games before, you know, they went completely ridiculous with, like, the Pokedex availability, like, I think I was just super jazzed to find any sort of a fire type that I could have on my team beyond Blaziken, which really doesn't count for that sort of thing. Because your starter is free.
But yeah, so, this would be another game, by the way, just, like, because you mentioned in the last game, you're like, yeah, HM Slave sucks. This game, had it not been, you know, the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl games, you would have also needed an HM Slave. Gen 4 is, I personally think, the one that, like, requires the most HM Slave. Like, there's so much you need to constantly kind of have in that game to just traverse around. To the point where essentially the answer is everybody's carrying around a barrel. Because, like, all the ones you're going to constantly come across, Bibarel can use. So, like, your Bibarel has Surf, your Bibarel has Rock Climb, your Bibarel has Strength. Like, like, all the ones you're going to need. So, but, luckily, in this version of the game, they make it a watch app, and it, you know, your character just pulls out a Bidoof from nowhere, and the Bidoof helps you. And, yeah.
It is a really bizarre mechanic in the game, and we'll talk about the games later, obviously, but, I don't really care how ridiculous it is, because it, like, I can't imagine, like, anyone liked the HM slavery, and they finally started getting rid of it around the modern half of the franchise. Very finally. And in any possible way they can think of, I will appreciate it as long as it's gone.
I think Gen 7 was the first game to get rid of them.
Really?
Yes, I think Sun and Moon. Because I'm pretty sure you still needed them in X and Y. Yeah, no, you needed them in X and Y. Now, given in X and Y, you didn't need them very often. Like, they were there, and but most of the time if you were using an HM, you were going someplace optional. So, like, very rarely did you have to use an HM and an X and Y, but they still had HMs you had to use. And then same with Gen 5. But Gen 5 also, I feel like, had it more rare that you had to use an HM. Like, most of the time it was to go optional places, not to get through the main game. So, that's kind of the trade-off for some of the later games before they just kind of axed HMs. Which was Sun and Moon was the first game to axe HMs.
They were taking a namby-pamby approach and then finally decided this is actually stupid and we just need to get rid of it.
Well, yeah, they were like, we can actually put the blocks into our game that HMs used to do, but instead of doing it with HMs, we just find a different thing that doesn't take a move slot on their team. So you get in Sun and Moon, it's the ride Pokemon.
Yep.
Like Tauros you use to break the rocks and stuff.
Which is a better way to do it than the Poke Watch, but hey, you know, it's fine. But yeah, for Black, and Black is Black, I had Superior, Gothorita, Girder, Stoutland, Electros, and Unpheasant. Which,
yeah, and this was the other team I wasn't huge on.
Yeah, I'm not really on it either. Yeah, this was, the early route bird is on pretty much every one of my teams.
I was gonna say, the only early route birds you didn't use were, I think you might have had an early route bird, just not, Gen 6 early route, because X and Y, I know you didn't have Talonflame.
No, unfortunately.
So, what I remember is in that one, what happened is the next game, you skipped that regional bird and did Talonflame in that game. So you did Talonflame and Sun and Moon, and then you skipped to Canyon. And then the other regional bird you skipped, which we never really talked about last time, is you skipped Noctowl. You did Pidgeot twice.
Oh yeah, I did pick up a Hoot because I just didn't fucking care. Yeah, Hoot and Sentret are... Yeah, I don't really even put them on my radar. They're really boring.
I like Furret.
Yeah, Furret's cool. Yeah, I don't know if I'd probably take Lanoon over Furret, to be honest.
Really? I'm more of a Furret over Linoon.
I guess Furret is a bit more adorable than Lanoon, but they're both not winning any awards with me though. And I mean, the game just drowns you in Zigzagoons anyway, so you kind of get tired of seeing them.
True.
Okay, so Black 2 when you actually got some variety. This one was Ferrothorn, Samurott, Magmar, Ampharos returning, along with Stoutland and Unpheasant 2.
Yeah, I mean, I like this team. I probably wouldn't have done the Unpheasant personally, but other than that, tis good. Just to rewind, something I want to bring up, because now we have to find we have to see if we agree on the right answer. Out of the 9 early game normal type Pokemon, and I would have said rodents if it wasn't for the fact that the Gen 9 one is not a rodent. I mean, maybe there's a Gen 9 rodent, but I'm pretty sure the early route one is the pig, not a rodent. For Gen 9.
Early route rodents.
Yeah, what's the best one? So I will list them all here in a second. I'm just currently, before I list them all, I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna double check that the Gen 9 one is indeed a... Yeah, okay, so Gen 9, it's Lechonk is the early game, and it's not a rodent.
Oh yeah, that guy.
But Lechonk is the early game one there. Because there's always an early game bird, there's always an early game rodent until Lechonk made it a not rodent. Still a normal type, and then there's typically 1 or 2 bugs. The bugs and but the weird thing is, I think the early, I don't remember where the early, because the bird and Scarlet and Violet is Wattrel, and then Kilowattrel. But I don't think Wattrel's like on the early routes, weirdly enough.
No, I don't remember seeing Wattrel until like 2 or 3 gyms down the line.
Yeah, that's that region's Pidgey is Wattrel. Believe it or not. But anyway, the early game rodents are Rattata, Sentret, Zigzagoon, Bidoof, Patrat, Bunnelby, Young Goose, Swovit, and then Lechonk. So Lechonk not being a rodent, but yeah, which one's the best and which one's the worst?
Honestly, for worst, I would have to say Young Goose. Because every time I saw a Young Goose, I was like, get this fucking thing away from me. I fucking hate it.
Really? You think Young Goose is the worst? I think Patrat is the worst.
Yeah, Patrat is pretty bad because, I mean, even its evolved form is pretty underwhelming. But, I mean, if I was forced to pick one, I'd probably go for Bidoof.
So you did guess correct. The best one is Bidoof. I am a big fan of my Bidoofus, which is what anytime I catch a Bidoof, that's what I name it. My Bidoof is named Bidoofus, and it eventually evolves into Bibarel, but it's still in my heart Bidoofus.
I don't think I named any of my Pokemon that cleverly. And I mean, I did name my Gyarados Terrorism. Which I remember it confused you for a minute that it was half flying type.
Alright, and then we already discussed the best bird, because my personal favorite of the best bird is, I'm a big fan of Rookidee. Oh
yeah, Corviknight is really solid, but I don't know, I really like Talonflame.
Yeah, and I kind of shared why Talonflame is not my favorite in the long haul.
It's probably just a bad type combo.
I mean, no, it had to do with its ability in competitive during.
Oh yeah. You were annoyed about it showing up 70% of the time.
Yeah, and then so I think in the long run, Talonflame becomes my least favorite of all the birds, just because of that. But most of the birds are fine. Probably either Pidove next or Pikipek next for worst one. Although I'm not a huge fan of Swellow. I think Swellow's very generic looking.
I mean, that's fair.
And then the early route bugs that you're never gonna really use.
No.
Best and worst, go.
Worst.
So if you need to know what they are, there's Weedle Caterpie Gen 1, Spinarak Ladybug Gen 2, Wurmple is Gen 3, but it evolves into 2 different things. Gen 4 is technically Burmy, but also Kricketot, so it's Kricketot and Burmy, but Burmy is like hard to get because you have to do honey trees for it. Then it's Venipede, and I forget the name of the little leaf bug that eats, that evolves into Leavanny at the end. Yeah, I forget what it's called, but it evolves into Leavanny in the long run. It's Scatterbug, and it's Grubbin and Cutiefly, and then it's, I want to say just called Blipplug, but I don't remember.
That sounds right.
And then it's Spidops is the fully evolved one. It's a play on the word tarantula, but I don't remember what it is. Spidops and Spidops and it's Tarantula and Nimble. That's what it is. And Nimble evolves into low kicks. Yeah, which is the best bug?
I just do not know much about the modern half of these bugs. As you can see, I did not keep any of the fucking early route bugs because they're good for the beginning, but they drop off pretty quickly.
Except for one. One of those is really good. That's the answer for the best one, is the one that's actually really good. But I'm gonna leave that one for a second. My second favorite is Spidops. I just really like Spidops' design. I think it's cool.
I'd probably say for worst, I'd probably go with Lediba. Like, I could never think of a use for Ledian ever.
Yep. I will admit that Ladybug very well could be the worst one, and the reason for that is not. I think it's a really cool Pokemon. Ladian is. It's just so disappointingly bad. Like, it's hands down the worst bug to use. And out of all these bugs, if you're gonna fully evolve one, it's the worst one. Anyway, the best one is Venipede. Scolipede is super
yeah, Scolipede is a really good one.
Scolipede is like super strong. It's like a actually good bug Pokemon.
But if I had to pick,
you did use one of them.
I'd probably take Grubbin back with me.
Yeah, because you used Grubbin.
Well, sort of. I power leveled Grubbin after I got spanked pretty hard by Guzma.
Yeah, you saw Vikavolt and you were like, ooh, I need that.
And I got it, like, very coincidentally not to make it stronger, but, like, at the perfect time to power level it and evolve it at the same time.
Yeah, because you were on your way to Pony Island when you got it.
Okay, so we should probably move on to Y, the doormat game. And this one was Florges, Charizard, Heliolisk, Meowstic, Greninja, and Pangoro.
Yeah, and I like this team a lot with the exception of Heliolisk. I think you could have replaced that. Just because I've used Heliolisk and we both kind of had the same opinion, which was Heliolisk is just really disappointing. You know, I've used it in a run of Pokemon before, and it disappoints.
It's fucking squishy. It's just
and
it doesn't have the punch and it doesn't have the health.
Yeah, it never hits as hard as you want it to, and then it can never survive. So
I think I told you when I was talking about my run with Y, and you were like, "This is the easiest game in the world," and I was like, "My Heliolisk let me down, and it got killed before I could put it against Mega Gyarados," and I was really pissed off about that. Because of all the Pokemon I needed at that specific moment, it was that one.
the fight against the villain. Bystander.
So, my Ultra Moon run was, as you said, Vikavolt, and I'll save this for the end. Araquanid, Decidueye, Malamar, Talonflame, and the one thing on my team that got it negative 5,000 points, I had a Crabominable on this team.
Yeah, you're just hands down wrong. This is I stand corrected. I might have said your Gen 3 team was your worst team, but just because of the Crabominable, this team is the worst team. Even though if we remove it, I really like this team the second you remove it. I actually really appreciate the fact that you're carrying around 2 bugs to show the strength of some of those bugs in this gen. But, you know, because I personally think, you know, people like to say bug is such a bad type, but it's not that bugs are bad types, it's that there's so many bugs with low base stats. So bug is a good type. It's just if you have a low base stat on your Pokemon is just gonna be weak. Come later in the game. And a lot of the times, at least, you know, back in the day with Butterfree and Beedrill, the strength of them is that they evolve so quickly to their final form that the low base stats of the final evolution don't matter yet, because at this point they are stronger than everything else, right? Because they evolve so quickly, you end up with higher base stats than the non-evolved things you have. But then as things start to evolve and you get farther into the game, you very quickly outpace them. But this gen's bugs are all really solid. Like every bug type, there's so many good bug types that were introduced in this gen, and you have 2 of them. You have Araquanid and you have Vikavolt. But you also still have the garbage Pokemon known as Crabominable.
If anyone's confused why I wanted a Crabominable on my team and I kept it into the Hall of Fame, quote unquote, now that it's in it. I will say that while I will agree that Crabominable is a pretty bad disappointment in battle, I was super jazzed.
Also designed.
I was super jazzed to get to see a Pokemon representing a fighting ice type because I never got access to ice types very well. It's just that it's the worst representation of an ice type that you could get.
It's all the reasons why people bitch about ice type.
and the other thing is that as goofy as it is and as dumb as it is, I do still carry a soft spot for how stupid Crabominable looks.
You are wrong for that.
Because, like, this is someone who tried to swing it out of the park and not only fell on their face, but broke their own leg with the bat. But I can respect that they tried really hard to make something this, like, super detailed that just looks so bad.
Anyway, so not only does it, so for those watching who might not have played Sun and Moon and maybe they just saw a picture of Crabominable somewhere and they're like, yeah, it's ugly, but why do people really hate on this Pokemon so much?
Crabrawler.
It's not the fact that it's ugly, it's also not the fact that it's so bad, it's the combination of that it's ugly, it's so bad, and in order to get it, you have to grab a Crabrawler, which looks cool, and like upon starting that game for the first time, I wanted to use, and then you have to lug that Crabrawler the entire fucking game all the way to the Elite Four, and on the route leading to the Elite Four is where it can evolve. It literally can't evolve anywhere else. So you have to lug a Pokemon around the entire game, and it feels weak because it's not evolving yet, but like, damn, does it look cool, and you really want to see what it evolves into, and then it turns into this massive disappointment. And that is why Crabominable is one of the biggest sins Pokemon has ever committed.
And that's why, well, it's not why, but he's still on my team. I still have to put him on the list.
I mean, at that point, you might as well not get rid of him. You're already at the Elite Four.
I already completely failed. I might as well take my prize.
I was gonna say, you committed, like...
I agree with all those people. Like, I like Crabrawler. It's just that I fucking couldn't look at him and be like, I couldn't right in front of the Indigo Plateau analog be like, put him in a box. I couldn't do that.
No, as I said, at that point you've already committed. Like, I actually agree with you. If you get that far with a Crabominable, or with a Crabrawler, just take the Crabominable and to fight the Elite Four with it. Just suck it up, deal with it. Because at that point, you've committed. What I feel like most of the time happens, and what happened with me, is I carried the Crabrawler for a while, and then it wasn't evolving, and then I went and looked up, because I was like, when does this thing evolve? Like, what the heck? It's totally gotta evolve by now. So I went to look it up to see if I was doing something wrong, and then I found out what it turns into and how long I have to wait to get there, and then I just shelved it at that time.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, that is my garbageous team. But next is Swarch, which is my Cinderace, Corviknight, Boltund, my DLC Haxorus, Mudsdale, and the return of Bronzong. Yeah,
and I like this team a lot. I've used every Pokemon on this team in a run of a game. And I think this is the only team where I'm 100% confident in saying that. Like, from start to finish, I have used Bronzong all the way through a game. I've used Haxorus in a game. I've used Corviknight in a game. I've used Cinderace in a game. I've used Boltund in a game.
A couple of things I was gonna mention back in when we were talking about Ultra Moon and what it did for that type specifically. Vikavolt, despite how impressed I was at the one Vikavolt that I ended up fighting against, it wouldn't really be the strongest bug type that I would think from that game. And it wasn't the one I had the most problems with. And this is totally my fault for completely whiffing how to get the info to deal with it. But, like, Golisopod really fucked me up the multiple times that I fight Guzma.
Yeah, and stat-wise, Golisopod is the best bug type from that gen.
Because I was looking at it, and I was like, I don't understand what type you are. So I was just hitting it with, like, anything I could think of, and, like, nothing was connecting.
Okay, you're fighting bugs. Throw rocks at it. Like, if you know anything, you know it's a bug. So start throwing rocks at it. That's the answer I always have against bug types. Because like you don't know what it is. It might be a water type. It might be something that resists fire. You know what bug types basically never resist? Rock moves. And then if it for whatever reason manages to resist the rock move, then you know it's a steel type, and so you just hit it with fire. Because weirdly enough, and this is something that I always forget. Hold on, I'm pulling it up here just to double check myself before I say something. Because now my brain's saying, because once again, every time I remember this, I don't believe it, which is why like my brain's not believing it again.
Is it a pseudo legendary Pokemon?
No. It's a thing about rock types. So rock type doesn't resist rock type. That's the thing that always throws me for a loop. That I always forget. Rock types don't resist rock type.
Huh.
So if you're fighting bugs, no matter what it is, you can throw rocks at it, and as long as it's not like steel type, you're probably fine.
So the other thing I wanted to mention was that I've probably always underestimated ground types, and for just being a solo ground type, I did not expect Mudsdale to be as solid of a Pokemon as he ended up being.
Yeah, Mudsdale's awesome.
I really like Mudsdale.
Did you have Stanima on yours? Or did you have own tempo?
I probably own tempo.
Okay, so you would have known if you had Stanima, because Stanima is anytime you get hit with an attack, you get a defense boost.
Yeah, no, probably not, no.
And Stanima's so, like, and competitive, if it has Stanima, you're going to be like, okay, whatever. You're just going to switch to a special attacker and not care. In a general playthrough of a Pokemon game, your opponent doesn't switch because they're just a... Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call.
Their AI doesn't do that.
Yeah, the AI doesn't switch Pokemon, so they'll just keep attacking it with physical moves, and you'll just get super strong.
Well, if you're going to be taking a phone call, I have something else that I can say to the people back home. The other reason I did a return for Bronzong, and I have a very specific reason beyond that, Bronzong is just a very solid Pokemon in my Brilliant Diamond run. The thing that really cemented it was that because of coincidence, because I'm not good enough at playing these games to actually, well, I mean, I couldn't really be that good because I don't know what Pokemon, what moves and roles they'll do before I see them. But just because of coincidence, when I got to the champion and the final Pokemon that they had, I ended up in a situation because I was grinding through their PP, again, coincidentally, I ended up in a position where the champion's final Pokemon couldn't touch my Bronzong because the moves that they had left, just both of them whiffed my Bronzong 100%. So really, Bronzong saved my ass because I think by that point it was the last member of my team still standing. So it was just ended up being a perfect dunk for me at the end when I really needed it. So I put him back onto my Swartz team because, I mean, he really performed for me when I desperately needed it. Because some of those champions are, I mean, they're the champion for a reason.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, perfect timing. I was just describing that story of Bronzong saving my ass at the end of Brilliant Diamond.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
So yeah, it was, Swartz isn't the hardest game ever, but, I still really like that team I managed to put together. I think even before, like, even when I was doing the side games, I was impressed by Corviknight, and I really wanted to have one on my team. But for the most modern game, this one had almost all, Gen representatives. That was Meowscarada, Garganacl, Revavroom, Pawmot, Cerealedge, and Gardevoir.
Yeah, and so the thing I told you with this is, on your team, my most recent run of Violet, I had Masquerada, Cerealedge, and Gallade as 3 of my Pokemon. And in my run of Scarlet, I had a Garganacl, and I wanted to use Revavroom, but I ended up not using it. Just because my team ended up having a big weakness to ground, and I kind of rotated some stuff out to cover for it.
You did the thing that I should have done.
But, yeah, so out of that, like, the only Pokemon I've never had any interest in using that's on your team is Pawmont. But I can see the appeal of using Pawmont, electric fighting types. That's going to be kind of useful to carry around with you. But yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I think by far this was my favorite team of yours.
Well, to be honest, and I probably described this when I was talking about my team, Pawmont wasn't my first pick. Halfway through the game I ran into an issue because I was trying to research and prep the Pokemon that was on my team because I wanted to see if they were worth my time. I started out with a lot of, and for this gen it was kind of weird, I ended up with a lot of solo types, and like I said, one of the things I look for is type coverage, and I was like, are some of these people going to add a type when they evolve? And everyone I looked at was like, nope, they're always going to be solo types, so I was like, okay, gotta start looking for alternatives. And Pawmont was a fighting electric type, so I was like, you're going on my team.
Ceruledge goes from single type to double type.
Which I was glad about, even though, like, whatever the fuck it's called in the first place, it's kind of got, like... It's kind of got, like, the name's kind of military style, like Bisharp. Except I don't think Bisharp has a military name. It just reminded me of Bisharp. Because it just looks like a little soldier guy.
Oh, yeah, Char Cadet.
That, yeah. Just, I've had Ceruledge on my team for so long, I forgot what it evolved from.
Yeah, so Char Cadet, depending on your version of the game, you get an item to use to evolve it, and the item you get is different depending on which game you're playing. So one game you get a Violet, you're able to get Ceruledge, and the other game you get Armor Rouge.
And Ceruledge is the edgy version. Very edgy.
Ceruledge is if you like Zero more, and Armor Rouge is if you like Mega Man.
Yeah, which is why I was glad I ended up playing Violet just out of the blue, at least a little bit.
And I'll flat out just say for the record, if you've never seen a picture of either of these Pokemon, go look them up. They do look like they'd be robots in Mega Man.
Yes, they are. Except they have swords and not guns.
Well, Ceruledge has swords. Armor Rouge has armor pauldrons on his shoulders that come down onto his hands, and then he puts them together and they turn into a Mega Buster. So
okay. So it's a literal 1-to-1 comparison.
Yeah, that's why I said if you like Mega Man, you like Armor Rouge, and if you like Zero, you like Ceruledge, because Ceruledge is the one with the swords, and Armor Rouge is the one with the Mega Buster, because Armor Rouge's signature move, so you have Bitter Blade is the sword move on Ceruledge. But on Armor Rouge, you have Armor Cannon, and Armor Cannon is it's a it's a fire special move that is the same. It has the same base power and the same effect as
Fire Blast?
No, not Fire Blast. Close Combat.
Oh, okay. So you lose you get drastic stat down in regards to all the power.
No.
Right?
Close Combat drops your defense and your special defense. It doesn't drop your attack power.
Well, yeah, but it drops your stats and to get that power.
I mean, after you hit, but yeah. So the strength of the reason why Close Combat's so much better than say Leaf Storm, which is another move that hits really hard and, as you said, drops power, or Superpower, which is a better comparison because Superpower is also a fighting type move, like Close Combat, is if I'm fast enough, it doesn't matter that my defenses are dropping. I can keep hitting you with this super powerful move, and if I'm fast, if I keep outspeeding you, I can just keep hitting it. Unlike Leaf Storm or Superpower, where every time I hit the move, I'm going to be losing attack power, so I can't spam it if I'm faster than you, because I'll eventually just not be doing damage to you. So Armor Cannon is a good move, but it's exclusive to Armor Rouge. So
you better really like Mega Man games, because I will say, and this might just be my experience, but doing the quest for that was a really big pain in the ass because the Pokemon you need to find is the tiniest fucking thing in the universe. And it does.
Sinistea?
Yeah, and it does not spawn very often. So you need to be there for a long time finding 10 of them.
Yeah, it's a little tedious.
Yeah, I think it took me probably like slightly less than an hour being there.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not as tedious as some things, but I do remember it being a little annoying too.
But
I eventually found like a kind of a way to cheese it quicker. But I want to say it probably took me about an hour in the long run.
So, after we did this game, I was actually surprised because, like I said, I don't plan things in advance when it comes to Pokemon, and I mean, for a casual run, you don't really need to. But I was kind of surprised just from picking by design and previous experience. I was surprised that most of my teams weren't complete trash.
I mean, I personally think it's really hard for Pokemon teams to be just complete garbage. If you're trying to if you have any amount of coverage on your team across the board, your team is probably fine for a normal run of any Pokemon game. There's like a handful of Pokemon that I think are so bad that they're not worth using in a run. But most Pokemon, even if they're not all that useful and competitive, are good enough to use in a normal run.
So now it's time for the most important transition question. Now that we're going to be moving on to what we think of the actual games, do you want to do this worst best or best worst?
Worst best.
Okay. Should I go over my thoughts of Pokemon in general, before we start?
Sure.
Because, I know that my viewpoint on Pokemon is not going to be what people are gonna say about I don't know how to describe it, I might be a bit unfair, I guess, to the franchise because what I'm looking for in the games is not what they're focused on being good at, so people might think my opinions are bullshit, which is fine, but when I come to a Pokemon game, I'm not really there for, the paramount thing that's important to me as a player is not the Pokemon designs, variety of things that you can pick, the catch it, the actual, just building of the team isn't really the first thing I look for. It's just a means to an end, and if it's good, I can recognize that it's good, but I'm not going to give it, super big points for it, because the team being built is to go through the game. It's not to me, it's not to build the team itself. I'm here for, I know it's gonna sound ridiculous, but the journey and the story that they want to put in front of me. The journey, the traveling. I don't know if I want to say the actual gameplay because it's kind of more. The battle mechanics is probably more of that means to an end thing, even though, sometimes you get interesting strategies and moments that you have to beat over and work around. But I wouldn't say there's, so many of them that it's really a thing I'm always thinking about. If any of that makes sense. I didn't write any of that down, obviously, but I think that's gonna kind of color what I think about the games.
Yeah, I mean, I think a surprising number of people would be kind of in the same camp as you, but I think the big difference is for them is they're not looking necessarily for god tier greatest story ever, and so I think you weight it more heavily than other people, but I think there are people, you'd be surprised at the number of people that kind of agree with you, or it's the journey and the story first and then the team building. I feel like that's a lot of people. I just think the amount of weight you put on those two categories is heavier than other people. So I think you put a lot more expectation into the story than say I do. Because I think I agree that I'm probably there for the journey first, and then the team building second, and then the gameplay, I don't know, I just like turn-based combat, so any turn-based game is typically I enjoy the combat of.
But my
yeah.
my extension to being fair about this is that while I put weights on particular parts of a Pokemon game, in the long run, it's actually very difficult for a Pokemon game to be objectively, well, as objectively as you want to be, complete trash, because a Pokemon game does like 5 different things as like core things that it tries to develop around. And I mentioned most of them when we were talking, like, if the story is bad, maybe the variety of Pokemon is good. Maybe where they, at what point in the story they're there, that's interesting. And maybe the story is garbage. Maybe the premise in the story is really... Oh, wait, I just said that, but the battle mechanics are interesting, and maybe the gimmick that they put in is better than other years. So it's actually very difficult for a Pokemon game to fail at everything it's trying to do. So...
Yeah. Typically what happens is what I feel like has happened, especially in recent years with Pokemon, is everything always ends up a kind of 2 step forwards, but 1 step back. So, they, like, listen to the critiquing, and things get better in certain avenues, but then, like, some random thing takes a dump. Like, it just drops off there. The most recent one being game performance, for Scarlet and Violet. I think Scarlet and Violet did a lot of things right, but due to its game performance issues, it's infamous, right?
So yeah, I will try and mention most of the core facets of the game, and I will give them points for doing it right if they did. It's just it might not weigh super heavily on my opinion, and it might not save the game. But I will say, I'm probably not going to consider, like, any of the Pokemon games that we're going to talk about, like, truly awful until we start talking about the side games. But I think the first pick, since we're doing worst to best, is definitely not going to be controversial, and that would be worst has to be Pokemon Y. This one was completely forgettable. The characters are fucking bad. And even the one that I would give points for being good, which is the rival character, who I forget what the girl's name is just, even though she's definitely the best of the group, she's still very predictable, very, very dull.
It's Serena, by the way.
And the fact that you can just walk all over everyone in the game kind of doesn't help that, because she's even more forgettable when her team isn't running a strategy that's really going to be a bother for you in any way, because the game's too easy. So why the hell would you even think about what you're doing when you're fighting her? Which means that you're not going to be thinking about the character in of themselves, because for story reasons, we're not thinking about her during the story, and if her battles are boring, then she kind of failed at everything a character really needs to be. And just... the story of this game is hampered down by just how much time they make you deal with the characters who are just... they are just so fucking bad. Like, the tiny girl character is just constantly annoying. I would have no hope of her name.
It's Shauna, Trevor, Tyrano, and Serena if you're playing as a guy. Otherwise, it's Calum for the male version of the rival if you're playing as a girl. So it's either Kayla or Serena for the rival that changes gender. But then the other 3 are Shauna, Tyrano, and Trevor.
But yeah, just they have that really annoying combination, since they want your rivals, quote unquote, to be there like throughout every interesting thing that happens. So they're always like, I want to be there to help you out. I clearly have the skills to do this. And they don't. They are completely fucking useless the entire way through.
The idea of the rival that's always there for the big stuff gets done better in the next 2 gens.
It could have gone worse. I will give them credit for that. This could not have been worse.
Yeah. Going off of your comment of how forgettable things are, I will give you $1 right now if you can name 3 of the gym leaders.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God, I could... No,
I'll give you
no.
$1 if you can name at least one.
Uh...
After this, I'm gonna try to quiz myself, and I'm gonna try to remember all their names. And I'm probably gonna fuck up.
I can't get a name. Every time I try to think of a name, I just, like, describe their design, and even then I can only remember, like, 3 of them.
Yeah, I already can't think of the bug girl's name. It'll come to me, I'm sure, but I can't think of the bug girl's name.
Like, I remember the farmer, who was such a bad gym leader that we mentioned this when we actually talked about it. I couldn't remember that he actually had an ace Pokemon.
Yeah, it's Go-Goat.
Like, that's how bad it was. Like,
No,
I didn't think that
mean,
game actually had aces just because it was so easy.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, Wolfric's the last one. The ice one is Wolfric. Clint.
Oh. No,
Grant.
Yeah, Clint.
Grant
was definitely not in that gen.
No, Grant's the second one. And then yeah, the rest. Valerie's the fairy one, and then Olympia's the psychic one, and then like the other ones I can't remember. And I just pulled up the list now because I couldn't remember the bug girl's name. It's Viola. So the order is Viola, Grant, Corina. Corina's the one I always forget exists. Like I can just completely forget this character exists. Even though she's like arguably the one that gets like the most screen time because she does the whole like introduction of here's what Mega is to you because it's like her gym that you.
Oh, she's the rollerblader.
Yeah, but she's like the one I literally forget. And then Ramos is the other one I always forget. Like, and Ramos is the grass one, the one you said was a farmer. He's like a tailor. He's got like scissors, or he's like a gardener or something. I don't know.
He's definitely got something to do with plants.
Yeah, he's got like the scissors that make me always think of like tailoring, but he is a gardener, I believe, and that's supposed to be like, you know, tree trimming, like, you know, shears. And then Clement is the electric gym leader, and then Valerie, Olympia, Wolfric.
I think the
Valerie being fairy. Valerie being the most memorable because she's the first fairy gym leader, and she's like the, hey, fairy's a type now.
I think if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure that I do, the best thing that that Y did, like the only good thing that it did, was that it had interesting route design. Because, like, I think I remember mentioning, like, you know, the cave routes that they have in these games are typically, they don't do much with them, especially early on, whereas just, it's a cave, and that's it, and you just walk through the cave.
Oh, you mean like what it looked like? Yes, the visuals of the routes are interesting in that game. However, a lot of the routes are a straight line, and that gets problematic. And the series going forward ends up having this problem for a while, where routes are very much a straight line.
I just remember that one cave that had reflective walls, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of interesting. I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think the biggest good thing that Gen 6 did was it introduced the fairy type. I'm a huge fan of the fairy type. I know it kind of became like one of the best types just like instantly, and so I think there are people who don't really care about the fairy type or don't like the fairy type because of how strong it is, but I'm a big fan of the fairy type because before it was just Dragon was the really strong one. So like yeah, Dragon's super strong, and I remember everybody thinking Dragon was really strong, and then Fairy comes out, and now Fairy's the problem one. So like, yeah, whatever, I'll take Fairy being the problem one. I like Fairy being the problem one.
Well, at least they're giving...
I like a lot of fairy Pokemon designs. There's a lot of cool fairy Pokemon in my opinion.
Oh yeah, let me look at my team. Maybe I can give them some points for... Yeah, I mean, they definitely put in a bunch of interesting Pokemon. I think that was just one of the smaller gens.
It was a smaller gen, but yeah, no, Gen 6 has a lot of good designs. I think Gen 6 has a lot of good designs.
So I'll give it some points for that. I got Heliolisk and Meowstic on my team, and I remember... Meowstic has a good design. It was kind of above average. I probably wouldn't say it's the strongest Pokemon ever. But yeah, then Heliolisk like looked interesting, but it was just like for battle, it was just not great. And even then, that's kind of an understatement. But I really wanted to get to, another reason why I didn't like Y, which was Lysander and Team Flare, which they're not the dumbest team. They're not the dumbest team in the series, but they're not a good one.
I disagree. I think they're the dumbest fucking team in the entire series. But
like, it just didn't really seem like they had a plan or a purpose or a point. And not really built up in the. Well, I mean, build up was kind of a huge problem for Lysander specifically.
Right. So you want? So remember how I asked you to name the gym leaders, and that was a kick in the teeth because you're like, holy shit! Can you name the admins of Team Flare? Because there were named admins, and I bet you don't even remember that there were named admins, because I forget the fact that there's named admins on Team Flare all the time.
The only remember, and I don't know if I'm gonna get this guy's name, because I think this guy had like a ridiculous fucking name, but I remember the joke admin, the fat guy. Like, you get before you get to Lysander's joke, 2 giant buttons that prevent disaster thing. But I can't fucking remember that guy's name because I think he had like some ridiculous name like Ori Poral or something. Like just something completely out of the blue. And I think it was like I'm pretty sure it was the last admin because that was before the Doomsday weapon. And oh my god, and to talk about the fucking story, like the whole Old Kingdom thing in the game it's barely there. It barely does anything. And the character of the king is just something that I specifically outright hate, because that character is just a fucking asshole. Like, he ran his kingdom like a dick, and managed to, because of magic nonsense, he managed to live immortally until your time, and he manages to just do nothing and then get thrown in a jail cell for no reason because he's just walking around being useless. And the one thing that really chived my spuds about this guy is that they gave him a good fucking ending when he clearly didn't fucking deserve it. And in the dumbest possible way too, because this character has managed to live like beyond his time, like by a century or more. It might be a lot longer than like 100 years past when his kingdom collapsed. So now now he's here in modern times. And
so there's a weird thing to that where, like, I feel like the whole thing with Az and that stuff is that I think they were building like mystery around him kind of, and not like extrapolated on a lot of it in X and Y, because I think they at one point in time must have had a concept for like a Pokemon Z, right? Because it feels like they focus on him more in like a third game, right? Like he's gonna be tied to like Zygarde, right? But nah.
Yeah, but
so it's just kind of it feels tacked on a lot of the times to me.
Like you battle him in the epilogue because they were, I don't know what the hell they were thinking. They were like, we need to bring back Az. We need to show the player where he went after the thing that happened with Lysander after he got out of jail. So he's just like at your, I don't know what you want to call it, like a coronation ceremony or like heroes celebration. He's just there and he demands a battle with you. And then after that happens, and again, this guy has been here for like at least over a century. At the end of the game, his, like, the Floette that he had back when he was king just randomly shows up perfectly fine to get back in his graces for no fucking reason, because I'm pretty sure that Floette left him because he was the king of the kingdom that built that Doomsday machine.
Yeah, he's the one responsible for the genocide of a bunch of Pokemon.
He is a fucking asshole. And I was like, no, you do not give that guy the thing that he wants. He needs to go die in a hole. And get out of my face.
Anyway, yeah, so the Team Flare admins, there's Aliana, Byrony, Celosia, Mabel, and Zerosic.
Wow.
Zerosic being the guy one. And there's 5 of them, and I forget all of these exist most of the time. And then when I see their designs, I'm like, I don't even remember that design, except for Byrony. I actively remember what Byrony looks like. But the rest of them, I'm just like, I don't remember this one. And like, I think I'm today years old when I realized that all the girls have different outfits. Like, their clothing is different on each one. They each have a different style of clothing.
Well, for Team Flare, they kind of need to.
And I never noticed that until now. Like, of course, Zerosic had different clothing because he's a dude, but like, I thought all the girls dressed in like a skirt. And nope.
Would you like to see that guy in a dress?
I said all of them except for the guy. I thought were in like a dress or a skirt, but nope. Two of them are in 2 different style skirts with 2 different style tops and pants. And then 2 of them are in shorts with different style shorts and stuff.
I kind of want to see him in a skirt. I think that would be fucking hilarious.
But yeah, so...
Oh, and... Well, I obviously need to talk about Lysander. Lysander isn't as bad a character as, like, really no one could without actively trying. But build-up. Build-up is the problem with this guy. And I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to do, like, the whole, you know, totally not obvious villain. They're trying to be a little subtle about it. But I think the problem ended up being was that they were way too subtle about it. So you're visiting him, and he's talking to other characters in coffee shops, and that's when you talk to him. And he's trying to philosophize and be like, you know, I have this worldview. It's not specifically evil, but it could be a little sketchy because I'm kind of heavy-handed about it.
I was gonna say, you thought it was too subtle that he's the bad guy? It's so heavy-handed, in my opinion.
Well, that's
you
just by his...
that first conversation with him and is it Delilah? Like... Her name starts with a D, but I don't know if it's Delilah.
The champion?
The champion. And he immediately goes like, I'm not a bad guy, but I'm totally gonna be the bad guy.
Well, yeah, it is. Well, it's... I would say it's obvious just by design alone. Like,
Diantha, not Dial.
Like, you know that he's, like, because of how he's philosophizing and, you know, he has these heavy, like... white and black opinions that he's probably the bad guy, but he never like directly comes out and says like, you know, I think that bad things are okay, and he's kind of sketchy, but like if you put aside like his design, like the text, I'd be like, yeah, they're trying to be subtle about it, but they're not doing it right. They're doing it very wrong because they don't build up to him being the villain, and the villain reveal is just pretty bad because we don't spend enough time on him being specifically the bad guy. So when he comes on the hollow machine and he's like, hey everybody, I'm launching my doomsday plan now. Hey, I'm Lysander to the entire world. It's like it comes out of nowhere because the entire rest of the game he's just been sitting around drinking coffee. And then just beyond that, it just continues. He's just a fucking substandard villain, and him trying to be Dr. Octopus doesn't really help that to any degree. And then just generally the other Team Flare stuff again didn't really build up to like the whole Doomsday Machine thing, and I didn't really know what the hell Team Flare was trying to do. I can't really remember what their whole shtick was.
Quote, to create a beautiful world.
Yeah, but how? Were they just attacking power plants?
No, so to be very specific, their plan is like total genocide to let the world get back to nature. Like that's probably the closest argument to what they're trying to do. But it's quote to make a beautiful world.
So yeah, like after Black 2, I think with a lot of these generations, they want to try and go in different directions to kind of get away from what Pokemon was maligned as being, which is like, it's the same game over and over again, the typical Nintendo game, like, derision is that, why are you playing the Zelda games? They're all the same. Except up until Breath of the Wild, obviously. And I think they're trying to get away from that by doing different premises and different concepts. This one was just a very, very bad turn, and thankfully they didn't... I don't think they really continued with it to any great degree, because this one was a pretty obvious misstep. It's the worst one in my opinion. This one is just like, nothing I want out of a Pokemon game is good. Except for, obviously, the Pokemon designs, and, you know, they were some strong Pokemon. I'll give them that. But like I said, it's not in the forefront of my mind, which is probably why I forgot about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only good thing about X and Y, in my opinion, too, is that there's some good Pokemon. You know, there's a you know, the Pokemon that were made, a lot of them are really good designs. I like a lot of them. And then the introduction of Fairy type, and then kinda it.
So should
I like Lysander's design, like just him, like the normal, not the Dr. Octopus thing you were talking about when you had the final fight with him, but like just his normal look is pretty badass to me. But Team Flare is the worst looking team on their own, like just their outfits, just so ugly.
Yeah, orange tuxedos probably weren't the best choice you could go with.
It's not just orange tuxedos, it's also orange tuxedos with orange glasses, and then their hair is doing like a flame motif.
Yeah.
So it's like all orange, like everything is orange.
I mean, Team Rocket you could do, because, you know, mostly black and a little bit of red. At least that goes well together.
Well, and like, I don't, like, looking at the admin designs for you know, the different girls and stuff, I don't hate them as much because it's not, because of the designs of their outfits, they have more color than orange. So, like, except for the orange one of them is an orange one. All the girls have different colored hair, and there is one that has orange hair. It's a different color orange, like a different shade of orange than like the orange of their suit. But she's probably the worst one in my opinion. But like,
that's the true believer.
But the other ones, you know, there's green, and she's got green glasses. Her hair is green, and then she has a green tie. So like, and then her outfit's not a tuxedo. It's like a weird like jumpsuit thing, and so she has like skin showing to like have less orange. Like, it's not all orange. It's not like her whole body's orange. And then the purple one's got like the purple visor on, purple hair, a purple tie, and then she has like tights under her outfit, so there's black. There's like a lot of black in her outfit too. And then the blue one is kind of similar to the green one in the sense that there's black in her design too, though. There is some black in her design, but then she's got green hair, green visor, green lipstick even. Or not green, blue. All this is blue, not green. And then a blue tie, and that's the blue one. And then the guy goes back to being all orange. The guy, 06, the guy one, he's all orange. His hair is the exact same orange as the other ones, but his skin is unearthly pale. Like, it's like almost a blue. So like, that's the thing that makes him stand out, is he's like a different body shape. So even though he's all the same orange, he's a different body shape. And then he has like blue gloves, like blue, you know, like medical gloves on. And then his skin is unearthly pale. And so at least the admin designs help break up the monotony. But as I stated, it's incredibly difficult to remember the fact that there even is designs. Like, that there are admins on that team. Team Flare is by far, in my opinion, the worst team in the entire series. And I know some people would disagree with me because there are people who absolutely hate Team Yell. I'm sure you're going to be one of them. But I don't think Team Yell is... I think Team Yell is the second worst, but I think Team Flare is by and far worse than Team Yell.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I probably would say they're the worst evil team.
Flare or Yell?
Yeah, I'd probably say Flare is the worst, if I had to actually think about it.
I think Yell is bad because there is no story to that game, and thus Yell's just kind of there. But
yeah,
like,
Yell is 8.
Star.
No, the other way. The organization is in Moon, and wasn't there a second evil team?
Okay, there's Team Skull, which is like.
Oh yeah, Guzma.
Guzma's
Flare.
Goons. And it turns out Guzma Goons are It turns out Guzma's Goons are hired by the Aether Foundation. Well, not the Aether Foundation as a whole, but specifically the leader of the Aether Foundation. Which
I guess we'll
get there when we get to that one.
So, should we move on to probably one of my more controversial picks?
Yeah, let's move up the list. So we both agree the worst one's X and Y.
Yes, and I know this one might be an odd pick, but I really have to say that this one is really damned by one specific thing that's kind of fundamental to the game as a whole. And honestly, I really couldn't. I mean, I could put it somewhere else, but it wasn't going to get out of this half. Next is Gen 2.
Really? When you said it was going to be controversial, my thought was it was going to be Gen 2, and I actually as I've gotten older, even though I used to be Gen 2 was my favorite gen for like forever, as I've gotten older, I've started to notice the problems with Gen 2. And like, I think what made it so good for me for so long, and why it's finally starting to fall from its mantle for me, is that for me Gen 2 is like the nostalgia gen, right? This is Pokemon is Gen 2. I know for a lot of people, even people my age, it's Gen 3. But for me it was Gen 2. Gen 2 was the gen to play. And there are some fundamental problems, and we'll go on with it. You go ahead.
I do want to stay like up front. The big reason why I put this far down was when I was thinking about it. Like, for me, this game just has very bad progression problems. Like, the experience curve of this game was just very bad. Like, I remember I was having issues going through pretty much all of Kanto and maybe the whole Indigo Plateau. I remember I had big problems actually like playing the game. And even though it's I don't know if you want to argue this, it's one of the Pokemon games that has the most content in it, because they kept over the Kanto journey, so you have 16 gyms to do. Like, I was going through Kanto, I was like, I'm not really super jazzed about it. I was like consistently annoyed traveling around. I don't know if I was at level for most of everything late game that I was dealing with. And for any RPG, like, you need to get your experience curve down, because it's such a fundamental part of actually like playing the game. And I don't know if that game has like the strategic options that the later games do to kind of override that. Like, you know, if you have bad progression, maybe you could get like a good combo or moveset together to kind of alleviate that. Obviously I wouldn't have that on my teams, but maybe in like an objective sense you could do that.
It doesn't. So I agree with you wholeheartedly for the most part, albeit you word it in a way as like the game gets difficult and a grind because you can't level up. For me, it's disappointing because it feels like I never grow. So like, I don't have difficulty playing the game, but I feel like I never grow. Like, I feel like I beat the game and I'm like, my Pokemon hardly leveled up. Like, it feels like there's no because it's so slow, it feels like my team's never growing and never like getting stronger because of just how slow it is for me. My roommate, on the other hand, would disagree with both of us. My roommate thinks Gen 2 has strength in this, but he kind of leans into what you were just saying with, like, you know, maybe there's strategies, and in his opinion there is. Howbeit, the way he sees it is you're not supposed to use a team of 6.
Okay.
So in his opinion, you know, this game is not designed for you to use a team of 6. You're supposed to use it like a team of 4.
I don't understand.
And then
yeah, because you need to.
And then a game forces you to pick more. You have to pick more carefully. You have to pick more carefully. You have to be more strategic. And so my roommate really likes difficulty in games. He's big on games that are really difficult.
So yeah, that would concentrate the experience, which might actually help.
Yeah, that's his thing. I've never played it that way. I typically do like a team of 6, and I just, you know, I get through the game and I just feel like my team didn't grow.
Yeah. I guess we could talk about Team Rocket again. Probably on the same level of not being memorable. I don't really remember anything they were doing other than just generally fucking around and building bases in cities. Whinging about Giovanni being captured.
Not captured,
I mean, I don't...
He's not captured. In fact, in that game you played, there's an event Celebi that you didn't have because the game's long been out. But there's an event Celebi that came out that if you bring... Because, you know, Pokemon can follow you in Soul Silver Heart Gold.
Oh, yep.
If you have the Celebi following you, when you go to a specific place, it starts time traveling you, and you get to fight Giovanni, and you get to see what happened to Giovanni after the events of the first game. But to be specific about what happened, and I mean the Team Rocket guys kind of tell you too, after the defeat by Red, Giovanni disbanded Team Rocket. Like, he quit Team Rocket. He didn't get arrested. He's not captured. He quit and went into hiding someplace. And it turns out where he is in hiding, at least for part of the time, is the waterfall on your way to the Elite Four. There's like a cave behind there that you can't get to unless you do the Celebi event, because it opens up if you do the Celebi event, and he's in there. But
okay.
Also, another fun thing that you may not have known, because it's hinted at and then confirmed with the Celebi event, but I don't remember if it's ever directly stated. If you did not know this, Silver, your rival in that game, canonical name Silver, but you can name him whatever you want.
Is he the son?
My name for him, yes, he's Giovanni's son.
I guess that would explain a lot.
He is Giovanni's son.
I guess we could talk a little bit about Silver in that Silver for this series is by what they wanted to do with it later on. It is a pretty unique rival just because he's an out-and-out criminal and an asshole. But he does kind of grow into more of a respectable human being later on down the line, where he goes on his Pokemon journey off screen. I remember someone pointed out that at some point, I think one of his late teams or the last team, one of his Pokemon evolves by friendship, which kind of shows his progression as a character.
Yes, yep. The last time you fight him in Kanto, so his change of heart happens around the Elite Four, and then you only bump into him once since then. But yeah, at that time he has Crobat, and Crobat evolves by friendship. And then after you beat him that last time in Mount Moon, he moves to the Indigo Plateau, and you can fight him like once a day or something at the Indigo Plateau, and he's on the path to becoming a better person. And there's actually an anime series they did. I think they released on YouTube is how they did it, and it was these like short episodes that focused on it was game lore, so not like anime lore, and it focused on things like that. And I know with there's an episode that shows Giovanni fleeing the police at the end of Red and Blue, and then there's another one that kind of shows the growth of Silver, and it's pretty good. Silver is my favorite rival across the entire series. Part of my reason why I like Gold and Silver so much. But yeah, so just hands down one of my favorite people. Fun fact, by the way, about that game. Do you remember there were named Team Rocket people in Heart Gold Soul Silver?
I was gonna ask you, was this the game where they had admins, but they didn't have names, so it had a design, but it was just Team Admin Guy.
Yeah, so you fight Rocket executives, and you fight Rocket executives and a Gold and Silver, and then in Heart Gold Soul Silver, they get names. So one of the executives is Ariana, another one is Petrol, and then you fight, I think, the final one at the radio station, and he's like the second in command now, canonically, to all that, and he's
So I'm probably thinking of the Gen 1 remake.
Archer.
Oh,
So,
Archer.
Archer is the name of the Rocket executive you fight in Heart Gold Soul Silver. He was not named in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And Gold, Silver, Crystal, he is labeled as Team Rocket admin or executive, and then he's actually, apparently, according to his Bulbapedia page, in Fire Red Leaf Green as Team Rocket admin.
Okay, so I am thinking of Gen 1.
But he doesn't get unique design until Heart Gold Soul Silver, and then he gets his name Archer, and then he shows up again. Okay, this is why he has a Fire Red and Leaf Green, is because they took the same team, I think. There must be a part. But you do fight him in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and it is Archer in Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and so you do fight Archer in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee.
We have to bring back this dynamic character of Executive Archer.
Yeah, but yeah, the Team Rocket executives, there are 4 of them, and they don't have names in Gen 2. And then they get names then they get names in and Fire Red Leaf Green, or not Fire Red Leaf Green, and Heart Gold Soul Silver, and their names are Proton, Petrol, Ariana, and Archer. And then Archer's like the second in command, is how he's like labeled.
So I don't have a lot to say about this one, because I think that Gen 2, its big claim to fame was that it made a bunch of mechanical changes and upgrades, because I mean, after the original game, it's so technically deficient that they really, really needed to step it up with the sequel. And they did. They introduced they introduced new types, a bunch of different Pokemon, different evolution sort of things. They revamped a couple of Pokemon. I'm just thinking of Steelix off the top of my head. Pokemon designs are pretty good. I think that a lot of Gen 2 became staples of later games. I think Game Freak brought a few of them back for the late games because people appreciated them.
So one of the things with Gen 2 that you may not even notice, Gen 2 is very reliant on Gen 1, right? A lot of new Pokemon evolved from Gen 1 Pokemon. It's Gen 2 is a very small gen, size-wise. And that's because, Gen 2 was the very first sequel, and unlike most of the Pokemon game, Gold and Silver are a direct sequel to Red and Blue. Like, they follow the events that happened in Red and Blue.
Yes.
Which, is why, we're talking about Team Rocket as the villains again, and, they had admins, and then the admins had to get names because they realized later in the series that these admins are more important characters and that we should name them and give them cool designs. So they did, and when they circled back to Gen 2. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, Dark type and Steel type got added. The only other time they added a type was Fairy type in Gen 6. I think this is not the second worst Pokemon game. I think the second worst Pokemon game for me is probably Sword and Shield.
I think that at the end of the day, like, Gen 2 is probably a game I more respect for what it did for the franchise overall, and just really showing that Gen 1 wasn't just a lightning in a bottle, and that Game Freak really had the stamina to keep making this a blockbuster series. They really reinvested in not only the tech of the Game Boy Color at the time, but also in, revamping the formula and redoing their math and do a thing that actually would not turn into spaghetti when someone tried to do something weird to it.
Yeah, mechanically, when you brought up the math, one of the changes... So I talked about in Gen 4 that we had the physical special split. In Gen 2, we had the special stat became the special defense and special attack stats. So in the original Gen 1, original red, blue, yellow, there aren't 6 stats, there's 5 stats, because special defense and special attack are one stat together called special, which means Chansey is very powerful. Because Chansey now also is strong because it has high special, which at the time was... And nowadays is just, it has incredibly high HP and incredibly high special defense. But back then it had incredibly high HP and incredibly high special, meaning its special moves hit harder too. Which at that time were fire, grass, electric, ice, dark, psychic, and dragon. Were the special types.
I was gonna suggest Dragon as a joke.
No, Dragon is a special type. Weirdly enough, Ghost is not a special type. I always found that weird, but Ghost is not a special type. It's a physical type.
I could kind of see that.
So you want to know the trick to remembering the special types, by the way, Jeff? There's a really
evolutions.
Easy trick to memorizing. Yes, evolutions plus Dragon. You just have to remember plus Dragon on top of the evolutions.
Well, we'll get there eventually. I mean, they're gonna run out of types to give evolutions to.
I mean, they've already stopped.
Oh.
I personally think, at least I suspect they stopped. I don't expect to get a new evolution of Eevee anytime soon. I think if they do add a evolution to Eevee, I think they should just add Dragon. That way all the special types, because let's be real, if Fairy got introduced, it probably would have been a special type. So that all the special types are Fairy, and then what you do is you introduce a different Pokemon that does the other types. So you make a new Pokemon that has all the other types. So you have one Pokemon that's all the physical types and one Pokemon that's all the special types. And so Eevee's the one that's all the special types, and then you introduce some other Pokemon that's all the physical types. And I'm not this idea is not original to me. Lots of people had the idea that, like, some people think they should make an evolution for all types, but then there are a lot of people who also think they should make it just the specials for evolution and then make a different Pokemon that does all the physical.
They could make an Oricorio that isn't garbage.
I mean, Oricorio changes forms. That's a little different than evolving. But yeah, Oricorio is not terrible.
So, the last word I have on Gen 2 is, like I said, I think it's a game I more respect for what it did to the series, rather than want to play myself anymore. Because, like I said, I just remember, like, a considerable amount of time in that game, I just was not having fun. Yeah. Well, we should probably move on to the transition that you thankfully gave me, because in my third spot, non-controversially, is Swarch, which I'm going to continue to call Swarch because I think it's funny. Swarch is in the spot specifically because they had a cool concept. They had a cool premise for the story they could have used, and they just didn't do anything with it. And the story is basically non-existent.
So if Sword and Shield did one thing right, in my opinion, is it knocked out Pokemon designs and it knocked out character designs. Like, the character designs and the Pokemon designs in that game are some of the best. However, they mentioned, and I remember this because, I followed the stuff when it's coming out, they mentioned that for this game, for the story, they wanted to focus on the gym challenge and going through the gyms. And
yeah.
I think what happened is that's what they wanted to do, and some of the leaders of the team that were building the game wanted to do that. But I think towards the end of development, I think they got pressure. I think they got pressure from higher ups to go back and there has to be a villain, there has to be this. And so what you end up having is at the very end, you have this really weird, rushed heel turn of Chairman Rose, which, like, the only reason what he did is evil is because he had no patience. Like, it literally, he's like, in 100 years, the world's doomed if we don't do this. Leon, let's go do it. And Leon's like, I can't do it tomorrow, but I can do it the day after. And because he flips out and
just does it himself.
Yeah, and then suddenly the Aether Foundation is just like super evil, and like they literally have to come tell you they're evil. Like, your characters literally don't know they're evil until one of them basically walks up to you and be like, "We're evil," and it's like, wait, what?
Well, yeah, because
Olivia walks up.
They were running the event.
Yeah, because you're like going to get dinner with Leon or something, and you're sitting there and you're like waiting for him to show up. You and Hop, and he's not there, and then like I think Olivia walks up and it's just like, "Mwahaha, we're evil, you're never gonna see him, blah 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 blah," and it's like, wait, what? you have no reason to be evil. Your plan is ultimately a good plan. It's flawed, but it's a good, like, I would say it's a good plan gone wrong, more so than I'd call it villainous.
Would you really say it's a good plan when their plan centralized about putting a Pokemon in a giant ball?
I mean, kind of. Like, what I mean to say is that his motives are good. Like, his reasons for wanting to do it and all that is good. The way he goes about it is entirely flawed and doomed to fail. But for whatever reason, he's suddenly evil about it.
He couldn't control the power of Yveltal and Ezevius.
I mean, no, because this is, not those two, but,
Oh, is this not? Oh yeah, because that's why. What the fuck is the goddamn... Oh no, those were a Sword and Shield dog who wasn't in the giant... I remember there being a giant ball power generator that he had.
Yeah, because the Pokemon that they're after isn't,
Oh, it's the big dragon gun thing.
Yeah. It's,
I'm just blanking on the name.
It's gonna come to me.
It's... My brain keeps saying Gigantamax, but that's the gimmick, not the name.
Gigantamax is the gimmick, yeah. It's, it's coming to me, and I just can't for the life of me.
Yeah, I'm just really blanking on this. But it's that Pokemon, it's not the dogs.
No, Zamazenta and Zacian are the dogs. Chairman Rose wants to, like, harness the power of Eternatus. There we go. Eternatus to, like, essentially solve an energy crisis. But, like, the energy crisis is, like, not gonna happen for 100 years. Or some really long period of time, and so like he's essentially just trying to solve it now because they can solve it now. But then when he asked Leon to help him, Leon can't wait, and or like Leon's like, well, hold on, can we wait a day? And Chairman Rose can't wait, and so Rose then like kind of like forces Leon to help him, or maybe he goes without Leon. I don't remember.
Well, he causes a disaster. I think he causes the Gigantamax disaster.
Yeah, and then Pokemon Star he brings about the Darkest Day again.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Back again.
But to kind of go back to the beginning, because this is the ending. I said when we were talking about it before, and I will continue to say, like, they had, like, a really good gimmick to start to this story. Like, this really could have been something really special, because the central premise of the story is that they wanted to turn even though it's the central thing of the whole universe, this universe's culture, they wanted to take the Pokemon journey and they wanted to turn it into a more of a sports spectacle. And so every gym is a sports stadium, and they always get tons of audience because, you know, it's always on TV and everyone knows about this.
Yeah, and every year there's a big competition that happens, like, so it's not just, you know, one person going up against the gym randomly. Every year they do a big spectacle gym challenge, and there's like people who are endorsed, right? They're like,
sponsorships,
endorsed by like companies and stuff to do this. And your endorsement comes from the champion himself. You and your main rivals' endorsements come from the champions themselves. But like, they're like the chairman of the whole league, which is Chairman Rose, the guy who does the sudden heel turn. He has a kid in there that's like his protege, who, like, my whole point is if they didn't do the weird villain stuff and they like really just, because one of the things I remember in development that they said they wanted to do is they really wanted the legendaries to feel like legends again, like in Gen 1 where, like, you know, you just kind of stumble upon
yeah.
Moltres and that's something they said back when the game was first being revealed that they wanted to do. And they kind of did it, but not really.
I can see it.
And as I said, I feel like it's because they had an idea and then shit had to get shoved in and then shit had to be this and then it crumbled. So I agree with you that there is something there that could have been awesome. And
but this is what I foresee, and this is why I was super disappointed about this, because, like, with sports, like, you can do a lot of behind the scenes stories involving sports. Like, you could have someone corrupt and, you know, they're cheating on the back end, and they're
doing the DLC.
They did do that. I mean, they did do it, but not. It wasn't a story thing. It was more just a mechanical thing during the actual boss fight. But, you know, you could have. I mean, they already have a rival, but, like, they could make, like, a big rival thing where, I don't know, you're competing against them and it gets really intense because, you know, you're like 1-to-1 during the whole. Well, that would be a longer story, so it probably wouldn't be a good example for this. There could be someone coming up to you and be like, you know, bribing you to take a dive, and it's those sorts of things. Like, there's a bunch of, like, tropey sports stories of, like, corruption, backhanded dealings that you could have done to make the story, and they just didn't do anything with it. It's literally just the gym challenge again from, like, 4 of these other games.
Right.
Yeah,
but as I said, one thing I do think personally, Sword and Shield did super good with is character designs. All of the character designs in that game are great. I love all the gym leaders are cool in that game. Not a single gym leader I thought was lame. You know, the rivals in that game, all of their designs are cool. I kind of wish we got a bit more story on, you know, like Bede and Marnie a bit more, because it feels like Bede's story feels really rushed, and then Marnie's story feels not as rushed, but could have been better and could have been more.
There wasn't a lot of Marnie, and that was disappointing because, like, Marnie was honestly, pretty much the characters who are actual characters in this game, like, they're solid characters. They don't do enough to really flesh out like a big arc, or they're not. I kind of want to say Hop is it. We spend a ton of time with Hop. We battle him a lot. He's always there, but I really wouldn't say he's all that interesting.
Hop's the least interesting of the rivals.
But I kind of
just wants to be like his brother, and then he kind of has the. I feel like where Hop's story gets interesting is in, like, the post-game thing with him, where, like, he realizes that he doesn't want to be like his brother, right? His whole aspiration, the whole main game, is that he wants to be like his brother. And then towards the end, he, like, loses that value. And so the post-game story has him finding a new value, and that new value is that he becomes the like assistant to the new professor because Sonia takes her grandmother's position and becomes, I think it's her grandmother, it might be her mother, I always forget. But
yeah, that was
Professor
a really
Magnolia,
old lady.
Yeah, Professor Magnolia essentially steps down and Sonia's the one in charge now, and Hop becomes her assistant. So Hop in the post game. But yeah, I feel like the game could have been better if we got more time with Marnie, because like Marnie's whole story is really cool when you think about it, right? You have this super downtrodden and like this whole, you have this big whole, as you mentioned, it's a spectacle, right? The Pokemon League is a spectacle, and like part of the reason it's a spectacle is because Gigantamax makes it larger than life, right? But there's one town that can't Gigantamax.
Oh, yeah.
Gigantamax. And this one town, they're like all thought to be losers, and there's like all this bad like press of this town.
Yeah, because
so
that's where Team Yell is also headquartered. So the city is also really shitty.
But yeah, so what happens is, Marnie's there to like prove her town's name, and Team Yell is her brother's, groupies in the South, because based on British culture, he's like the British underground punk scene, right?
Yeah, because while
so he gets his roadies, and his people to go like cheer on his sister, and you're talking about how they could have done corruption and stuff, and they could have, right there. Team Yell already is the closest thing to that in the game, because Team Yell's objective is they want to make the competition harder for other people to help Marnie. So even though Marnie doesn't want their help, they're like causing pressure. So you're talking about someone paying you to take a dive? There could be a Team Yell person that like approaches you before like an important battle with like Marnie, who like tries to get you to take a dive. And like that could have been a thing, and other things like that. Like instead of them just kind of being really obnoxious fans who sometimes kind of get in the way on random routes, they could have done more to get in your way in the actual competition of the gyms. Like they should have like shown up in gyms to do stuff in gyms. Like that feels more of the place for what their concept is, what they're trying to do, where they're trying to be disruptive to other participants to kind of stifle other competitors so that Marnie has a higher chance. Not that Marnie needs it.
No, she never does.
Marnie doesn't want them there, but they're always there, and it's because they're her big brother's people. And she doesn't really have the heart to like tell them off.
To crush their dreams.
To crush their dreams. So she just kind of accepts the fact that like Team Yell's always following around and gonna be in other people's way.
I guess we should probably talk about Team Yell a little bit, since we can talk about, because I do want to get around to the Pokemon in of itself after this, but Team Yell is weird because like if I was like thinking about this super subjectively, I'd be like, yeah, they're a garbage team and I hate them. But the problem is that Team Yell is so goofy and so non-effective. Like, they're basically joke characters, and like I can't take them seriously enough to like outright hate them as a team, because what they're running around and doing is like I don't know, they're like put a Pokemon on the road, or they're like harassing a Pokemon or a guy in the road in order to block you from going further. Like, that's kind of the extent of their villainous plans.
They're not villains, they're just hooligans.
They're so bad at being bad that I can't take them seriously at all.
Because they're not bad people. Remember that their goal is just to save their town.
Yeah, but they are still being dicks.
Right.
Like, I'm not gonna give them a slide.
They're being hooligans.
They're being a big problem in like just a really comedic way.
Yeah, they're the definition of hooligan, in my opinion.
I guess the worst thing I could say about them is that they really didn't need to be called a team, and it seems like they're just called a team for tradition's sake. They could have been called literally anything, and it would have been just as equal.
I mean, they are semi-organized under a leader, so...
Yeah, I suppose. And I will say that even though it works for story, I was kind of disappointed in band leader's gym because I was sitting there and I was like, your gimmick is that you don't Gigantamax. Really?
No, it's a gimmick. It's that the town doesn't have the like necessary whatever the bullshit.
Yeah, they don't have the Gigantamax spot, and I don't know. Maybe it would have worked better if it wasn't the 7th gym. Because I'm like, we're really late in the game, and your gimmick is that this gym is just going to be less challenging than the other gyms. Because, I mean,
it's not less challenging, because you can't Gigantamax, so, like, I'd argue it's more challenging, because Gigantamax is fucking busted as hell.
I guess I didn't really think of it as a necessity to use, because, I mean, the gym leader only does it once, and you don't specifically need to do it to beat over their Pokemon.
No, I'm aware, but my point is Gigantamax is so busted that if you can do it, then the fights where the computer can do it are a cakewalk, because you can do it, and you can do it better than they can.
Okay, so, yeah, let's get to the one thing that Swartz does, like, objectively well. And that would...
I already said character design is one.
Yeah. I would say this ties into it because, like, the new Pokemon that they put in were like you said, they were really, really good.
Yeah.
You know, Boltund isn't even my favorite Pokemon, but for just being an electric dog Pokemon, it's simple and it's pretty effective as a design. Corviknight obviously is a fucking badass Pokemon, which they somehow wrapped a bird in armor and made it work.
I also disagree with you. Yapper is the better of the electric dogs.
Yeah, but he's like level 12. Like,
yeah, he's adorable. He's a goddamn dumbass. He's such a dummy.
Oh.
You walking around being stupid, and you're just like, ah, it's kind of dumb. It's so derpy.
I forgot, like, the better example is that when I was playing the game, like, during Route 1, I don't think you have your Pokeballs yet, so you can't actually get Pokemon the first time they go through the first route.
Yes.
When I was playing the game, and this was weird for Pokemon, because of how well they did it. When I got my Pokeballs, whenever you get it, I'm pretty sure it's in the first town. I was like, I need to go back to that first route because there was like 3 Pokemon on that route that I wanted on my first team.
So you get the Pokeballs on the like side road from the first town after the starter town. So you go through one route to get to the second town, and then from that second town, you take a route down to the right to get to Magnolia's place, and it's that, when you first get to that route, that you're given Pokeballs. And another thing that we should applaud this game for is it's the first Pokemon game where you can tell them, no, I know how to catch Pokemon, and they just let you catch Pokemon.
Yeah,
so
they
I
should
will
have.
ask you if you know what you're doing, and you say, yes, I do, and he's like, okay, see ya, and he gives you the Pokeballs, and you don't have to watch the tutorial of them catching a Pokemon.
Oh, yeah, we should also mention that, remind me if I'm wrong, but this is also the first game that does, I don't know what you want to call it, Pokemon sight on the route itself.
Oh yeah, the Pokemon show up on the route.
Like that, I know it's a smaller thing, but that is, like, for me, that is, like, such a super quality of life feature because I don't have to go through the rigmarole of running, like, 6 random encounters to determine what's actually in the route. I can just look and see, there's the Pokemon that are common. Okay, do I want them? No, I can move on.
Right, and it also makes, and this might be part of the reason why I feel like one of the negatives of this game is it feels like a game goes by really fast, and it might be partially because of this, actually. Because Pokemon are physically on the route, and they show up, they spawn in the grass and stuff, there isn't really random encounters, you run around stuff. So, like, stuff will, like, see you and try to chase you and stuff, but, like, a lot of times you can get around stuff. So it's very quicker to get through stuff because, you know, you're not gonna... Every 3 steps, you're not going to have a random encounter, because you can dodge the random encounters.
Well, there is also the consideration, and I'm not gonna really talk about this beyond this, because I don't really super care. I mean, I will say that the world design is kind of interesting, but the obvious problem is that all the routes are hallways.
Yes, all the routes in this game are a hallway.
Which, it is super disappointing because, yes, they can be long, they can be windy hallways, but it really does remove something from the journeying aspect when there's only one way to go, and, you know, there's some branches you can go to get an item, but that's not exploratory. It feels very linear, and even though, like, the lines are, you know, they're colorful and interesting, like, I remember the one branch you go down, I can't remember the route, the town before it, but like the forest, the mushroom forest town was like that. Those two towns in a row, that town and the town before, was like really super interesting. I was like, wow, it's really a shame that I'm literally just gonna do the gym and run away from here.
Yeah, so I agree with you. So in my opinion, and the wild areas, the first wild area, the DLC wild areas are better, and you know, it's kind of that they took the critique and they worked on it, because the DLC wild areas have more like kind of biomes and environments you go through, but like you have to go through the wild area a lot, and it's kind of empty and just kind of,
yeah,
like, sometimes there's like a cool rock formation or something, but it's not really like a different biome, and a lot of the routes kind of have this where they're just kind of generic-y, with the exception being the routes you were just talking about, which the 4th and 5th gym is a desert, and like there's ruins and stuff, and then after the desert you immediately go into like fairy forest with like giant glowing mushrooms and stuff. And so it's like this huge change of pace where every route before has just been kind of like generic grass and trees and stuff. Nothing really to speak about. You know, the towns and stuff kind of have cool designs, but most of the routes are rather generic. And then after you're done with like the fairy forest and the desert area, well then you head through like another deserty area that's on the other side of one town, and then you hit all the snow. And for the most part, the snow city is super cool. I actually really like the city that's in the snow area, because it has like the saunas and stuff, or like the steam baths, like the hot spring baths and stuff. But like the snow routes are really generic, and then they give you like the sort of only area that's not super linear, which is like after the ice gym or the rock gym, depending on your version. In the snow city, you have to like surf through an area, and there's like ice chunks that kind of make it, you know, windier, as you said. It's not really, but like it feels a little like you're a little lost in there, and grapple lock is kind of like there to get you. So like at the very least, because grapple lock, I don't know why, but Grapplock's the one Pokemon in that game that just, like, sees you and fucking tries to get you. Like, that's one of the only Pokemon that I feel I have difficulty outrunning. That, and then in the DLC, Sharpedos.
Ooh, yeah.
Those are the only, like, times I felt like the, like, wild Pokemon chase you thing actually was like, oh god!
I don't want to run away from you anymore!
Grapplock sees you and he's like, I'm gonna get you, and Sharpedos see you and they just bullet at you. Other than that, it doesn't feel that much. And then yeah, most of the routes are rather meh. And the biggest disappointment for me when it comes to the route issue of this game is like, you know, you're used to kind of these like bigger routes challenge moments on the way to Elite Four, and it's just like you get on a train and then you walk up a hill.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
And they kind of do this cool visual where, like, because you're going up a hill, like, as you get closer and closer to the top, you can kind of see more and more of the upcoming town. But, like, other than that, it's kind of like a bigger city. There's not really much excitement to the town where the final, like, Elite Four stuff is. So, like, it's just kind of a bigger city, but it doesn't have, like, out of all the cities, it probably has, like, the most generic design of all the cities in the game.
Yeah.
I think
I would agree.
cool designs. I think some of the cities have cool designs in that game. I mean, the Fairy Forest City. You have kind of like the it feels kind of steampunky, like the essential city for like the first 3 gyms that you like, go to where you start your like, gym journey. That city's kind of cool. It's kind of like very industrial. And then you have, the farm town with like the like Stonehenge in the background and stuff like that. You can see from like the town, and there's like the Irish Hill like stone stuff in that town, and then you go to like the seaside town, and it's very like fishery and stuff like that, and then you have the water gym there, and then you loop back around to the the industrial town with the fire gym, and then the 2 most generic towns in that game is the town that the Dragon Gym's in, and the town where the Elite Four, the final tournament's in. Not really Elite
Of
Four.
all the ones to pick.
Yeah, those are the most generic ones. In my opinion, I think all the other towns have a bit more like style to them.
But yeah, the one thing that I eventually wanted to get around to talking about is that, Swartz is definitely in the period, post-Dexit, when that was a big complaint around I don't know which gen had that controversy.
Sword and Shield.
Oh, it was this one.
It was this one.
But yeah, like, fucking Swartz really came out of the gate to punch that controversy in the face, because the variety in Pokemon they picked that made the cut, this was a really good one to just catch things, and just how many solid Pokemon they included, not on top of the gen itself, which I think we said had pretty... This was a really solid gen of Pokemon in of itself.
It's just it flopped super hard on the story. The Dexit babies, you make a comment that you think that they shut down that. No, the Dexit babies would disagree with you. The people who were super mad about Dexit are still super mad about it, and they'll just never get over it. And it's like, wow, really? You're that mad over the fact that like a Pokemon, like. There's enough Pokemon in every Pokemon game that I don't feel super, like, unless your whole thing was that I only use this Pokemon I transfer up from every game ever since I was a kid. Like, if that's your thing, I'm sorry, but that's really not how these games are meant to be played. And if that's not your thing, then shut up. There's no problem. Just go and catch stuff. There's plenty of stuff to catch. Besides, when you play through a new Pokemon game, the thing that most people, in my opinion, focus on are the new Pokemon. You're going to want to use more of the new Pokemon before you use the old Pokemon. And then, the old Pokemon, yeah, as long as you have a good gathering of them, I don't feel like you need all of them. So I never really was super... I was like, yeah, it's disappointing, but then, when the game finally came out, I was like, yeah, no, there's no problem whatsoever. Like, I have 0 issue with this.
Well,
but there's still people who are butthurt, is my point. There's still a large section of people who all they do is bitch about that, and they'll keep bitching about it forever now, so.
Well, the thing is that, I don't know if they came out and said it. I can't imagine they would announce this as a thing. So the fans found out they were going to do the Dexit thing at some point. So they figured out that the developer was going to do Dexit. They weren't going to be able to stop doing it because they don't want to sink the development hours into doing it. So we have to accept that it's going to be a thing. So going forward from that, what's going to determine Pokemon, I don't know if I want to call it a portion of Pokemon quality games in the core series, the thing that's going to determine that, not going to be all Pokemon in of itself, it's going to specifically be which ones made the cut. If they pick a bad roster, then it's bad. But if they pick a good roster, which they did in Swartz, then it's good. It's exactly the same amount of good pre-Dexit and post-Dexit, because that's the only Pokemon that are available.
Now, if I recall correctly, one of the things with Dexit, though, to give them a little bit of credit, is I think somewhere along the way when talking about the fact that some of the Pokemon, not all the Pokemon were going to be back, someone mentioned it's because it takes a lot of time to do the sprites and stuff. And people kind of proved that most of the sprites in Sword and Shield, were not really changed from the previous game. So, which is both, like, I feel like it's both a truth and a lie to that, because you're taking the stuff from the handheld and you're still getting it to be on a console, and you have to like up resolutions, and there's probably like a bit of retexturing and stuff that needs to be done. And you know, there's things that need to be done that you're not going to necessarily notice that definitely were happening. And then they fix, but then some of the things people pointed out, like, people were like, oh, well, they have to animate the Pokemon to run because they show up on the routes now, and then people like pointed to Wingull. I remember it was the one where like Wingull doesn't really, it just like slides. Like it doesn't animate while it moves, it just kind of slides. And there's like a lot of Pokemon that kind of just slide around because they don't have to run, they either float or slide. So there's a lot of models just kind of sliding on above the surface. They did do a better job at this in Scarlet and Violet, in my opinion. Where Scarlet and Violet, you know, Pokemon textured are different. Like they're like steel Pokemon or Pokemon that have like gems and stuff. There's actually like a shininess to them that was never there before, that I thought was interesting. And Scarlet and Violet, and then Scarlet and Violet has more animation to the Pokemon, you know. Just kind of, you know, instead of just standing there lifelessly while you're waiting between like issuing orders and stuff, they'll like do motions and stuff again. So they kind of addressed it, but yeah, that's one of the things that I remember people being mad about.
Yeah, I was gonna say that probably more of a legitimate annoyance you could have is that, I don't know how annoyed you'd want to be at, but I suppose if you wanted to, you could be annoyed at old Pokemon being added in with DLC, but I mean, that's kind of the reason that you're paying for the DLC, because they're spending more time to add them back in, but you're paying for them to do the time. So I don't know if, I don't know, it's like, I can kind of see people being annoyed about that, but I also see that, I mean, that, well, how else is it gonna happen?
I'd be annoyed with it if it was like you know, like how you buy DLC characters for a game, right? Like, if it was just pay this money and you can have these Pokemon in your game, I'd be mad. But it's not just you buy this and you get these Pokemon in your game. It's not like a character pass kind of thing. It's like a new story in a new location, a smaller scale story in a smaller scale location. But you get a new location, you get new people, new story, kind of like a half story. And there's, you know, some new stuff. There's new moves. Like, there's new stuff added in those DLCs. You know, there's in the DLC there's about 2 or 3 new Pokemon per DLC, so there's not a whole lot of new Pokemon in each DLC. I think the newest gen did it stronger. I think there's more new Pokemon in each of the DLCs in Scarlet and Violet than there are new Pokemon in, like new Pokemon, not returning new Pokemon, but new Pokemon and Sword and Shield's DLC. But you do get the story, you get new characters, you get kind of this mini adventure. And on top of that, this mini adventure, because it takes place in a new locale, brings in an excuse to put other Pokemon that didn't make the cut for the main the main game in there, and now you get more Pokemon, right? So if it was just pay money and you get the Pokemon, I'd call it fucked, and I'd be super mad. But it's not. It's a whole mini story that they could have sold that mini story to you and just used all the Pokemon in the base game and just did a little mini story and probably charged the same amount and people would still would have bought it. But they do also put old Pokemon that didn't make the cut back in there for these DLCs, right? They made a point of making sure that was there. So I'm not mad about it.
Well, we should mention that these in the world of DLC, the pack, like they do, like you said, they do put a bunch of things in. I'll just say a bunch of things. They are expensive DLC. I think it's like $15, $17 a pop. Yeah,
but I'm used to paying $15 for like a single character for like a fighting game. So I guess maybe that's where you and I differ a bit. But yeah, so you know, if it was $15 and you could have all these old Pokemon, I'd be yelling, you know, I'd be riding. But this is $15 and you get like, you know, kind of a mini story, like a half story in my opinion, and like a whole new like place to explore. And not only do they add old Pokemon, but they add all these new moves and or new TMs and new items. Like there's all this new stuff that gets added in these DLCs other than just old Pokemon. So I think it's worthwhile. You know, they added some mini game kind of stuff for, and they added a couple small things in the Isles of Armor, and then in the Crown Tundra they added like a whole mini game, new raid thing where you have to do like a series of raids with fight a legendary Pokemon at the end. And like, you know, they added things for you to do. So like I think it's fine for the $15 price tag, but I mean, as I said, I'm used to paying $15 for you know, like a single character. Like let me go, I'm gonna, just for comparison, I'm gonna go to DLC for Street Fighter 6. I'm gonna see how much things got. So the DLC character pass for Street Fighter 6, the year 1 character pass, it gets you 4 additional characters, and each of those characters are gonna come with like an outfit, and that's $30. So 4 characters, $30. Okay. So,
yeah, that's a consideration. I honestly don't have a lot to say about the DLC. The higher level one, I basically didn't do anything because after you get introduced to the raid things, I think they got like 3 different. Well, I know they have something more story focused for the big-headed legendary that rides a horse. That's kind of interesting, but it's kind of one of those quests where it's more just run around town and do town things. Rather than, I felt like I spent, well actually that's probably not true, I don't think I spent more time in town than the wilderness doing that.
Well, so the Crown Tundra, there gets to be a point where, and I don't remember when it is, but essentially, you get tasked with investigating all these different legends, and so like one is go do the legendary bird quest line, and then there's a whole legendary bird quest line with like a mini story to that. And then it's like, go do all the Reggie stuff. So you go do all the Reggie stuff. And then there's the go do the main, like, horse, and Calyrax thing, which is, like, the main one with the most focus on it. And that one takes a bit. And then I think there's, like, a couple other stuff.
So, yeah, I just didn't get much out of it because, in Pokemon, like, one of the things I'm least interested in is legendary hunting. And since, you know, 2 of the 3 are legendary hunts, and I mean, technically the 3rd one is also a legendary hunt. Except it's more of a quest.
Yeah, I mean, they're all 3 quests. Like, there's quests to them, like people you talk to. Not Peony, but her dad, whose name I'm spacing on, the steel trainer.
I am too.
He keeps showing up in all 3 quests. Like, he shows up and does do stuff in all 3 of them. The funny one is the Calyrax one, which I don't know if you even got to the part, but there's a point where you like meet Calyrax, and the way Calyrax talks to you is he psychically grabs. No, it is Peony. Peony is the dad. What's the daughter's name then?
Oh, she's completely forgettable. Like, she's not even in the story most of the time.
No, yeah, she's not as important. Peona, or
Okay.
Yeah. Peonia. I don't know. But anyway, Peony. So the way Calyrax talks to you in the stories, it possesses Peony, so like Peony starts floating and then it's like really silly, and then like Peony can never remember what happened. So like Peony's all of a sudden just like, hey, what happened? Like what? Why am I here? And then Calyrex is gone. So like Peony never really gets to see Calyrex, because Calyrex always like mind controls them to talk to you. But Calyrex physically talks to you. Also, fun fact, if you didn't catch it, Peony is the brother of Rose.
Yeah, I kind of figured they would have had to put in some reason of why it looks like they basically reused his model. Which, I'm not throwing too much shade at them, but I mean, it literally looks like the same guy. Except maybe he doesn't have a beard or a hat. There's like some difference between them.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to look into this. According to Bulbapedia, Penny is the daughter of Peony. Penny from Scarlet and Violet, the girl with the Eevee backpack.
Oh, her? Really?
She's apparently the daughter of Peony and the sister of Peonia.
Huh. That's weird. Kind of weird because it doesn't come up at all.
Yeah, but it has to be stated somewhere.
I mean, maybe. Like, Pokemon's always been very bad at flavor text, so it's probably easily missable.
Like, my guess is there's like some, there's the optional like classes you can do.
Yeah, that's...
Penny is implied to be the daughter of Peony, as along with her home region being Galar, she uses Peony's specific phrase, "aventure," during a conversation with her father.
Okay. Sure.
So that's where it is. So yeah, Penny is implied to be the daughter of Peony, as along with her home region being Galar, she uses Peony's specific phrase "aventure" during a conversation with her father.
But I did specifically want to mention Peony because Peony is one of my favorite characters because he's very upbeat and very intense. Like, yeah, he's a very funny character, and he really just lights up the screen.
Which is why I really enjoy the parts where like Calyrex brain controls him, because that like super lightheartedness and the kind of like he's himbo-y, like he's kind of dumb. He's big and strong, he's dumb.
He is pretty stupid.
He is kind of a himbo. So like after he gets mind controlled by Calyrex, there's always this humorous bit. Where he's like confused and like you can see Calyrex sneaking away in the background kind of deal.
And he's one of those characters that isn't really annoying or aggravating, because the thing that he wants to do is he wants to... I don't want to say drag, because I can't imagine why she would have been there if she didn't want to at all. But he wants to drag his daughter to go on crazy adventure-y vacations. And Aventure. And because she doesn't want to do this at all, the daughter basically pawns her dad off on you.
Yes, yep. So she's like, I wanted to go on vacation, but I don't want to spend the whole vacation with my dad doing, dad vacation stuff. So here, I'm gonna go do this thing, and I'm gonna go do like the new mini game thing that we can do, and I'm gonna pawn my dad off on you. Also, fun fact, my dad used to be champion. See ya, bye!
And
gym leader? Was Peony? Maybe gym leader. I know Mustard used to be the champion, but I thought Peony was also the champion at one point in time.
And it is kind of a joke, just in my experience, because I didn't know when I went into this. And you don't know this until it happens. So you have this goofy or intro cutscene to the DLC, and then you get into the fight with Peony, and he's only got like 2 or 3 Pokemon. He's got a small team, but he just hits you with like a team of high 60s or low 70s. And it's like, this goofy guy has this incredibly powerful team.
Yeah, and he's like his brother, he's a steel trainer, so his team is all steel type.
So now that we've went over the funner parts, should we stop having fun and talk about the dumbest thing that this game did and actually go through the ending?
I mean, we already did.
Well, I kind of wanted to go over it a little more because when when we were first talking about it, we had like one of our big arguments, and I kind of wanted to say the reason why we had that big argument was because we had that talk like either a day or like 3 hours after I finished the game. So because the ending was so fucking ridiculously mismanaged, I wanted to go through it step by step, and we were having arguments about putting the really specific steps right where they were supposed to be. And we were like, that didn't happen there, that happened over there. And then, like, we did that like 3 times because there was like a series of like 16 things that happened that don't make that much sense and are just outright idiotic.
Which is why I just say let's gloss past it. I think it's just the as I said, there's a really bad heel turn, right? Where like
immediate, like you're like in the middle of the championship, like the tournament itself, like it's like a 3-day thing, and on the second day is when Leon goes having his business meeting with Rose, which is the thing that we talked about. You have to fight up to his tower, and it is insane because it did need to happen there, and like in the middle of the tournament.
Right. Well, and there's no reason for Chairman Rose to be evil, as stated. He's got like 100 years before the bad thing he's trying to prevent happens. So he has no reason to do what he's gonna do. So
clearly this was put in at the last minute, and they did not know how to fucking marry the championship with the team battle thing.
So from the Chairman Rose page of Bulbapedia, during the player's travels, Rose discusses with Leon a plan to secure an energy source for Galar that can convert a projected energy crisis that would occur within the next 1,000 years.
1,000 years, like...
When Hop and the player head to Rose Tower to confront Leon for failing to appear for dinner, they catch a discussion between the two, with Leon arguing that Rose's plan can wait until after the championship match, and Rose insists upon taking action immediately. He then apologizes for delaying them, but after Leon departs, Rose begins to enact a scheme. He releases Eternatus, which he had been energizing with wishing stars collected by Bede, to enact the second darkest day in order to provide Galar with near infinite supply of energy. However, Eternatus proves to be impossible to control, and Rose is forced to interrupt the championship match between the player and Leon to enlist Leon's help to defeat and catch Eternatus. Hop and the player follow Leon to the energy plant to confront Rose, with Hop being defeated by Rose's Pokemon and Rose in turn losing to the player. After his defeat, Rose applauds the player and invites them and Hop to join Leon at the Tower Summit, confident in Leon's chances of capturing Eternatus. However, while Leon had ward down the Pokemon, he was unable to catch it, and it is only stopped by the combined strength of the player, Hop, Zacian, and Zamazenta before being captured by the player. Rose is not seen again after Eternatus' capture, having turned himself over to the authorities. Subsequently, Leon takes over Rose Tower and inherits the position of league chairman from Rose, using these new positions to create the Battle Tower and the Galarian Star Tournament.
So yeah, I guess
According to Oleana, Rose once worked in a coal mine a long time ago. In the Crown Tundra, Peony is revealed to be Rose's younger brother. When they were young, they caught Peony's first Pokemon, Q-Font, together. However, their relationship deteriorated due to Peony's frequently being compared to his more accomplished brother. Peony went on to become a gym leader and later champion, but when Rose became the Galar League chairman, Peony resigned his champion status. So yeah, and what they didn't mention here is like the weird like Oleana and like the his company like trying to stop you from talking to
Yeah.
Because they mentioned you go to Rose Tower to confront Leon for preparing to show up for dinner, but they like left out the part where like Oleana literally shows up to tell you that Leon is at the Rose Tower and you're never gonna see him. Blah 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 blah. Like to essentially give an evil monologue gloat thing, and then you end up like chasing around grunts to get like the keys to get to there so that you can get the tram to go there, and then once you get there you have to like fight a million people on the elevator, then fight Oleana herself, all because you want to talk to Leon about the fact that he's late for dinner. Like literally nothing bad, just let him in, say yeah he's talking to the chairman right now, please wait, and sit us down on the couch, and that's all we would do, and it would have been fine. So like there's all this chaos and all this random like heel turning of suddenly Chairman Rose and his organization is like evil because they want to prevent this energy crisis in 1,000 years. And in order to prevent the energy crisis, you have to like battle and capture Eternatus, and you know, if they did it under very controlled circumstances, they probably could easily succeed, but you know, Leon literally says, "Can't wait a day," and Rose says no, so he goes about it without the, you know, pre-setup and like, you know, they don't have it like set up, and he just kind of like haphazardly tries to enact it, and because of it, he causes a bunch of chaos.
So yeah, it was like this had no thought. This was just first draft, go to fucking print.
And I feel like it's because they were literally just eventually told, like, no, there needs to be a bad guy.
When clearly we already had enough adversity, and, well, it doesn't matter. They made the wrong decision. The director really just did not know how to fucking shove this in.
Yeah, as I said, my personal theory of what happened is the original directors, and, like, the people working on the game wanted to do this more focused, like, gym story, and somewhere later in the pipeline, like much later in development, you know, when it was kind of too late to like change things, or like change everything and like start from scratch, they were forced to put in like an actual bad guy and not like, you know, Pearson Team Yell bad guys in quotation marks. And because of that, they had to do this sudden heel turn thing with Chairman Rose, and this whole thing where, like, maybe they were originally planning that was like in the post game, you help Chairman Rose with this, and because you're champion now, like, you know how he's trying to get Leon to help him, like maybe he gets you and Leon or something. I don't know what maybe they originally might have been trying to do to get Eternatus in there as something to do, but like they suddenly shoved this in there, and it's really bad.
Yeah,
it's a huge clusterfuck right at the end. So like the game story is nothing to write home about for the most part. Like, you know, as basically the only there's like interesting stuff with the characters happening from time to time, but not a lot. So there's just a lot of like go gym, fight gym, stuff like that. You know, there's interesting stuff around Marnie, and there's some interesting stuff around Bede, and it feels like Bede is this huge missed opportunity in my opinion. But like, there's still fun stuff where, like, you know, when the fairy gym leader decides, yes, Bede, you might have got kicked out of the tournament, but I see promise in you. Come with me, boy. And she like basically drags the Bede off to become the fairy gym leader. That's kind of neat. That's kind of cute. But like, yeah, then you have this, you know, you just have this huge clusterfuck right at the end where like Chairman Rose is the bad guy, and it feels really haphazardly shoved in right at the end for the sake of having a bad guy, and it's this huge mess, and it really shouldn't have been there.
This was definitely a game that has it does good in places where it's important that they get it right. But as a game in a whole, it's got holes in it, and that's why it's on the bottom half for me. But we probably should move on, because I think beyond the ending, that's kind of all I really had to say about Swarch.
Oh, you know what's one thing that I feel like is kind of underestimated from Sword and Shield that I really like?
And what is that?
The fact that, like, it helps make the characters memorable, but, like, all the characters have trading cards.
Oh yeah, the old league card thing.
You collect the trading cards of, like, all the gym leaders, and then there's 2 cards for every single person. There's, like, one of, like, the official, like, art of them, so it's, like, the very professional one, and then there's always, like, one goofy one. And, like, every character has them. The goofy one's the rare league card, and then the normal league card is the, like, professional one. But, like, it has them, and then it has, like, background lore on them that you can read, and those are really fun. That was something cool they did, and it helps make all the gym leaders feel, you know, more memorable. Because I do believe, personally, the gym leaders that have, like, the most character to them across the whole series are Sword and Shield's gym leaders. I feel like they have the best character of all the gym leaders. Because, like, we all love gym leaders, and as kids, we remember all the gym leaders. You know, we remember things like Miltank from Whitney and stuff, and a lot of times though, gym leaders are very quick come and go characters and the story of Pokemon games. So even though, yeah, they're memorable because of this and that, or just typically you have to just get a good design for memorable to help make them memorable, and then, like, certain Pokemon and stuff. But, like, I feel like the ones where they put in the most effort to make the gym leaders memorable and all this stuff was Sword and Shield, and I actually really appreciated it. So yeah, anyway, that just kind of ties back to, once again, I think the character designs from Sword and Shield are some of, if not the best in the series. But yeah, let's move on to the next game. Are we just going up here?
Yeah, we're going to continue going towards the best.
Okay.
And this one, again, is probably going to be controversial, but there's a specific reason for it. Specific disappointment that I had, and that is my disappointment with my run of Brilliant Diamond.
Really? Brilliant Diamond's the next one.
Yes.
This would be a gen I consider, some people consider #1. I think this is a high contender for #1 for a lot of people.
It really is the remake's fault on this part. I probably wouldn't have put it this low if I was playing Platinum, but that's the problem, is that I don't know who the hell made this decision, but they really, really needed to not make a remake of Diamond. They needed to make they needed to make a remake of Platinum, because going through Brilliant Diamond, it's just missing a lot of what I would characterize as the best stuff in Gen 4, and that was honestly the Giratina stuff. Like, the fact that the remake doesn't have the World of Distortion in it in the main course of events is really bizarre to me, because that's one of the most memorable parts of that game. But yeah, and then while I was maligning that didn't exist, I was looking back and I was like, you know, the meetings I'm having with Team Galactic aren't as good as how I thought they would be. Like, the things that I remember are, like, Team Galactic's assaults on things don't seem to be all that connected, and I don't really know what they're planning on, because I remember they were fighting, like, they were taking over the wind power plant, and they seemingly just drop that for something else, and then they go assault another organization or building, and that doesn't seem to tie in, other than very generic, they were just looking for energy.
The second building is their building. That they own that building. You go to get a guy from that building because he's not where he's supposed to be, because he went to confront them in that building. So you go to the second at the grass, after the grass gym, you go to do that confrontation with Jupiter, but it's a Team Galactic headquarters in that city, because it's their, like, regional, headquarter in that city. And you go to that one because the guy for the bike shop is in there, and you need a bike to leave that town, because the bike route is the way you leave that town to progress forward. And you have to go there because he went there to confront them on, they, like, took someone's Pokemon or something for there, and that's what it was.
And the other major thing that I remember is the first time that you meet leader guy, who I'm spacing on the name of.
Cyrus.
The first time that you meet Cyrus in the mountain, when he's talking to someone else about... You just catch his conversation, to my memory, and then when they leave, Cyrus turns around and then you are like, "Hey, Cyrus, it's me, character guy." And then he just starts monologuing to you about being evil. To someone he's never met before. You know, I was like, what the hell are you doing? I just said hi. Like, I don't even know you. I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. And then he just leaves. Like, it's such a bizarre cutscene and dialogue thing.
Bizarre. Cyrus is an interesting villain in the fact that he is, you know, probably the villain in Pokemon that he has no interest in hiding, you know, what he is and who he's about, kind of deal.
He'll tell it to anybody.
He's got this very pessimistic worldview and stuff, and yeah. So when you first meet him, so by the way, he's not talking to anybody in Mount Coronet. He just happens to cross your path. Like, you just happen to be walking in opposite directions, essentially, I think. And he just, talks to you about, you know, how, you know, terrible the world is and how it kind of just needs to be destroyed. Like, because it's basically his goals. The world sucks, I'm gonna blow it up. It's a very nihilistic plan. But yeah, so you were mentioning their activities, so I went to pull it up. Team Galactic first appears in Jubilife City, harassing Professor Rowan and his assistant, and trying to get them to give over Rowan's research. Oh,
yeah.
With the player returning from Orberg City, just in time to help. After this, the player's next encounter with the organization is in the Valley Windworks, where Mars heads up on a scheme to steal energy to use for their activities. So it's energy to use for things like the machines and stuff that are going to capture Oopsie, Mexico, and all that. So that's why she's there. She's there to get energy. After she's been defeated in the Valley Windworks, Team Galactic's building in Eterna City remains as a stronghold on the western side of the region, led by Jupiter. Team Galactic's leader Cyrus is first encountered, so they don't even bring up why the Team Galactic building, why you go there. Okay, the player enters Team Galactic Eternia building to save Rad, Rickshaw's Clefairy, and other Pokemon that Team Galactic have stolen from the residents of Eterna City. It is a compulsory part of the game. Defeating the henchmen and Jupiter in the battle will result in Rad's Clefairy, the rescue of Rad's Clefairy. It'll give you a bicycle as thanks, allowing you to progress. So, that city, they're just kind of, you know, Team Galactic is just being dicks, and they're just stealing people's Pokemon in that city. Which, I mean, a lot of the villains across the series have moments during the game where they're just kind of stealing people's Pokemon for the sake of stealing people's Pokemon. But yeah, Team Galactic's leader, Cyrus' first encounter shortly after this, as the player travels through the south cave of Mount Coronet for the first time. So he does not give his name and does not imply that he's involved with the group, but he does say some shit. After this, Team Galactic remains low on the radar for a while, not appearing again until Veilstone City, where their base is set up. After the player beats Maylene, Rowan's assistant will ask them for help in defeating 2 Team Galactic grunts, the same as those in Jubilife City, who have stolen their Pokedex and refuse to return it. Eventually, after Crasher Wake is defeated, a single grunt loitering near the entrance to the Great Marsh will claim to have a bomb, but run away when he is overheard. The player must chase him to Valor Lakefront, where he will finally battle and will run off scared due to his feet. In Celestic Town, the player defeats a grunt who's planning on causing damage to the town and is then confronted by Cyrus, who reveals himself as the leader of Team Galactic before issuing a threat and leaving. Team Galactic disappears until after the player has met with their rival Rowan and Rowan's assistant and Canalave Library. After Byron has been defeated, Here it is found that they are responsible for a huge explosion at Lake Valor caused by a galactic bomb, originally mistaken for a tremor. After Saturn is defeated at Lake Valor and Mars at Lake Verity, Team Galactic will block the player's path to Lake Equity from its lakefront until Candace has been defeated, although Jupiter defeats the player's rival before the player arrives. From here, Team Galactic final push remains, with a showdown occurring in Team Galactic headquarters in Wilson cities after an initial infiltration, and then a trek to Spear Pillar at Mount Coronet to stop Cyrus from summoning Dialga and Palkia to destroy and remake the universe. Here, the rival teams up with the player to defeat Mars and Jupiter together, while Cyrus and the legendary Pokemon remain as a final challenge. After the player is either defeated or caught, Cyrus will tell player he is not finished and will try again once. He'll try once again to remake the universe for himself, but is never seen again, with the assets of Team Galactic being left inside of it.
Yeah, and that kind of shows my disdain for Galactic on my remake run. It's like, I know that Galactic are a fan favorite, but after going through this after going through this run, I was like, for such a long time, I was like, what the fuck are these guys doing? Like, they're doing terrorism and randomly being assholes. It's like, what?
Yeah, so the bombing,
What?
so the bombing's because they're after the Lake Guardians because they need to like shackle. You know, the Lake Guardians are part of a thing to summon the legendary at the top of Mount Coronet, and then at Spear Pillar, and then Cyrus's whole plan is to, you know, destroy the world and then remake it, or destroy the universe and remake it.
It doesn't seem like they're spending their screen time effectively.
I do think the narrative for their villainy is better in Platinum, where there is a bit of redesign, and you know the ending is significantly changed as his goal to summon the things go awry, and then there's this interesting like development that happens with Cyrus and the distortion world and all that jazz. But that doesn't happen until Platinum.
So, the other thing is that, that the actual, like, legendary encounter, kinda lame, to be honest. They just, you know, the legendary summoned, it encounters you, Cyrus is monologuing about how he's gonna win, and then, you know, you either Master Ball it or you fight it legit, and then it just kinda goes away. Which, again, compared to what Platinum did, and actually made an event out of it, it's really disappointing. But, again, I don't have much to say about, Brilliant Diamond other than I really do have to say that this is a real disappointing remake because they just didn't really use Gen 4 to its fullest extent. They should have added in everything that Gen 4 did instead of the base games, for lack of a better word. Because I mean, the Pokemon variety and the Pokemon gyms are, you know, they're pretty solid. They're definitely pretty good in the Pokemon journey sort of stuff, the Pokemon designs, the variety, the gyms. Maybe that. Well, I don't really want to say the characters because I didn't really like Barry as a rival. I thought he was kind of too hyperactive for his own good, and he was constantly, rather than talk to you, he was just running away from you because he really wanted to do the next thing that he wanted to do. Which, as you said, I mean, involved getting beaten up by one of the admins because he's not good enough to fight the bad guys. I'm pretty sure it was Barry, considering how you described it.
It is Barry. Anytime I would have said the word rival, that's Barry. The professor's assistant is Don or Lucas. The game, they are not considered a rival in that game. with good reason. You like never fight them, I don't think at all, and like you fight alongside them like twice and that's it.
So yeah, I gotta say that this putting it this low is more a condemnation of the remake in of itself than I would say the gen as a whole. But considering that the remake is basically brand new, I think it's only like at most 2 years old.
Like a year and a half. But yeah, it might be 2 years at this point. Yeah, it might be 2 years at this point. Yeah, I mean, one of my issues with it, which at the end of the day, I think my roommate just played Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and he really liked it. But I mean, he wasn't liking it necessarily for the story reasons. Which is mostly what we discussed with your disappointments of it. But my issue with the remake is it's too faithful to the original. I would have personally much rather gotten Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, but it's Diamond and Pearl kind of thing, where like we brought in a gimmick from one of the more recent games, like one of the Mega Evolution. Like, you know, here I guess they would have to bring in Gigantamax, but you know, rather than that gimmick, they could have just done the stuff that got introduced for Legends Arceus, which had the Origin. You know, you in Platinum you got Origin, Garantina, and Garantina had the two forms, and Legends Arceus you get the two forms for Dialga and Palkia as well. So they could have introduced that maybe in the remake and then done some stuff there. But yeah, the at the end of the day, the game that, that's a very faithful remake, and the game that feels like the new adventure in Sinnoh is Legends Arceus, because if you did not know this, because I don't know if they say it directly in the game or if it was just a thing that was said during development.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
The Hisuian region is literally just ancient Sinnoh. Like, you're just in Sinnoh. Like,
yeah.
Where you are is Sinnoh. It's just ancient Sinnoh. And if you pull up the map, like the world map of that game, it's the Sinnoh map. Like you can see spot for spot, like, oh yep, this is Sinnoh. Like the geography slightly changed because we're like 1,000 years in the past or however long in the past, but you're in Sinnoh. Like the Hisuian region is just ancient Sinnoh.
We really should talk about Legends Arceus when we get to the side stuff, because that's a big recent game.
We will, but the issue there is I haven't finished that game, and there are spoilers I do want to avoid. But that is why there is a large cast. So if you've noticed, a large cast of characters in Legends Arceus are just like there's a lot of characters that are this guy's a new design, but then there's like a lot of characters that are like this design calls back to someone, and it's because this is like the ancient ancestor of that person. So like there's a handful of characters and by handful I mean majority of the characters you meet in Legends Arceus are the ancestors of characters later in the series. Not all from Gen 4. Some of the characters that show up are actually from other gens than Gen 4, but a large portion of them are from Gen 4 because you have like there's a Cynthia ancestor. The leader of like the expedition people is Cyrus's ancestor. There's the Rowan ancestor, obviously. That's like the professor of that game. I think is no. There's a different professor for that game. There is a guy in there that's very clearly Rowan's ancestor. I know there's some bad guys that like show up, and I only ever fought them the once, but they're like one of them's very clearly like Saturn. I think one of them is like clearly Saturn's ancestor, but then the other one of the bad guys is Candace, the Ice Gym leader's ancestor. Like they look like Candace. And so there's stuff like that where like you start looking at characters, but then you look at other characters and you go like, well, wait, this character kind of looks like something, and I have to double check whether some of those ones are or if they just happen to look like that. Because there's one girl that I swear she looks kind of like Silver, so I'm like wondering if she's supposed to be like Silver's ancestor or like what. But there's from like the Diamond clan, and then there's like a girl that looks like May, right? There's in the Ruby clan. So like, I don't know if those ones just happen to look similar or if those ones are intentional, because they're a little more ambiguous looking in my opinion than some of the very clear ones. But it's something I'd have to double check, and it's been a long time since I've played Legends Arceus for the parts I have played. So a lot of the designs and stuff are fuzzy in my head. So, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom quick. You can start talking about the next game because I'll hear you.
Okay.
And then I'll chime in once you're done.
Yeah, I think we're at the point on my list where we're moving from the disappointments of Pokemon to the ones, like, we're moving into mediocres. And I couldn't think of a better game of calling mediocre than Black 2, which is obviously next. As we'll see later on, I had, for what I expected, I actually had a lot more of a favorable opinion of Black than I imagine other people would think. And Black 2, honestly, just kind of brings a couple of things that I really liked about Black down a peg. And, you know, obviously we get the trade-off of the Pokemon variety is vastly improved, and you are able to build more of a team that you would actually want rather than being forced into a Gen 1 size pick of the litter that was in the original Black. But, to start off with the biggest disappointment I had, which was, oddly enough, the return of the rival characters. Cause I honestly don't know. I mean, obviously it's a character thing, so it could be improved by writing a different story. But I don't know if you really needed to bring them back into Black 2, and maybe you could have had new characters like the new rival character that we did get. And, you know, he's a rougher character, so I appreciate that they're making something a bit different. He's hot-headed, he's idealistic, he's a person who doesn't really think things through, he just runs off and does things and has to face the consequences of his rash actions. But I was excited when they brought back Sharon and Bianca. But what they ended up doing with them was, it was kind of rubbish. But I would say the most disappointing thing was them trying to connect them to your new protagonist. Because in Black, they established it perfectly, and it made perfect sense why all three you were rivals with each other. But
yeah,
in Black 2, like, you go to Sharon's gym because Sharon is the new gym. He's building his gym, and he's the new gym leader, and that makes sense as a place where his character would go. He wants to, I don't know, he wants to kind of use his knowledge of Pokemon to bring to the next generation.
Yeah, he's very much a school teacher, is this whole gimmick.
So that's fine. I actually did really like his gym because there's basically nothing there, and it's kind of a perfect marriage of the gameplay and the story idea they were going for. Whereas, like, you have the gym stuff in, like, a soccer field behind the building. There's only, like, two gym trainers there. And I thought that was really charming. Obviously, getting to see Sharon again, I really like Sharon, but after that, Sharon just kind of tags along with your character because he just decides to, and because your character is mute, you can't say anything about it. And it doesn't really make all that much sense, because you don't know each other.
Isn't he there to, like, mentor you? Like, he sees something in you? Like, I think he sees the first protagonist in you. Is what it is. Let me see. In Black and White 2, Sharon is the new Normal type gym leader in Espertia City, the player's hometown. He gives away the basic badge, replacing the Nora. Trainers who defeat Sharon will receive the basic badge as well as work up outside of battle. Sharon works as a teacher at the Aspertia Trainer School, with one of his pupils being Serena. In the gym, according to her. Sharon appears numerous times throughout the game, such as in Driftvale and whatever city, as well as Route 21. He gives the player and you advice and guidance on their current situation, such as whatever city where Drayden learns that Sharon's ascension to the position of leader. After the player enters the Hall of Fame, Sharon can be found in Pinwheel Forest investigating the activities of Team Plasma. According, he will accompany the player as a multi-battle partner. After encountering Gorm, Sharon will thank the player with an upgrade and then return to the gym. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he is from the same town as you at this point in time. Like, he's the teacher of the trainer school in the town you live in. So there is at least that connection to help him connect you as his role of mentor, which is kind of the thing he has with you. Because your rival in that game, you only have one, and it's Hugh. He's the rival of this game, and Hugh's whole thing has to do with his sister's Pokemon got stolen by Team Plasma.
He's got one objective in life, and he's gonna fucking stick with it.
Yeah, Hugh is the player's childhood friend. He's described as feeling passionately for Pokemon battles and Pokemon strength. He is also a doting older brother to his sister. He hates Team Plasma because they stole a Purloin his late grandfather had caught for his sister. For that reason, Hugh travels across Unova and challenges its gyms so he and his Pokemon can become strong enough to topple the new Team Plasma. He considers both his Pokemon and the player to be his partners in battles with and against them at several spots throughout the journey. Being extremely quick to anger when it comes to dealings with the villainous team, Hugh initially refuses to forgive the old Team Plasma members living in Driftdale City, treating them with as much hostility as the new members, and asking Clay why he forgives them. However, as he continues battling the new Team Plasma and interacting with members of the old Team Plasma, Hugh comes to understand the division between the two sects. Ultimately accepting the help of Rude and the old Team Plasma grunts in the giant chasm. After the player helps recover Purloin, now Liepard, and enters the Hall of Fame, Hugh battles them once more before he begins helping the old Team Plasma reunite trainers with their stolen Pokemon. He remains in Driftdale City from then on and can be battled daily. That's Hugh's entire story in that game.
Yeah, I remember, I actually kind of appreciate Hugh as a rival. I mean, compared to Barry, I mean, he's definitely a lot better than the average. Which is, I would say, Barry is kind of what rivals usually do, but he's a really flawed character. He's kind of got a character arc going on. He obviously makes a lot of appearances, and like you said, you do battle him, you battle with him, kind of equally. So it's got some variety to it. He's definitely not my favorite. He's kind of annoying, but I don't know. I think him being annoying at least adds to his character, and he's not just doing it for no reason. But
I disagree with you with Barry being the average rival. I think most rivals across the series end up having, well, I mean maybe not, but like Brennan and May and Callum and Serena are like the ones in my brain that stick out of like, these are like this is as minimum as the rivals are. Barry's got his whole constantly in a rush motif. That's his thing. He's got the vengefulness towards the villain. Silver's got the I am the villain. Blue has the original kind of cocky attitude that they kind of did a bit more of with Gladian, and then I guess the average one that they keep repeating is the How and the Hop and the Nimona, where they're overly cheerful and just your buddy old pal. Which I mean, to an extent, Nimona's a bit. She's like the antithesis of that, where you like take the cheeriness to like an extreme to the point where like, her whole deal is I want to battle. So like that makes her a bit more interesting than like How and Hop. But How and Hop are very similar.
Nimona's just a busybody.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, she's still like the super nice, overly cheery, like encouraging rival versus like Barry, Silver, Blue, and Hugh. Who, I mean, no, Hugh's kind of still the friend of yours, but like Barry is. I think Barry's the third best rival across the series. I think Silver's my favorite. And then it's either Blue for second, just because it's classic Blue, even though when you look at it on paper, Blue's actually not all that exciting. Or it's like How, just because I think How is just a delight. The whole story, like there's so many moments where How's just there and he says something really funny or really like the whole point where he's just like talking to the bad guys and he's like, "So you have the key that we need to get in there."
Oh yeah, this guy.
And instead of hiding from us,
I remember that.
Us. Like, had you just ran away and hid from us, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything.
Oh,
But now that you're here, we can do something.
That was-
You realize how dumb that is, and I'm like, how? You goddamn delight.
you
Like, yes, you were
brilliant
so right.
fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's the brilliant idiot. How is kind of that brilliant idiot? He's just so happy-go-lucky it hurts. I do like How a lot. How and Gladian are very. I am a big fan of the Sun and Moon, but we'll keep going. We're not.
Oh
talking
yeah,
about
that's
Moon,
we haven't
Black and
even
White too.
we actually haven't gotten there yet. I was like, did I forget Gladian? I was like, I might have.
No, we haven't talked about that game yet. We're on Black and White 2.
Okay, let's just say, I know they did it as part of a sequel, but, it's kind of disappointing that we're running through the same map, and, you know, seeing a few of the same gym trainers again. It's kind of disappointing.
There's a couple new locations and a couple new gym leaders.
Especially since this gen has a pretty freaking bad map where it's a circle, and that's it.
I'm not huge on the fact that Black and White's map is a circle. Another game that did the exact same circle map is X and Y is a circle map.
What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna say the evil team. I'm not super disappointed in them, but I would say I'm kind of disappointed in them because they obviously compared to the original. Is it Team? Yeah, it should be Team Plasma.
Team Plasma in both games. The difference being that the Team Plasma in Black and White 2 is overtly evil, and the Team Plasma in Black and White 1. Most people in the team believe they're doing good when they're actually doing evil, and that's why there's the whole schism. The former Team Plasma members in Black and White 2 are the ones that thought they were doing good, because Team Plasma's whole thing in the first game is that
Pokemon Liberation.
Yeah, they're PETA. They're trying to be like PETA, and you know, just like real PETA, they're actually evil. But they're trying to be PETA, and they're trying to be like, yeah, no, Pokemon shouldn't be captured to be liberation. And so some people in there have good intentions, and then some people don't. And then Gexus, his whole secret is that he comes across as this. He's trying to sound like he's a good person, this good leader, this you know, visionary. But in reality, his entire plan is he wants to prey on the good graces and try to do this so that he can be the only one with Pokemon, so that he can amass power and take over. So like he's truly an evil person, and he's just using this guise of a good cause to mint as much evil as possible.
So since that was the original Team Plasma, it's probably a better example of why I'm kind of disappointed in Plasma 2, where they don't have even the limited ambiguity. They're just the bad guys now. And the thing that make them interesting is that they decided to they updated their whole design and they all became pirates.
Yes. So they went from the knight outfits to like piratey Spec Ops uniforms, because there's some pirate elements to it, but they're not pirates like Team Aqua's pirates. Like Team Aqua's 100% pirates. Team Plasma and Black and White 2 they always make me think of like Black Op Navy SEAL kind of outfits, while the first ones were very much supposed to be like knight outfits. But yeah, so you mentioned the loss of that ambiguity, but I feel like that loss of ambiguity changes into the focus on the consequences of, you know, the old you know, you have the old Team Plasma still around, or there's like people that are still like, you know, they're former Team Plasma people, you know, the people who were duped by the bad guy, right? So yeah, now that the bad guy has been revealed to be a bad guy in the first game, yes, his organization, at least the people still with him, are all just blatantly bad. However, you have this like moral crisis and this like guilt that comes from the original members, and that gets explored instead. So like the ramifications of being duped by the bad guy is explored, and that's like Hugh's whole thing, right? And then I just read a little bit ago is that he has animosity towards both sides. When, you know, the one side that was duped is trying to seek redemption and wants that redemption, and eventually, Hugh kind of teams up with them, and at the end, he's helping the old Team Plasma, the ones still dressed as knights, give back Pokemon to all the Pokemon they took, because they were taking Pokemon in the name of Pokemon liberation, or at least they thought, and in reality they were, they were PETA, they were taking people's pets against their wills and being just horrible. Now, unlike PETA, they don't put down your pet when they take it, because that's what PETA does. They claim they're for animal rights, but then they just kind of kill your pet if they take it. So PETA's just not a good organization. Fun fact for everybody watching. But there is very much a PETA attitude to the first Team Plasma. So I think that's the thing. I think Black 2 is very much a sequel to Black 1, and if you don't know the story of Black 1, or you don't know anything about Black 1, it becomes a really jarring and kind of messy story, but if you have the build up of Black 1...
Oh yeah, if you're playing the sequel first, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's something I did want to mention. I actually wanted to do this when we were talking about Hugh, but I can talk about it here. Hugh's story has a big problem that Pokemon does a few times throughout what it tries to do, in that rather than telling an arcing story, sometimes what they'll do is that they'll tell the same story point over and over again, and rather than have it go anywhere. And unfortunately, Hugh's thing about that Purloin is kind of annoying, because he's trying to resolve that 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, no, I have some agreements with you, and I know people who agree with you full-heartedly. I know people who hate Hugh because he just never shuts up about the Purloin. And I agree with you. His kind of growth in the story isn't so much about getting the Purloin back, so much it is about the animosity towards both sides, and then that he learns to kind of forgive the people who got duped, and that that's kind of his growth arc, and then the Purloin thing just eventually resolves. What I'm trying to remember is, I swear there's some weird thing in Black and White 2 with Colgress. I thought Colgress was doing something.
Oh yeah, Colress was someone I actually didn't want to forget about, because I do like his design and his mannerisms, but I think the problem with Colress is that he never really stepped into full-on major character territory. He's interesting and he's conniving, but I can't really remember him having a big scheme.
Well, it's because I don't think he has a scheme. It's a weird thing, but okay. In Black and White 2, Colress is first encountered in the Castelia sewers. He is met again at Castelia City, where he tells the player that he disagrees with the old Team Plasma skulls to liberate Pokemon from humans. The player re-encounters Colress on Route 4, where several Crustle block the path. Colress uses his machine to drive the Crustle away and challenges the player to a battle. Colress once again appears as a participant in the Pokemon World Tournament match against the player in the final round of the tournament. He is later encountered on Route 22. Like usual, he talks to the player mostly about Team Plasma, as well as handing the player a machine required to get past the Crustle blocking the way inside the side cave. Later on, during the battle against the new Team Plasma on the Plasma Frigate, while at the Giant Chasm, Colgress is seen in a chamber where he reveals that he joined Team Plasma to pursue and research the true strength of Pokemon. After defeated in battle, he allows access to Gast's chambers, wanting to see if the player can stop him. After the player enters the Hall of Fame, Colgress continues to dwell in the Plasma Frigate. However, he and the other Team Plasma members have decided to put an end to their ambitions. Colgress remains in the chamber. When he first met the player on the Plasma Frigate, there he can then battle the player and give the player a Master Ball. Once defeated, he will then move to the bow of the frigate, where he will battle the player once a day. And then he doesn't show up until he shows up a bunch in some of the later games, because there's a person who mentions him in X and Y, and then he shows up in Sun and Moon briefly, and then he kind of shows up later in Sun and Moon in the post game a little bit. And then apparently in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, his rules expanded more, but yeah, so he's kind of a weird character because he's kind of like in Trapna, I guess, in a kind of a way. Like, you remember in Trapna from She-Ra, she's very much pursue science, like science comes before.
Oh yeah, the weird
at
purple-haired girl who joins the bad guys.
Yeah, so because Colgress helps you multiple times throughout Black and White 2, and he's not like against you in Black and White 2. And then when you finally like fight him as a member of Team Plasma, he's more curious about the end results than he is about the fact that like bad shit's happening. So like you know, that's just kind of like a thing, and like he clearly didn't get arrested because he's like around in the post games of Black and White 2, and he's around in like Sun and Moon, and he's mentioned in X and Y and stuff. So he's kind of this weird character that's like searching for meaning through science, and I don't know if he ever gets that meaning. Maybe there's more in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. They haven't really played much of Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
Yeah, I think I don't want to say. He's an interesting character, but it doesn't seem like his character arcs in a way that ever concludes.
No, and I agree that it never concludes.
It's he's good to have around because he could be that schemer, he could be underhanded, but you know, he kind of needs to reach a conclusion to have it really have big meaning. Of the philosophy that he has, of his actions, of helping you while also being on Team Plasma.
He's not on Team Plasma until later. Like when you first meet him, he's not a member of Team Plasma yet.
Sure.
It's kind of a weird thing, at least according to this page, because it says later on during the battle against the new Team Plasma on the Plasma Frigate while at the Giant Chasm, Colgress is seen in a chamber where he reveals that he had joined Team Plasma to pursue and research the true strengths of Pokemon. Which I know he's still doing and when he shows up in the first Sun and Moon. But I don't really know. And he's not a bad person in the parts that he's in Sun and Moon, because he shows up in the post game a little bit too, because he's like a person you can like team up with in the Battle Tower. Actually, it's kind of neat. They have a couple characters that you can do that with. There's a bunch of cameos in Sun and Moon that I'm sure we'll talk to you about when we get there. But yeah, Colgress.
Oh, where could it be? Ooh.
But yeah, so I'm guessing it's gonna be in the top 3, but I'm not sure. But yeah, so I don't know. Black 2, I mean, as I said, it's just very much a story that you have to do Black 1. So like, I understand it being lower on the tier list. I do think Black and White 1 is probably the better of the two, in my opinion, at least story-wise.
But yeah, I did want to go over a couple more things. Again, I actually can't believe I haven't mentioned this until then, but by Pokemon standards, the cutscene where Team Plasma glasses the Dragon City is probably one of the most impressive scenes that Pokemon in the core games has ever done.
It's true. It's also like one of, if not the craziest thing a villain team has ever done. The thing second is successfully bombing an entire lake with Team Plasma. Because like villain teams in Pokemon tend not to get very far in their plans, if not have coherent plans that actually seem to want to work. There's only 2 villains, in my opinion, in all of Pokemon who have had plans. Well, no, 3, because we'll count Giovanni in this, because at the end of the day, Giovanni's plan is just money and power, so it's pretty easy for his plan.
His plan is crime!
Yeah, so whatever he's doing, it feels like he's at least moving towards his plan. Also, there's, you know, the fan evidence that, like, links everything Team Rocket was doing in the first game to, show that they potentially are going after Mewtwo, because, like, it all is, like, reasons why. There's an explanation you can give for everything they did that, like, points it towards Mewtwo, but it slightly falls apart when, like, one of the things they're doing is they're in the Pokemon Tower, and like the reason in this is that ghost types are good against psychic types, but like ghost types didn't have very many moves, so like you had Nightshade, and that was like it, kind of, and Lick, and so and Lick might not have even been a ghost type at the time. So like, it's really meh connections at times, but like there is a connection people have written that shows like everything Team Rocket did in Red and Blue could be tied to a larger motive of getting Mewtwo, while at the same time, in my opinion, it's kind of more of just everything they're doing is consolidating some amount of power, and yes, if they keep down this road, they definitely are going to also go after Mewtwo. But like, yeah, so Giovanni, of course, is one villain that actually kind of succeeds in their plans, or progresses well in their plans, because his plan is just money and power. So anytime they're actively doing anything evil and kind of getting away with it until you show up, they're winning. And they're doing stuff. The other teams that get really far in their plans is Plasma, who is probably the ones who get the closest, or Galactic, because Galactic gets really close. You know, he's literally right there, about to, you know, end the universe when you finally stop him.
Didn't account for that red chain, unfortunately.
Yeah, so there's that whole thing, and then in Plasma, he's even closer yet, because you don't stop him. Giratina stops him. And then there's another problem that happens because of what Giratina did, and now you have to go deal with that. Because the way Giratina stopped him, but also kind of, you know, it's you know, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Like, oh man, Giratina stopped Cyrus from destroying all of reality, but now Giratina punched a hole in reality that's going to destroy all of reality.
You can't have the world if I destroy it.
But yeah, now given Gexus and Giovanni are probably like the villains in Pokemon that have like the best motive, and that motive just being consolidating power. Like, it's both of their motive, like because everybody else is like cartoonish, like super villain motives, right? Flood the world, dry up all the water, destroy the universe and remake it, destroy all life and something, because, you know, for whatever reason, Team Flare and their garbage disc had to just take Team Galactic's plan, but like take it slightly smaller step, because at the end of the day, they're just trying to kill all life, but not remake the universe. Meanwhile, Galactic wants to literally kill everything, but also recreate all of reality. So like, they're just a step ahead of Team Flare.
Well, that's another reason why Team Flare is trash.
Yeah, they're just worse. Their motive, or their ultimate goal is like just a weaker version of Galactic's ultimate goal. It's just essentially just restart everything. And then and then the other, I mean, I guess to an extent, well, it's more like an obsession with science. There's some kind of accumulate powerness, but it's more like an obsession with the ultra space stuff for Lusamine and the Aether Foundation. Well, at least just Lusamine. At the end of the day, I feel like most of the Aether Foundation people are just,
they're just doing a job.
Yeah, they're doing their job, and they don't fully understand the ramifications of what their insane leader's trying to do. And then their insane leader's doing insane stuff.
So the what?
Yeah, so freezing the city is one of, if not the, like, craziest bullshit a villain team has ever done in Pokemon.
And related to that, I did want to mention that in this duology is one of my favorite gym leaders, and that is, if I'm not mistaken, is Drayden. I honestly just love Drayden. He's probably as a trainer, not like super memorable, but I honestly just love his fucking overalls, brick shit house of a man that he is, and his fucking crazy face mask beard.
In fact, he's so unmemorable that if you played the wrong version for Black and White 1, he's not there.
Aww.
I mean, he might be somewhere in the game, but Iris is the gym leader of that gym in one of the Black and White games, and then Drayden's the Dragon gym leader in the other one. And then in Black and White 2, Drayden's the gym leader, and Iris is the champion.
So yeah, if he's not my favorite, if I looked over the entire, I don't know, 90-person roster, he's definitely in my top 3.
Well, there's 8 per gen except for Sun and Moon where there's 0. So, albeit that's technically a lie, because Sword and Shield has a weird thing where, like, there's a handful of characters that are gym leaders, but they're not gym leaders in the main story. Like, they either become gym leaders after the fact, i.e. Bede and Marnie both do become gym leaders, or they're like gym leaders you meet in the DLCs, because I think Clara and Avery are both gym leaders, technically. And depending on which version you played, because I don't remember which version you played, you either have Clara or Avery. But Avery being the psychic gym leader and Clara being the poison gym leader.
So yeah, I think beyond that, the gyms are probably just pretty average. Probably average, above average. I honestly can't remember much beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, so the Black and White and Black and White 2 gym leaders to me are about as memorable as like Ruby and Scarlet, or Ruby and Sapphire, and not Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald. They stick with you better than like X and Y, but they're not as memorable as like Gen 1, Gen 2, and Sword and Shield would probably have the most remembered gym leaders, but part of the reason why Red and Blue and Silver and Gold gym leaders are as memorable as they are is because of childhood nostalgia for most people. So like at the end of the day, I feel like in the long run of things, Red and Blue just has the longevity at this point, but like I want to say in the long run, the Gold and Silver, like the Johto gym leaders, are probably just as memorable as the Ruby and Sapphire and the Black and White gym leaders. I think the Diamond and Pearl gym leaders are slightly more memorable, but I feel like some people would argue against that because the Black and White gym leaders do kind of all show up at the end, and there's like a bit more story stuff with them, but I don't know. As long as at the end of the day we all agree that X and Y's gym leaders are super forgettable.
Because I literally forgot every one of them.
And on a good day, I might be able to name them all, but on a bad day, I can name like Rant and Wolfric and Olympia and Valerie. Like that's probably the only ones I ever remember. I have like half of them memorized, which like I can probably run down a list of all the other gym leaders up to that point. Albeit I might struggle with the Black and White ones, and I'll definitely struggle with the Black and White 2 ones because I've only played Black and White 2 once. So I have to remember which gym leaders aren't there and which gym leaders replace them, because I do know there are 3 gym leaders that are new in Black and White 2. Because we have Roxy as the second gym leader, this is the poison gym leader. Charon replaces Leona, but I don't know who Roxy replaces. I think Bryson's no longer a gym leader, so one of them replaces Bryson, I guess. And then there's the water gym leader, whose like face and design I can remember clear as day, but whose name is escaping me right now. But there are 3 gym leaders that are new there that I just pointed out. So the gym leaders they replace are, I don't know, because I think Chillin. Oh yeah, Chillin's and that are gone. The 3 brothers. I think they're gone, right?
Yeah, because they were a garbage gimmick.
I mean, yeah, but
garbage.
It's Salon, Chillin, Is it? It's either Chillin or Chili. No, they're Cress, because water.
Oh
cress,
yeah,
cress,
that's it.
Salon, cilantro grass, and then chili, pepper, chillin for I think it's chillin, for fire. If I remember correctly.
So 5th best.
Yeah.
And
what's the other
and this one might shock one person. I know that it's a nostalgic favorite. But when I was looking at it, I was like, compared to the higher up on the list, it just doesn't really bring that much to the table that I would really consider. 5th best is Gen 3, Omega Ruby.
Yeah, I mean, I personally put Ruby and Sapphire below this, because yes, they're nostalgia, for people younger than me. They're not my nostalgia. I already brought up the fact that my nostalgia is Gen 2. I think Gen 3 is really boring. I think the most fun parts of Gen 2 are either stuff that was in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, like stuff with Zwinia and stuff.
The Delta episode was probably the one
Delta...
time where they put in like a legit post game.
Yeah, the Delta episode's phenomenal. I really enjoyed the Delta episode, and they actually like made a very interesting relationship in that game between you and the rivals, because there's like this weird like romantic where like it feels like the rival has feelings for you, but it's not, you know, because your character is silent, it's not ever reciprocated or stated back. That's, I guess, just kind of up to your own interpretation how your character feels back, I guess. But there is kind of this weird thing in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. However, they are the worst rival ever in the entire series. You will not change my mind. That's not true. We already went over, like, Trevor and that. So never mind. They are the second worst rivals compared to, you know,
the
Kirino,
3 blocks of Y.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shauna's better than May and Brennan, but Tyranno and Trevor are worse than Brennan and May. However, so here's the thing. In the original Ruby and Sapphire, you never fight your rival with their fully evolved starter.
Oh yeah, I think we mentioned that at one point.
I believe you, in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, I think you do, because they introduced, there's more shit for your rival. However, you never fight them with the fully evolved starter. Like, they literally just kind of fall out of the story, and it's, yeah, they're kind of just bad, so it's whatever. Like, Wally, if you fought him more, in my opinion, would have been a much more interesting rival than what Brennan and May are.
Is this the game that is this the remake that introduced the lab assistant character for a second rival for no reason? Or was that Gen 4?
I mean, Gen 4 has the lab assistant as the character, like the character model you didn't pick. They're not, like, literally I'm on the page for Rival right now for the Pokemon games, and, you know, Don and Lucas are not listed as a rival. Because like, it's just Barry. But Don and Lucas are there, yes. And you fight alongside them. However, you never fight Don or Barry directly. Like, you never battle them. They battle alongside you like once or twice.
Okay.
But you never battle them. They are strictly the professor's assistant. They are not a rival. You know, unlike Bianca in the next game, who kind of feels similar to, you know, I would argue Bianca in Black and White feels similar-ish to, you know, Don and Lucas, but unlike Don and Lucas, you actually do fight Bianca, and there is a bit more, like, rivalry nature to Bianca. Because Black and White, you have 3 rivals, and that's Sharon, Bianca, and technically N is labeled as a rival. Which is weird, because I feel like he is and he isn't. Like, he's some weird enigma of, like, a bad guy admin, but not a bad guy admin, but a rival, but not a rival. Like, he feels like he's part of the bad guys, but he's also not part of the bad guys, and he's kind of a rival, but he's not a rival. Like, he's in this weird space to me, but he's technically a rival. The game that has the most rivals is X and Y, which has 5 rivals, and 3 of them, well, 2 of them are garbage. One of them is super meh, but not as bad as May, in my opinion. May and Brennan, in my opinion. And then you have Serena and Caleb, who are just super unmemorable and slightly above Shauna, who's, you know, they're just barely above Brennan and May. Because at least Shauna, you fight her with her fully evolved starter. Like, Jesus Christ. Don't fight May or Brennan with fully evolved starter. But Wally, I feel like something that was missed in the original game is like, Wally, for how cool the final fight with him right before the Elite Four is, and how kick-ass the music is in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Talk about one of the best tracks in all of Pokemon history. That is a straight up banger. The versus Wally, like, final fight, like, that you, like, feel Wally's, like, you know, because this whole thing is he's like a sickly kid. Is like his whole shtick is he's like sickly, and he's going on this journey to prove that, you know. And I feel like if they did more with that and showed more of it, Wally would be like top tier, like one of the best rivals in the game. But because you only like bump into him like 3 times across the whole game, his shtick, while interesting, is never expanded on. But like, I will admit, the musical director of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, which I do personally believe has the best soundtrack in the game. I feel like there's arguments between that and like Sword and Shield and some stuff. There are a lot of good tracks in Sword and Shield, and there's some good tracks in Scarlet and Violet as well. But I personally think Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire has the best soundtrack in the game. And the Versus Wally theme, I feel like gets that desperation of him trying to prove, like you can feel that desperation of I'm not the sickly kid, like I am more than my illness, right? I can feel that in his battle track, the final battle track. It's not his battle track the like, you know, one other time you fight him. You literally fight him twice if I remember correctly.
It is 3 times, I'm pretty sure.
It is 3 times? But like, the Versus Wally in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire is the best track in all of Pokemon.
Well, I forgot where I was going with this. Probably just general things. Even though Blaziken is one of my...
It's 2, Jeff.
It is 2. It is 2.
Yeah, it's the capture tutorial. It's the capture tutorial. The 3 things with him is the capture tutorial, the battle in front of the one gym, where he has just a level 16 Ralts and nothing else, and then the final battle with him on Victory Road.
Really? That's surprising.
And then there's rematch battles that you can do with him after you enter the Hall of Fame.
So even though Blaziken is one of my favorite starters, I probably wouldn't say that Pokemon Variety probably. Well, I'll just say Gen 3 because that's what's in my mind. Gen 3, I probably wouldn't say is my favorite roster of Pokemon. I think it's far from perfect because I'm remembering things like Swalot, which isn't all that great of a Pokemon, and there's probably a handful of others I could also mention that are. Was Love Disc in that gen?
Gen 3, yeah.
Okay, so it's got issues, and that's why I say it's probably a nostalgic favorite. And as time has moved on, you know, we can remember most of Gen 3, but it's not the best. It's not really even in the contention of the top slots. And as much as it is a meme, the fact that you do kinda need a water HM slave to deal with the back half of the game is kind of annoying, as I've said against my Tentacruel on my team, and that the game essentially just forced one to be there.
Wally's team gets stacked, by the way, in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Like, not the final battle on Victory Road, like, for the main story, but, like, after that, at the battle, based on, if you manage to beat one of the, like, the leaders of that place, you bump into him again, and this time he has a Magna Zone, because, like, now you're in, the post-game with National X, and now he has a Magna Zone and a Rose Raid, so, like, his Roselia and his Magneton evolved into Magna Zone and a Rose Raid. And then, after that, you can battle him kind of, like, repeat, like, every now and again, and he has a 1% chance of giving you an ability capsule. You can defeat him, but those battles, his team becomes a level 79 Rose Raid, a level 79 Talonflame, a level 79 Azumarill, a level 79 Mega Zone, a level 79 Garchomp, and a level 81 Gallade.
Ouch!
And I'm like, damn, his team got stacked.
He's gonna go in a time machine and beat Pokemon Red in 5 seconds.
Yeah, at this point he has, all of his team has held items. As well, so his Magna Zone's on an air balloon, his Garchomp has Rocky Helmet, so that when you hit it, you rough skin and Rocky Helmet. His Azumarill has an Assault Vest, so that it's extra tanky. This is Gen 6, so his Talonflame has Gale Wings, the hidden ability of Talonflame that makes all flying moves a priority, and that has Life Orb to boost its damage, so he literally has the Talonflame that annoyed the ever-living shit out of me. Albeit it's missing Roost, so it doesn't have the longevity. But yeah, and then And then I know he does show up in Sun and Moon in the post game, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and you can team up with him in the battle tree there. And yeah, there he has Gallade, Altaria, Garchomp. There was Pokemon there, so.
I think that Team Aqua and Team Magma, even in the remake, they're a pretty solid evil team. They're kind of what I would look for if Pokemon is going to continue to do evil teams indefinitely, which I would imagine they're going to try to do in most, if not all, in the future.
Their plan is so flawed that the second you think about it for more than 2 seconds, it's literally doomed to fail on its own merit. You can't flood the world with rain because in order to get rain, you have to take water from someplace. It doesn't make more water. So one place.
Well, it does by Pokemon magic. Whoosh.
And then, like, if you're gonna just dry up all the water, well, then it's gonna rain someplace else. Like.
I can respect them for at least getting as far as they did, even though I can't really respect them because, like, 10 minutes after they quote-unquote succeed, they're like, wow, this actually sucks, we shouldn't have done this.
Talk about some great Rita designs, though, in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Like, yeah, Archie's outfit kind of gets really weird, but, like, the 4 admins become, like, way better looking. You know, Tabitha and, fuck, what's his name? It's gonna come to me. I know it. It's somewhere in my brain.
Is it Saturn?
No, it's not Saturn. Wrong team. So it's Shelly and Matt for the 2 on Team Aqua. But the 2 Team Magma admins are. It starts with a C, but Courtney and Tabitha. Courtney and Tabitha are the admins for Team Magma. But like Team Aqua's. I love the Team Aqua grunt designs from Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. They're way better than the original Team Aqua outfits with like the blue headband and stuff that they had in the first thing. Like it's way better. They have like the water drop shape on their shoes. They have the black headbands instead, so like, you know, so they don't have as much blue. The striped socks are kind of neat because piratey, and like Shelly's redesign is way better than her just being like some weird redhead girl. She's like, and Matt used to just be like some muscle guy, and they went super into the fact that he was like a muscly dude in the original and made him like 10 times more muscly in the remake.
Is he hauling around an anchor?
No, Archie has an anchor around his neck though. Which, yeah, you played Omega Ruby, didn't you? So you probably, I don't even know if they show up. I
think they show up after their plan falls apart, because at some point in the story, I mean, they're constantly at each other's throats, and once they fuck up, they're both like, wow, we really fucked up the planet. We should probably stop being assholes.
Because Team Aqua designs, Team Magma designs, I think just everything about their designs got better. The like front designs from the original were a lot worse, and they got much better. And
so
same with Team Magma. I think their designs got better, and you know.
So since I very obviously have very milquetoast opinions on Oras, should we get to Wally and something I actually have concrete opinions about?
Yeah. So that's the sprite for Courtney in the original game, right? It's very generic. She's got like a slightly different Team Magma outfit.
She's just wearing half a poncho.
Yeah, and now she has like actual personality, or she's this weird like gremlin girl.
And then never mind.
And then Tabitha changes a lot, because Tabitha, I think, what was Tabitha in the original?
Wasn't she literally just that, except to the right?
No, Tabitha's a guy.
Tabitha the man.
Yeah, so that's Courtney. The one I posted is Courtney. So Tabitha.
Yeah, that's exactly the same image as the other one.
Yeah, so that's Tabitha in the original, and this is Tabitha in the remake.
Oh yeah, he's the fat guy.
Yeah, and then Team Aqua had the same thing, but with Shelly and Matt. And like Matt, you think like the Aqua designs were like, or the Mega design, like unique leader designs from the original were bad? Matt is just like a slightly buffer dude, and that's it. So like, this is Matt. He's just a strong dude, and then he goes from that to being like obscenely buff, and he's got like the Aqua tattoo,
Okay.
like, Aqua sign like painted.
He's
on his
so
chest.
buff, he ripped all of his clothes.
Yeah, like he goes from, and this is a weird thing that like happens. So like, both Matt and Shelly go from being these white redheaded people that like designs didn't matter, and then they go from that to being I don't know if it's supposed to be like tan, like maybe they're tan because they're out on the ocean a lot, if that's supposed to be, or if they're supposed to be like black. I don't know the creative decisions there, if it's supposed to be represent their darker skin tone is supposed to represent that they're tanned, or if it's supposed to represent that they're, you know, black. But like Archie gets it too, because Archie goes from being white to
Oh yeah, I do
black.
remember what Archie kind of looked like, and yeah, he kind of has Matt's skin tone going on.
Yeah, so Matt Archie in the first game is I'll post it right here. Archie in the first game is really boring compared to his later, even though his later is really weird. So this is original. This is very generic. Like,
Yeah, that's
like an aqua fin, and then he's got the aqua headband, and he's just some
that's pretty
white
bad.
dude. He's just some white dude, and then he goes from that to like it's the design seems weird, but then you like look at it and you're like, oh yeah, it's like a scuba suit like motif design, like a diver.
Well,
suit
yeah, except
motif
it has half a
with
dress
pirate
on
element.
it.
Well, it's got like pirate elements, so it's like he's got like a waistband, and then that waistband has that he's wearing that belt that has like a bunch of tools and stuff. That's where that like leaflet, I guess, I don't know what to call it.
For a Japanese game, this makes perfect sense.
But yeah, and then so he ends up with this, and I don't even remember what Maxie
just kind of looked like in a technological tuxedo.
Yeah, so Maxie goes from being a very generic looking bad guy in the original to being like super nerd.
Yeah, he's pretty big nerd.
So like, I'm a big fan of the redesigns of the Team Aqua and Team Magma. I think they're 10 times better than they were, and even like the grunts change.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a competition there.
Because I know the Aqua grunts get significantly like better looking outfits, and the Mega grunts don't change as much, but there's still more detail, and like it's not as baggy as like the originals. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of my things about Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire that I like. But we're not. That's comparing the originals to the remakes, and I do think the remakes are better. But that's not comparing the gen to the other gens. So yes, Wally. We were talking about Wally. You had a thing to say.
The thing I'm coming at this for is like I saw a couple videos about Ouroboros, and some people had opinions where they were like slavering over Wally and like putting him on tops of lists and making him like the best character ever, and like making like giving him like this super high bar. So I was looking forward to seeing Wally because, you know, I heard all these amazing things.
All the music.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is that, and I actually resaw one of the videos, and what they said was like Wally gets like this actual character arc where they do the thing where he's like a sickly child, but he wants to prove himself. He wants to go on the Pokemon adventure to show that he can do it.
They do a better job at showing it.
Yeah, and I picked up on it. It was like, in order to see the arc, you have to like watch televisions around the world or read flavor text. And like I said, Pokemon had a bad history of having bad flavor text because they don't put much value to it. Like, you could go, like, some of the first flavor text you see is very generic and very meaningless. So there's no real point to continue looking for it because the first examples you would see in like any game is just really, really dull. So it's very bad at being presented because it's in a spot I imagine not a lot of people would actually bother with.
I mean, I didn't know this. I didn't know there's stuff about Wally on the TVs in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. I didn't know that was a thing. I just know that they do a better job at showing that he's sickly just through, like, the dialogue and the music and stuff kind of helps show what he's supposed to be. So even though it doesn't feel like it's that much different, it makes enough of a difference that makes, like the Wally fight at the end of Victory Road is, like, mad hype. And it's solely mad hype because of, like, the shit Wally says right before it happens, and then it immediately goes into Wally's theme. And Wally's theme is, as I've stated and will state forever, one of, if not the best, music in all of Pokemon. Wally's theme is my favorite.
Okay,
I'm
so...
I'm also a big fan of Zinnia's theme. Zinnia's theme is also really good.
So that's already an issue with Wally, is that in the remake they didn't put the arc where it needed to be. And then like we said, you only fight him twice. Which, considering the later games where you're fighting your rival like 7 times, is just not good enough. And yeah, I do kind of have to poo-poo the theme a little bit because it starts amazing. Like, those first 30 seconds is really, really good. But I remember when doing the fighting, when I was, like, fucking around with my menu, and, like, we're, like, 3 Pokemon deep, and I'm trying to decide on what my next move is, I started realizing Wally's theme gets really repetitive in the middle.
That's fair.
Like, the guitar is just going and going and is doing the same thing over and over again. And it's like, and I'm sorry, for an RPG theme, you can't be, you have to design around it being a very, very long track, and Wally's theme just doesn't do that. It gets repetitive, and it's a long fight. Like we said, I think it's a 5 or 6 member fight. Like, this is a full battle. So it's as long as it's gonna be.
It's 5 Pokemon.
It's one of the longest trainer fights in the game, so it not being designed to have that length, it not only gets repetitive, it gets kind of annoying.
Marnie's final battle has really good music too. Sword and Shield.
So, yes, I honestly think that people, like, give it perfect scores solely for the opening. And it is an amazing opening. But it's not perfect.
You know what's one really good thing that was really cool about the music in Sword and Shield?
What was it?
The stadium, the tracks that play when you're, like, in the big stadiums have, like, cheering incorporated into the music. Like, there's the sounds of cheers incorporated into the music design.
Yeah, I think so.
The versus gym leader track has it. The final battle versus Marnie track has it. Like, there's different like songs across it, but they all have this, like, cheering incorporated into it, but it's incorporated into it musically. So it's not like random cheering overlaid on top of the music. It's, like, in time with the music to, like, fit. And it's really good because of it. Because I know Marnie's versus track is super good.
I think the boss battle music in of itself was also really good because people use that track on YouTube projects.
The best gym music in the entire series, in my opinion, is the Sword and Shield gym music is probably the best, one of, if not the best gym track. I'm a big fan of the Sword and Shield.
It is oddly good because it
versus Team Star.
I would
a good villain track versus Team Star is really good.
I would not have expected that boss fight music to be that good. Just for the gym trainers, I believe, and not just like one person.
Yeah, I'm currently trying to find the versus gym. Another argument for best music in all of Pokemon history, albeit it has a weird unfair advantage. And I think there's a second song in Scarlet and Violet that's by this person, but I don't know it. Off the top of my head, like I don't know what the name of it is. Oh, if you didn't notice, Pierce has different battle music than everybody else. For his gym.
Who's Pierce? Oh, is
Pierce,
he Band Man?
Yeah. So you're in his place, and you don't have like the normal stuff. So yeah, he has a different track than the rest. But yeah, I'm gonna have to find the trainer one. But yeah, the battle tower. You didn't do the battle tower in Sword and Shield, I bet.
I have very little interest in any of those Battle Frontier, Battle Tower, Battle Condo shit they keep doing.
If you listen to the battle tower track from Sword and Shield, I'll give you like 5 guesses who wrote it. And if you in my opinion, if you know this person's other work and what they're famous for, upon hearing this track, it's very obvious it's them. Like, if I played this song and didn't tell you it was from a Pokemon game, you would have guessed it was from the thing that this person is involved with. The person who wrote this. Because they're not normally involved in Pokemon.
After almost 30 seconds through, I'm kind of saying Mario Kart?
Nope, it's not Mario Kart. It's, I'll give you 2 more guesses. It's not Nintendo. I'm looking for a very specific person, not a franchise.
I'm probably gonna have to go with franchise guesses because I'm probably near 0 at guessing the person.
Okay. Well, you can try to guess the...
Is it Fire Emblem?
No, as I said, it's nothing Nintendo.
Okay.
I don't know if you've played the game. That's the only thing, is you might not be as familiar with the music. I mean, the internet in general is pretty familiar with the music from the game that this person worked on, but I don't know. I don't know if you've played that game, so I don't know how much interaction with the music you've had.
Is it the Persona sub-series?
No, it's Toby Fox from
Really?
Yeah, Toby Fox wrote this song. And I believe he did one in Scarlet and Violet, but I don't know the Scarlet and Violet one off the top of my head. I could probably find it.
I would not have guessed that. God, that just does not sound like his work.
No, you play that next to Undertale music, it literally sounds like it's from Undertale.
I mean, maybe if we change the sound font. But, yeah, we probably should move on to number 4 and then see what we want to do with... Because honestly, what I want to do with this is maybe we should just make this the one topic in this weekend's video, because I really don't want to do a 3rd episode of the podcast.
I can do that.
And I think we might be able to get the points across in just gameplay stuff, because we don't have all that much left to do. But I don't know, maybe it would go longer than I think. But yeah, number 4, and this is probably going to tip my hand the most, is Black.
Okay.
It's above Gen 3 and Gen 4. And that is solely because it has great characters. Like, a lot better characters than I thought Pokemon was ever going to have in it. Because they hit the ground, like, real running. Like, the scene where you get your starter is freaking great. And that is because I really love Sharon and Bianca. I think they are amazing rivals because they go the distance to not only show you a very good reason of why you're friends, but also why you're going on the journey, and some story development throughout the fights that you have with them. They have different character arcs. You're not all you're kind of all pursuing the same thing, but you're not all trying to get to the same end. You're learning different things as you go. You're going on somewhat different journeys, and I think that makes it a lot more interesting than the Pokemon games that came before that. Which I know is kind of weird because I know Black gets the lauds because of its evil team plot. But I would say the arcs of the rivals are more my favorite thing than the evil team story. Like, I just really like Sharon and Bianca. I think they are very believable rivals, and I think they're very good characters. There's a lot going on under the hood, and, you know, I'm not going to say it's, like, very far behind, but the evil team stuff, I think, has, for being the quote-unquote best plot that Pokemon Core has ever put on the table, it's definitely got some issues. I think it is impressive in subverting some of the tradition of Pokemon. It's not your typical Ruby or Diamond. It's trying to do something different. It's successful. It has problems. And I think is an intriguing character, but I don't think he changes all that much in comparison to the other characters, so I wasn't super interested in N. He's got a lot of cool stuff going on for his character, but I don't think he develops all that much. And just original Team Galactic and its plot of Pokemon Liberation kind of falls over itself because I believe some of the early capers that you have with Team Galactic are not about them really liberating Pokemon and causing chaos. It's more them trying to steal Pokemon outright from other people. And that's probably something they shouldn't have done if they wanted to continue having that believable story to at least the player, because obviously they don't do that in public, and I don't know if the news or the wider public is shown what Team Plasma is actually doing. But they kind of just trip up the moral of what Plasma is aiming for by its own actions kind of quickly. And for an evil team that's trying to do something different than the teams that came before, that's probably something they shouldn't have done at least that early, or what they should have aimed for is, instead of stealing Pokemon, what they should be doing is liberating Pokemon, and when some of the Pokemon go wild because they're wild animals, in some of the cases they could do that, then that causes its own problems because maybe cities will get destroyed or people are in danger or whatever. And I think that probably would have been a better fit for the story they were working on. But obviously I would have to mention is that even as bold as Black wanted to be with keeping 0 of the previous generations of Pokemon, they wanted to have a 150 roster of Pokemon for either the entirety of the main campaign or the bulk of the main game. I'm pretty sure it was the whole main story they wanted to have just Gen 5.
Yeah, they wanted to do a new generation thing, right? A handful of games have done this. A handful of games have done this over the years. A good example is of another game that kind of did this was Street Fighter 3. And there's, I could bring up more fighting games than this too, but Street Fighter 3, like the original roster of the first Street Fighter 3, like the only returning character, and they weren't even sure during development if they kind of backtracked to do this as sort of a precaution. Was like Ryu and Ken. Everybody else was like a brand new character, right? So they do this thing from time to time in games where, they try to prepare like the next generation, right? And so they like leave out all the old stuff, and it always backfires. I have yet to see the concept of, yeah, we're doing the new generation, like all new roster, all new things, like none of the old. every time I've seen it done, it always backfires. Like eventually people warm up to it after the fact, but there's a lot of backfire to it. And now given, I don't know what everybody's opinions were back when Black and White 1 first came out, but I hated it. Because of like the changes in like the graphical changes and stuff, and then the fact that I didn't have old Pokemon, I didn't have old Pokemon like right away to compare to the new Pokemon. All the old Pokemon didn't feel like Pokemon. Like I felt like their designs made me think of Digimon more so than Pokemon. I think it had to do with like how pixely, because they're always moving, like the models were, and so like it didn't look like Pokemon to me, right? It really messed with my head to the point where, like, if you ask me what generation has the biggest duds, and I actually agree to this day that this generation still does have the biggest duds, it is Gen 5. However, the reason it has the biggest duds in design is also because it's the generation after the first gen to introduce the most number of Pokemon. So in the fact that it's adding this many Pokemon, it's going to have a large number of duds. Just because it's adding a very large amount versus other gens.
Yes.
So I'll give it that. But when it first came out, I hated every new Pokemon. Like there wasn't a single one I liked. I still think, we still both are in agreement that it has the worst starters in the entire series. Like so many things in Gen 5 felt so bad to me, and it wasn't until I played X and Y that my opinion changed. And X and Y, what caused it to change is I saw the Pokemon, the Gen 5 Pokemon, I saw a lot of them for the first time in a new graphical style, and the new style made them and mixed a lot better mixed around with older Pokemon, because I didn't play Black and White 2, right? This bothered me so much that I didn't really play Black and White. Like it's a one Pokemon game I don't own, main series Pokemon game. I do not own Black or White 2. And it's really expensive to get now, so sadly I won't be getting it anytime soon. It's like a $400 game. It's rough.
Exactly what I was gonna say. It is a rough generation. I don't have. Here's the thing. Like I said, it's a bold stance, and it's a huge risk to do this. And it's putting a lot of development time that you wouldn't normally have into doing something completely brand new. The problem is that, like you said, they ended up with a bunch of duds. There's definitely Pokemon in there I like. I would disagree and say that I did appreciate that in battle they do animate, and even though the pixel art is kind of wonky, I do appreciate them trying to put some life into the Pokemon that might just have stood still on the battlefield. But the one thing I do have to appreciate, and unfortunately I didn't mention this with Black and White too, but they are in the same world, so I can mention it here. I was very impressed. Since this is a a late DS game, it is very impressive graphics. And even though it is wonky to see two-dimensional characters on some of these vistas, they are very complicated, they are very detailed, and for being on just a DS, they should just be on a DS. Seeing them attempt these giant 3D backdrops and huge bridges and the really big couple of cities they did. Even though your characters walk in weird angles sometimes, even though it doesn't really make sense that they're 2D walking on a 3D thing, it's definitely wonky. I really do have to appreciate just the level of detail they put into the world. I just for being just a big circle, for being a bunch of route hallways, I was still very appreciative that they went the distance and tried to squeeze out as much horsepower out of the console that they could in, I don't know what you want to call it, these years of Pokemon. But yeah, just the Pokemon variety obviously is cut down. What is available sometimes in of itself is wonky. Obviously the first gym is a very big standout because your only real option at that point is to go catch one of the other elemental monkeys and use them. That has the advantage over the one that you need because the gym trainer always counters you.
You don't catch it, it's a gift.
So
in Black and White 1, the monkey that beats the monkey of the gym leader is a gift Pokemon you get on like a neighboring route. So you get that gift Pokemon handed to you, and then that Pokemon will always beat their monkey. However, you don't have to use the monkeys to beat the gym. You just really can't. Your starter's at a disadvantage, but you don't have to use your starter. You can use, a lot of the times when I do that gym, I end up beating it with a Lillipup. So.
But the thing I was using this as an example for is that Pokemon variety is sometimes pretty damn slim pickings.
It's true.
And maybe a couple of times that slim pickings will force you into Pokemon that you don't really want. And obviously I was able to build a team that I don't actively hate for what it's worth. And that means there are definitely some good Pokemon in there, but I think we did agree to some extent that while I wouldn't outright call them Digimon, because I think that that's a little hyperbolic, I think that the Pokemon
That's how I felt at the time. I don't necessarily feel it today.
The Pokemon are definitely in an odd style, and it's in a way that there are so many weird designs I didn't like. I was like, I couldn't put my finger on what the hell was going on, that it didn't look right, but, I mean, eventually some of these Pokemon did get baked into future Pokemon games, so they are accepted as Pokemon, probably, just because they're the handful, the few that people did appreciate on a wider scale. Obviously, they threw out the elemental monkeys because I don't think anybody liked them even at the time.
Oh no, the elemental monkeys are some of the most hated Pokemon. In fact, I think one of them is the most hated Pokemon of all time. There was like a poll held in Japan. Greninja was like the favorite Pokemon of all time, but I think one of the monkeys was like the least popular of all time from that poll they did in Japan.
But I think we do have to mention, since this is the gen that wants to subvert things, is the quote unquote twist of the end of the Pokemon League. In that, correct me if I'm wrong, the Pokemon League doesn't end on the champion.
No, it does not.
The Pokemon League ends at
N.
It is N. I was like, is Gexus fought afterwards? Because I'm pretty sure you fight Gexus.
You fight Gexus first. You fight Gexus. Then N lets you capture the legendary, and then you fight N with that legendary, and he has his legendary.
And this isn't just a text change or a change of venue. What ends up happening is that after you finish your 4 Pokemon League battles, because I'm pretty sure it's the 4, what ends up happening is that, again, this is a cool cutscene, and I'm willing to let it slide, even though it doesn't really make all that much sense how it happens. But around the Indigo Plateau analog of this game, a colossal castle bursts out of the ground and surrounds the Pokemon League building, and then platforms from the castle attach to the Pokemon League building, allowing you access to where N is. It's not really hiding, but where he is.
Where he awaits you.
And then it's kind of an evil team base, but it's not as long as one. It's kind of long, but I wouldn't say it has that many battles in it.
Got lore stuff in it. There's like N's childhood room you can go in, and it has like you see stuff that like shows you that N was kind of like this weird kind of brainwashed kid for a while.
Oh yeah, and should we say that Gexus's reveal of his ultimate plan, it is a twist, but it's not a super satisfying one, where I think that's probably because that the player could either was directly told or could very easily suss out that the evil team wasn't doing the thing that they said they were going to do. They were obviously lying, so you could bake that into Getsus, especially since I think Getsus does public appearances after Plasma shows that they are just flat out stealing Pokemon. And him revealing that he's just... I mean, he's not a typical villain, like there are obviously more boring villains than this, but he shows that he was just after ultimate power through Pokemon because he wanted to wrest control of Pokemon from people, and therefore he could have the power of Pokemon in theory because he would be the only one that would have them, even though he wasn't really getting all that much public support for his plan in the first place. And he was just using N this entire time because N, through his upbringing or his backstory, had the very peculiar ability to commune with Pokemon, which, as you pointed out to me while I was playing it, he has that quirk where, one, supposedly in his animation, he doesn't use Pokeballs, and
He doesn't.
and he, I don't know, I just remember that he did, but I'm probably wrong.
He does not.
But the other thing is that he's constantly changing his team because, for whatever reason, he's just using whatever Pokemon he can find in the area to fight you.
Yes. Every time you fight him, his team is local Pokemon to the area.
So you fight N, you do the legendary encounter, you use that to fight N for real. I don't know if you fight N twice. But then the game...
Fought him a couple times.
And then the game ends on a total subversion because you don't fight N, and then he says, you know, thank you for the battle, and you change my mind, and then you go back to the champion. The game just ends after the end battle. He has some sort of conclusionary dialogue where he says that on some level you have changed his outlook on things or his mind about certain things.
I have to go think about shit.
He goes out the window with the other legendary Pokemon, and the game ends.
Until he shows up again in the climactic part of Black and White 2.
And, again, since this is the 5th gen being played in a row, I was very impressed at Pokemon's restraint of just not going back to the formula and trying to break out of their tradition. And doing it in a meaningful way, even though the actual plot of the evil team is definitely not as strong as people say, but again, I think people say that this game has the strongest plot by Pokemon standards. Which isn't saying all that much in the grand scheme of things. But, I think this really does show what I look for and what I've been looking for in these Pokemon games, in that I can give less bad points for the rough generation of Pokemon that came out and give them more good points for the better writing of the rival characters and what they did with Ed at the very least.
So, before we move on to your top 3, I just want to point out what they are, because I already know what the top 3 are, because I've been paying attention. I do not know the order of them, but...
The remainder.
2 of your top 3 are my top 2, so I don't know where Gen 1 falls. Maybe we're going to talk about Gen 1 next, and then we're going to get to the 2 I think are the best ones. Otherwise, we're going, the damages of the how the game runs for Scarlet and Violet are going to push Scarlet and Violet maybe down to number 3. I expect if, Gen 1's not going to be number 3, my guess is Scarlet and Violet's going to be 3 because of the performance issues. Because Scarlet and Violet's still there, and then the other one being Sun and Moon. And the interesting here is you and I have different experiences with Sun and Moon, albeit not too different, because you played Ultra Sun and Moon, a game I've never finished because I have beaten Sun and Moon multiple times. So there is there's a split there because your Sun and Moon story is slightly different than my Sun and Moon story, but to my understanding, the Ultra, Recon Squad stuff is not as is kind of like takes away from the story, I think, from some stuff. But then I also know there's more like jumping across, and jumping into more ultra wormholes and stuff that might be a bit more interesting for the story. So I am curious if that's going to be your number one or not, because there is some differences between what I know of that game versus what you know, because I haven't finished the one you played. Because for those who aren't aware, Sun and Moon, and we'll touch on it when we get there, Sun and Moon has a lot of talking you have to get through. So Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon was particularly difficult for me, because when you have to go through the parts that are Sun and Moon and you kind of already know what's happening, it's a drag. Sun and Moon is one of the best Pokemon games in my opinion, albeit it's one of the worst to replay. So let's go on. What's your number 3?
Okay, we're gonna plow ahead. And my number 3 was actually a big surprise, because way before I even considered doing this Pokemon thing, I had heard such bad word of mouth about this game that I was surprised it ended up here.
Okay, so it's gonna be
Scarlet
and Violet.
My number 7 is my Ultra Moon playthrough.
Really? You heard a lot of bad things about Ultra Moon. Now, Gavin, I just haven't had any conversations about Ultra Moon specifically. I've had conversations with Sun and Moon, and to my knowledge, most people are in agreement that either your favorite, at least at the time, this was pre-Scarlet and Violet, and I feel like Scarlet and Violet hasn't taken the conversation, weirdly enough, even though it fucking should. Scarlet and Violet is hands down just an amazing story. I really like the Scarlet and Violet narrative, and like the structure of it is very unique, and the way that you have like these 3 different stories that come together. But really, Omega Ruby or Ultra Sun and Moon was your 3rd favorite. Interesting. I haven't heard any negative things about it, but maybe it's, the only negative thing I know that everybody talks about with Sun and Moon, which Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon have, and which I just was bringing up, and why I couldn't finish Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, is it's so dialogue heavy. Like you're always sitting there going, let me play the game. Like there's so many points in that story where like conversations go on way longer than they should, and you're just sitting there like, let me play the game. It's really nice like the first time you played and it's all new and you're all like, whoa, neat, exciting characters, because like the characters are very well written. However, it gets really old when you're like replaying it and you're like, let me play the game.
But yeah, I heard bad things about Sun and Moon specifically, and I can't there was one person drafted like a litany of things, and I can't remember most of them. I remember one of them was the hand holding features that they added in, which in my opinion are pretty milquetoast. Like this being one of the early games that introduced adding
like they hand you a lot of healing items.
Well, not that, like adding in the marker of not effective and super effective on the moves themselves, and then the Rotom Dex having a consistent objective flag on it.
Who cares?
Well, I mean, it does affect the...
First of all, that game's super linear, so who cares if the Rotom Dex has a stupid thing on it telling you where to go? You're gonna end up where you need to go anyway. You run in a circle like 3 different times. Like each island is kind of just a loop.
Well,
like, the only one that's like semi not linear is like the second island. You eventually end up back at the first city, and then you have to go down. But like even then, like you ended up back at the first city, you do need to know that you clearly have to go down, because there's like a new part of the city that wasn't active before, and one of the areas in that new part of the city that wasn't active before is the route that goes down. So now you just know, oh, there's a new route here that I can go down on. So,
well,
anyway, go on.
I think there is some weight to the argument if you consider it in the context of, having the freedom to explore. If you have something on screen constantly telling you where to go, then I think that would muddy if you're just trying to get around and explore as you will. Because if you always have something in your face, being like, this is the optimal way to go, and everywhere else is less valuable, then I could definitely see how that would be annoying. But like I said, I have a milquetoast opinion about it. Like, this is a common feature nowadays, and I mean, it's probably always on screen, but I don't really give a shit.
If there's a part in that game, this box of dots only had 3 dots in it. That's really disappointing. Typically there's like 6. But like, in my opinion, if there is a if there's an issue that I can see like is stifling my exploratory nature of Sun and Moon, it's the constant dialogue. Because that's the let me play the game, let me explore. But instead, they're just constantly sitting there and talking to you, like every 10 feet. For like the first 2 islands, every 10 feet, it feels like you can't do anything. Which, I mean, in my opinion, I only felt it really hard on replay. I don't feel it as
definitely.
much on normal playthrough. So
I would agree if you were reviewing this as a person who replayed it. I would imagine it wouldn't be as high because it would probably have more annoyance. But again, this is just as a first play and not really intending to ever see it again because, I mean, why would I need to? But yeah, I was very surprised how many positive memories I had of playing Ultra Moon because, yeah, I was running into the issues of there's constant talking and a lot of it is... It's probably one of those scripts where you could throw out half of it and miss not all that much. There's a lot of repetitive stuff. There's a lot of stuff you don't really need to talk about, like pointing out facilities you never really plan to use because they're just ancillary features that don't really do anything, and I don't give a shit about. Hop is kind of annoying because he's got this fucking always positive attitude, and he's got these...
Hop's Sword and Shield. Hao is the rival in this game.
Okay, this is Hao, which is, yeah, he's got the more foreign name. But, I mean, it's Rose by any other name, whatever.
It's Polynesia.
It's also very simple.
I mean, so is Hop.
Yes,
so
yes it
is. An English name, but I don't know.
So, yeah, it was constant talking. There's the journeys... I don't know what you want to call it. The journey, something in it's kind of insipid. Hop's always with you and asking for battles, and I don't really like how I fucked it up again. He's
Hao a lot.
He's always chipper. He's always in the way. He's always pointing at thinks everything is super great and everything of it is equal value.
I like Hao.
He's a bit tiring, but at least he doesn't have that why thing of combining always wanting to be around you with being completely useless, because at least he holds himself in battle. At least he's with you when you're trying to deal with problems.
It's weird because he has the starter that's weak to yours.
Yeah, they started doing that too, which... I don't know how I'd feel about it. I mean, it makes my life easier, but I don't know if I'd appreciate the lowering of the challenge inherently. But the one thing that I think kept me going in Ultra Moon was the Ultra Recon Squad being introduced very early.
Yes.
Because it brings something that Pokemon rarely has, and that is a true hook, a true intrigue. Like, they try to do intrigue, and it's stuff that I don't really care about, or it's too obvious for me to care about because there's no mystery. The Ultra Recon Squad showing up is a mystery that I want to know about. Because these guys, they're not just fucking people in suits and ties, or just people from around the island. These are people who show up in like sci-fi Power Ranger suits on an island that doesn't even have a Pokemon League. Like, what the fuck are these guys doing, and why are they talking to me specifically?
They're from another dimension.
Like, they bring questions that I want to know more about, because they are just so bizarre and so weird, so out of the norm of everything in this entire region, that it really carried a lot of the early game when I was going through stupid dialogue, when I was trying to deal with the Cosmog thing that was pretty repetitive.
Get in the goddamn bag! Get in the goddamn bag, Nevi! Get in the goddamn bag! I am sick and tired of this.
Dealing with...
I love that Nevi doesn't get in the bag. That, like, maybe with the extra dialogue that comes from, because there is even more dialogue in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, because like you have the whole like you crawl through the hole and on the first island, like that's a whole that entire cave, by the way, that like hole you can crawl through, where you like first see the Ultra Recon Squad. That's an optional. Like you don't even have to go there in the original Sun and Moon, but you have to go there to see the Ultra and Recon Squad and Omega or in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. But like, I could see with maybe like extra, even more dialogue to the story, the Nebby getting the goddamn bag shit would get tiring. But like, it gets to the point where like, it's not like they're constantly yelling at Nebby to get in the bag. It's just like every now and again in the background when you're talking to Lily, Nebby's out of the goddamn bag. And so you yourself as the player, like playing the game, go, Nebby, I swear to motherfucking God, get in the goddamn bag.
Yeah.
You are a legendary Pokemon. We have just been hauling around, and we are not supposed to have you. Lily stole you from her mom. Like, we need you in the bag so we don't get in any goddamn trouble.
Yeah, I was, Nebby's caretaker, I can't remember the character name.
Lily. I just said it
You literally just said Lily again. Again, not a big fan of Lily, but I wasn't as annoyed.
I like Lily.
I wasn't as annoyed with Lily as I was with Hao, because he wanted to constantly spend time with me when I wanted a little bit of space from him. Like, I'm fine with battling him 8 times, but I don't need him to walk with me.
Yeah. So what I want is I want Lily to come back. Like, I want to see Lily 2.0.
Oh, definitely.
Right? The game ends with like Lily gaining confidence and like going off to become a trainer of her own. So like, and she's going to Kanto, by the way. It gets stated, but I don't think it gets stated like very clearly. But she's heading to Kanto at the end of the game. So like, I want a game like where where you're in Kanto or like something. Like, it doesn't have to be like a remake of
It doesn't have to be a third Sun and Moon.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be like because you have to go to Kanto, in my opinion. Like, the story to continue with her where you bump into her is Kanto. So what I want is a continuation of like a game that takes place in Kanto. Maybe it's like a more spinny-offy game, kind of like Legends Arceus, but it takes place in the modern day Kanto, and you bump into Lily there, and like Lily's story picks up, and in this game she's like a rival instead of just like a companion. Because like Lily's a character in the story, she's not a rival. She has no Pokemon except for Nebby. Nebby's her only Pokemon, and it's not really her Pokemon so much as just like a Pokemon that she's keeping with her because she stole it from her mom's thing at the beginning of the game. Which, out of curiosity of like Pokemon games with a hook, do they not show that in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon? Because Sun and Moon opens with Lily actively fleeing with Nebby. Like, you see that happen.
I believe you see her running away, but I don't know if they show it in much detail. I think they show that she was running away from the Aether Institute, at least.
Yeah, so you tell she's running away from the Aether place, and then she gets pulled into a wormhole. And then the wormhole drops her off by the professor's place, and that's how she ends up. The professor ends up finding her. That's how the professor and the professor's wife ends up finding her, and they sort of like pseudo adopt her, right? That's her whole thing, and she like lives with the professor.
Well, he's just doing a homeless person a solid.
Yeah, he's just taking. Him and his wife are just naturally good people, and they're just taking care of a homeless kid. And I mean, his wife's always away on business because she's got to do her shit and her research.
So I think beyond that, I think that maybe just the journey aspect, because I want to say that Pokemon Variety, the new generation, was pretty damn good for Moon, and maybe that's why I had positive opinions, because it was one of the games where I was more readily catching things instead of letting a lot of it slide. I'm looking at my team, and I really, well, it's my Moon team. I'll just leave it at that. There's good Pokemon to be had.
I mean, yeah, but like, Another thing that I think you mentioned that I actually think I will point to Sun and Moon at doing a super good job at, and I don't know what it is with this, but you've mentioned that Pokemon is about the journey, right? I can't think of a Pokemon game that feels more like a journey than Sun and Moon, and it might be because like the differences, the island trials feel more like a battle with nature than they do like an actual like gym leader battle kind of thing. So like maybe that makes it feel more like a journey because it feels more wild the entire time, right? You're not everything's the trials aren't in buildings inside a city. They're on mountains and forests and lakes, things like that. Like it's the region is very natural. Like there's a lot of natural environments and less cities than probably most Pokemon games, and maybe that's why that game feels more like a journey to me. But like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, if you want a Pokemon game that feels like a journey to me, it's that one. And then Scarlet and Violet also probably does a good job. It might be that, and it might be like some of the set pieces, because like Mount Coronet, for example, in Gen 4, it doesn't feel like you're climbing really high up, I guess, because of, to a certain extent, because it's a lot of in and out of cave doors. But like the mountains and like where the observatory is, like you have to, like if you're running like this long, you can run like down this long road, and you're going like down a mountain the whole time. And then like the journey to where the fire trial is, like you can physically like feel that you're high up. So I don't know, that one feels like a bigger journey. I guess that's a thing I never noticed until now, but
I suppose
I'm gonna point it out. It feels like a more of a journey, and I can't place why. Maybe because it has, once again, it has a very. I think it has. I feel like it's a coin toss, depending on the day, whether I like Sun and Moon's story better than Scarlet and Violet's. But there is more of a.
I suppose
there's more than just stopping the bad guys. Like there's other people's lives and stuff happening in this game that I guess makes it maybe feel more like time is progressing too. I don't know.
Well, we should talk about the island captains, because this game doesn't really have, it kind of does. It doesn't have boss battles in the traditional way, but they do have boss battles, because you do the captains and you do the totem Pokemon at some point.
There are optional battles with the trial captains. You fight totem Pokemon for the trials, and then after so many trials, you fight before you leave the island you're on, you fight that island's Kahuna, which is different from a trial captain. The trial captains are people like Kiawe and
Horse
Malo and no, Hapu is a Kahuna. Hapu is a Kahuna.
Yeah.
Girl with the horse? That's a Kahuna. The trial captains are people like Malo, people like Kiawe, Leanna, I think her name's Leanna, the water one. Sophocles. Those people are trial captains. The Kahunas are like
fighting
big,
man.
Yeah, the big like what feels more like a gym battle is the Kahunas, because they're not one big boss Pokemon thing. Now, given the island captains, and you might not have done this, but the island captains are, after their trial, they are available somewhere where you can fight them, and it's not it's not like a post game thing. This is like a thing you can do in the middle of the story. So, the first guy, the normal guy whose name is escaping me, because a lot of these trial captains have very Polynesian names. The one I mainly point to, though, for the big one is Kiawe. Kiawe has a name that took me a bit to figure out that it was pronounced Kiawe.
Aloysius.
The first one I know has the normal guy has hold on.
Well, I did want to talk about the totem Pokemon at least, because it's an interesting idea, and I mean, JRPGs have been doing this kind of thing for forever, where rather than have
Ilma.
Ilma.
Ilima. I don't know how to pronounce it. The normal guy. And then Lana, Kiawe, Malo. It's Lana, not Liana. Lana, Sophocles, Acerola, and Mina are the trial captains. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 of them. And then there's 4 island captains or kahunas.
Because there are 4 islands.
Yes.
So the totem Pokemon is a good idea, but if they want to do it in the future, which I'm sure in a bunch of different forms they still are, which are just big Pokemon encounters, that the only difference is that you're forced to do them. They need to be very careful with totem Pokemon because, as we discussed, JRPGs are a very particular genre of game, and if you want to have an encounter, a boss fight against one guy, and you want to load it up with higher stats and health pools to compensate for the fact that sometimes it's just one thing you're fighting, you need to be very careful, because if you up all those stats too much, and it's a careful balance, you're going to turn a challenge into something that's just going to flatten anything you put in front of it unless you do a bunch of grinding. And I wouldn't say that Ultra Moon does do that with the totem Pokemon in of itself, but I would say the addition of helper Pokemon is taking it a bit too far sometimes.
I, for the most part, disagree, but there are a couple trials that I can agree feel they feel extra hard. So the water trial, which I think in your game might be Iraq. In one of the games it's because I know they changed the trials I think in the Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon games.
I'm pretty sure it was an Araquanid.
Yeah, okay, so in Sun and Moon it's Wishy-Washy, and it was the Wishy-Washy is so hard. Because what happens is Wishy-Washy's whole thing is like, if I'm above half health, I'm like ridiculously good stats compared to like what you would normally expect. And then one of the ally Pokemon it calls in is Alomola, and Alomola will use Heal Pulse on it and keep healing it so that it stays above half, and then it just wrecks your shit. So like the Wishy-Washy was super hard. I don't remember the Araquanid being as hard.
No, I don't remember having a big issue with it.
I think the Alolan Marowak is significantly harder than the Salazzle, though. Because in Sun and Moon it's Salazzle, and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon it's Marowak.
I think Salazzle would have been the easier challenge.
Yeah, Salazzle was the easy because it's frailer. And then the first ones stay the same. Depending on your version, it's either Gumshoes or Alolan Raticate. And I don't know what game you played. Did you play Ultra Sun or Ultra Moon?
This was Ultra Moon.
Okay, so one thing about Ultra Moon that I don't know if you even noticed, that, well, the Sun and Moon games versus, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and Sun and Moon have it. Depending on which version you have, your day and night cycles are switched.
Huh.
So during the day and moon, it's nighttime, and during the nighttime, it's day in Sun and Moon. In the both Moon versions, your what would be your daytime hours in the real world, like what your DS says is daytime hours in the real world, make it night in your game, and what is nighttime hours in the real world, make it day in your name for the Sun, for the Moon games, and then the Sun games, it's normal.
What a weird detail.
In case you never noticed that, your day and night cycles are switched depending on the game. So the daytime hours are nighttime and Moon, the Moon games. But yeah, so Wishy-Washy I thought was harder than Araquanid. But yeah, what other ones changed? Sun and Moon, it was Vikavolt for the electric one, and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, it's Togedemaru.
Yeah, it's the Pikachu stand-in.
And then, believe it or not, and this might be a interesting...
Ghosty had a the
Mimikyu.
Pokemon. Yeah, that's it. The Mimikyu.
Yeah, so that one's a Mimikyu in both versions. The allies it calls in are different, but interestingly enough, and this might surprise you, Mina, the fairy trial captain, and the Ribombi that you have to fight, that doesn't even happen. And like she just walks by and says, "Oh hey, I don't have time," and like gives you the thing. Like there isn't a trial for her in Sun and Moon. But what ends up happening is instead, towards the end of that area, you end up fighting a dragon, like the pseudo legendary dragon.
Okay.
Trial captain, and it's not like you're not doing a trial, like you're not doing a trial to like get it. You just end up doing it.
But I did want to specifically point out the fairy captain, because that is a fucking extreme low point for Ultra Moon. Because what they decided to do was probably the dumbest thing that you could do in any sort of RPG just to pad time. Which is, her trial is that you have to go back to the other captains to get a ribbon from them. And I'm pretty sure you have to do all 7 of them. And some of them, I don't think every one of them, says, hey, if you want my ribbon, you're going to have to fight my upgraded team. So you just have a series, not only the backtracking, but you also have, they're not terribly hard, but they are they're higher level teams. And that combination is pretty damn deadly for a JRPG, because that is just fucking time wasting.
Interesting. Yeah, no, so in normal Sun and Moon, you come across her on the last island, and like I think she, like, the story wise, she's like just getting started as like a trial captain, so like it's not really like set up yet, and so she just kind of gives you a pass.
I mean, the trial is still in her house when it's done.
Okay, yeah, you don't even bump into her on the road, and she just kind of gives you a pass. But what ends up like replacing it is on Pony Island, the last island there ends up being like where the dragon Z crystal is, and when you enter that room and you have to walk through that room to progress, you get attacked by a Komo-o. That is it's a totem Pokemon. So you do end up doing a fight, but it's not a trial for her. It just ends up being like a fight against some random totem Pokemon that comes out of nowhere, sort of like a thing. So that's what it is in the end of Sun and Moon.
Well, I don't have a lot to say about Team Skull since we're moving away from the gym leaders. I think it's a pretty strong evil team. Skull Town was a pretty interesting place.
Yeah, I forget the actual name of the town, but there's a lot of interesting lore and stuff that, like, talk about a game that has like lore hidden behind the scenes. So like, I don't know if you noticed this, but and I don't know if maybe they removed it in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, but I doubt it. You can like crawl into people's beds, and then your like character like smells the smells.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And like makes comments, and like on the first island, you might not have surmised it, but like one of the very first locations you walk by is Guzma's childhood home.
Probably not. I probably was just rushing through the intro.
Yeah, so like it's kind of over by the like where the hotel, like the motel is on the first island. There is like a childhood home of Guzma, kind of near the berry farm, and he like ran away from home because he clashes with his parents and stuff. Like, it's interesting. And in the post game, he ends up going back. and you can find them there. I also like that in the post game, their clothing changes to like remove the Team Skull insignia. So like Plumeria shows up in the post game, but she's dressed differently, and I think Guzma has like one of them has just like tape on the back of their thing to cover up the skull. And I think it's Guzma's sweater because on the back of his sweater is the skull icon, and I think he like has tape over it to like cover it up. Because they quit, they disbanded. They're gonna be better, right? Like that's how it ends for them. But like Team Skull's interesting because Team Skull, what Team Skull is they are one of my favorite villain teams as well, and they're all jaded kids that they all failed the trials, and like this is a huge coming of age thing to do these trials, right? That's like the narrative thing for the island trials is when you turn 11 you go do these trials. All of Team Skull are supposedly kids who they couldn't tough it, they couldn't do it, and so they're seen as failures. So people don't have faith in them, so they don't have faith in themselves, and they end up in this, they just end up being kind of thugs because no one thinks they're good enough anyway. So why should I bother trying, right? It is like their mentality, and so Guzma gathered the people who society saw as failures, and he said, "No, you're not failures. Come with me." And they kind of made their own town, and the only person who doesn't see them as failures and like actively is trying to help them is the third island kahuna, the cop, the old retired cop. He's the only one that actually sees faith in them.
Yeah,
which is why his like base with like filled with way too many like Galarian Meowths is like his like headquarters is like right outside their town. And he has like, he has kind of like a I don't care attitude, but he actually does care. Like the whole thing is he's the reason he's there, and that's where he lives right now, is because he's watching over the Team Skull kids. Like that's his whole thing. That's why he's there. He's watching over the Team Skull kids. So I
did want to mention that guy because
he's my favorite character in that game.
He is one of my favorite characters in this whole series because he has that attitude that you would expect. That's like he's got that kinder exterior, but I don't remember what his shtick was. If he was like just depressed or he just didn't give a shit about anything.
Kind of, yeah. His attitude that he gives off is I'm too tired for this shit.
But
like, attitude.
But that's the thing I like about him is that obviously he's not a major character, so he can kind of be whatever because it doesn't have that many implications on the actual story. But he doesn't develop. He's always got that shitty attitude, and he's one of the few characters that always has that shitty attitude. Always has a bad attitude.
Yeah, Nanu is a police officer who first shows up to aid the player in getting into Po Town, which is the Team Skull. After Team Skull is defeated by the player, he reveals that he is the kahuna of Ula Ula Island and challenges the player in Mali City for their island challenge grand trial. Upon defeat, he grants the player Darkium Z and wishes them well as they, along with Gladian and Hao, head to Aether Paradise to rescue Lily. When Professor Kukui forms the Island Pokemon League, he offers Nanu a position in the Island Elite Four. Nanu turns down the offer, however, stating he had no obligation to join, unlike when the Guardian Deity chose him to become the Kahuna, because that's how you become the Kahuna. As such, Acerola joins the Elite Four in his place, because Acerola is like his niece or something?
They're related in a weird way. I think that guy's her uncle?
Yeah, it's his niece or something. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, Nano later provides information on sighting of Ultra Beasts around Ula Ula. He is also revealed to be a former member of the International Police and Looker's former superior. His codename was 000. During this time with them, he is described as have been an elite officer on par with Looker 10 years prior to the events of Sun and Moon. He participated in a 3-person mission with Looker and the unnamed Faller to track down a Guzzlord, which ultimately cost Faller her life. After this mission, he and Looker discovered Annabelle on the shores of Pony Island. Blah blah blah. And Ultra Sun and Moon, after Necroz releases several Ultra Beasts around Alola, Nano is briefly seen facing a Guzzlord at the ruins of Appetence.
Oh yeah,
Later
near
he
the end of the
also
game.
appears in Acerella's place at the Aether House during Mina's trial. In Ultra Moon, he challenges the player to a rematch. While in Ultra Sun, he is not in the mood for a battle due to having been defeated by Hao. In both games, he gives the player the purple petal, the final flower petal of the trial. In these games, it is also revealed that after the death of Hapu's grandfather, the previous kahuna of Pony Island, Nanu had been responsible for holding the grand trials on Pony before Hapu was elected as the new kahuna by Tapu Fini. At one point, he also is seen giving a beginner trainer his starter Pokemon with the choice between 3 Alolan Meowths with different personalities. So here's your starter Pokemon, Alolan Meowth, Alolan Meowth, Alolan Meowth.
Here's the Pokemon, they're around my house. The fuck? Like, I love this guy. This guy is such a shitbag. And he's great.
He has a I don't care attitude and like a really lazy attitude.
It's awesome.
Despite Acerella referring to Nanu as Uncle, they are not related as stated on page 174 of the Pokemon Sun and Moon official strategy guide. Uncle and Auntie are often used to label as a label of endearment and closeness of a person of non-familiar ties in Hawaii. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
So he's not actually her uncle. He's like a close like family friend kind of deal.
Acerola is adorable.
Yeah, I mean the Ula Ula Island's my favorite island in Sun and Moon out of the 4 islands. Ula Ula Island's my favorite one. I love Acerilla. I love Nanu. Tapu Bulu is my favorite Tapu, which is the trial cap or the spirit guardian of that one. But yeah, it's a good time.
We should probably mention Gladian. For being an edgelord character, they actually do a heck of a lot with him.
Love him.
He is I don't know if you call him a rival, but you do fight him like 2 or 3 times.
He is a rival. He is labeled as a rival.
But yeah, pretty strong backstory. He's tied into it is an evil team.
You fight him more than you fight Wally. You fight him like 4 times, so. Yeah, he's Lily's older brother. He's
the disowned child.
Yeah, so he ran away before Lily. So Lily, runs away at the beginning of the game. He ran away before Lily, and he also stole a Pokemon. The Pokemon he stole was Type Null, and Type Null is
weird.
A very interesting Pokemon because technically it lore-wise it doesn't evolve, but in game it evolves. So Type Null and Silvally aren't a pre-evolution and an evolution. It's just taking the helmet off the Pokemon. So Type Null has the helmet on that's restricting its power. And when you get the helmet off of it, it becomes Silvally. So which is a combination of I think the word silver and ally. I know in Japanese the Pokemon's name is Silbuddy. It's Buddy instead of ally.
Okay.
It's Silbuddy.
What the fuck?
So as I mentioned, I watched the anime for because I Sun and Moon is great. I love Sun and Moon. I watched the anime for Sun and Moon during the time, and Gladian's like my favorite character from that series of the anime, and he says some edgy ass shit. Cause like in the anime, whenever he throws one of the discs, so Silvally is like Pokedex wise, and if you like look at what it does in game, it's a weaker version of Arceus. So it's like the same concept of Arceus but weaker.
They built an Arceus.
Yeah, so he's a man-made Arceus, right? And he's designed to take on Ultra Beast. That's the Aether Foundation.
Oh yeah.
Ultra Beast. But because they mistreated it, it went mad, and so they chained it up. That's why it has the helmet on its head. They chained it up to restrict its power, and then Gladian felt bad for it and stole it. Like that's how he got it. And so they're both like misunderstood monsters. That they have that like motif going, right? Gladian's like the edgy guy, and his Pokemon is the Pokemon that's like the misunderstood monster archetype. But he says some edgy ass shit when he like throws. So in the anime, he'll like change the type like mid fight. He'll like throw the disc into the air, and the thing on the side of Savali's head, like its ear, is actually a CD drive, and it like opens up, and that's where the CD goes. I forget. I have to find it. He says the most edgy thing when he turns it into a dark type. It's like because first of all, in Japanese, the dark type's not the dark type; it's the evil type. Like it's called evil type. It's not dark type.
Okay.
So he says something about like the Black Demon of the Abyss. Like it's some super edgy line, like Black Demon of the Abyss or something.
I mean, he was already Sonic the
Pokemon,
Hedgehog, and this just confirms it. I mean, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Silvally. Dark type.
But through Gladian, we do get that interesting character stuff with Lusamine, because she's maternal, but in a very specific way. And then when whoever she's not maternal against, she has like zero place in her mind for. Does she have like some sort of I don't know, like god complex? Maybe that's it. I'm trying to remember what Lusamine's whole deal, because I think that her role in the story was lessened in the, I don't even know if you want to call this a remake, the next game they made. The redo.
Okay, so even in English, it's pretty edgy. So, and because I couldn't find the scene, I found the scene, but I found it in English. And in English, he says, Silvally, accept this dark memory and become the beast of chaos. Or the dark beast that brings chaos, my bad.
Sure, boss.
But I know in Japanese he says something crazy.
He says, boo!
Cause he's fighting a
Jellicent. He's fighting one Jellicent.
Do they have subtitles? Do they have subtitles in this video?
I don't know.
They don't. Well, I'm thinking out loud. They don't. This is annoying. I found it in Japanese.
Well, then we'll never know.
It doesn't have subtitles, so I don't get to see what he says. But yeah, so one thing, by the way, in the anime that helps reiterate the fact that Type Null and Savali are actually the same Pokemon is that the entire time in the anime, Gladian only refers to it by Silvally.
It makes sense.
But Fabian refers to it as Type Null because that's the name of the experiment. While the Pokemon is called Silvally. But yeah, I don't know. Good game. Gladian's awesome. I love him. He's an edgy bitch.
There's Lusamine, who has weird god complex sort of deal going on.
She's obsessive.
She abandoned her children's, well, yeah, she did, and now just pays them zero mind, and that's really fucked up and causing most of Gladian's edginess and Lily wanting to run away.
I mean, and Lily's stuff.
Also,
yeah.
Cosmog.
But yeah, and I mean, there's even more shit when you think about it. So and maybe it's different in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, but she has such an obsession with Nihilego, which is the tentacled.
The thing that turns her into a jellyfish.
Yeah. So Nihilego, if you haven't noticed, and this is why at the beginning of before we knew the full stories of Sun and Moon, when we were first just getting
also
stuff,
none of this happens in Ultra Moon, none of this jellyfish shit.
Okay, but so in it was theorized before the game came out that the Ultra Beasts were people. Like that's what those Pokemon were, that they were people. And the reason for it was strictly mostly because um Lily and Lucamine's clothing are modeled after Ultra Beast. But when you look at the narrative structure of what actually happened, it's not that Ultra Beast are people, it's that Lucamine's madness made her dress her daughter like the thing she's obsessed with. Like, she dressed Lily to look like Nihilego. That's part of why when Lily like gets the self-confidence in herself, she changes the way she looks, so that she doesn't look the way her mom dressed her.
Because of anime. That's
and
character
her
development.
Mom is obsessed, and her mom's obsessed with Nihilego, so she's dressed like Nihilego.
What a weird Pokemon to pick.
I mean, she's just weirdly obsessed with like the weird alien beauty of the Ultra Beast, because she herself, in a way, is dressed like Pheromosa. So there is that. Because that's what people thought. When we were first shown the Ultra Beast, and in the game, like the post game, they do have these titles like Ultra Beast 001. This, like, they all have like these code names. And when we were first shown them during like pre-release footage and stuff, they never gave them like Pokemon names. They just called them UB. It was always UB00 number, and then like some code name that follows the number. But in the long run, it was revealed that the Pokemon themselves do have names. So I've long since forgot the UB numbers and stuff, and just know the actual Pokemon's names, which is, Nihilego, Pheromosa, Guzzlord. But they all have these code names. And so back when they were first revealed and they had these code names, people theorized that people started looking at characters we knew about were in the game and were theorizing that they turn into the Ultra Beasts, and it's some like weird human Pokemon transformation thing. It was a great time to like theorize. It was wacky.
I would imagine the Pokemon game having actual aliens in it.
It was. I mean, they literally are. They're not just aliens from the stars like Deoxys. They're like alternate dimensional aliens, where like the physics don't work the same way, and like entire ways of science function differently in their world. So they're really weird alien Pokemon. But yeah, a good time. Game's great.
There is a couple more things I did want to go over quick. Sure. The Necrozma encounter was pretty interesting, because that's the moment that's the set piece that you actually go into Ultra Space for, is for Necrozma, because apparently the disaster that caused the Power Rangers to leave Ultra Space was, I believe, it had something to do with Necrozma either running out of light or having too much light, and that was causing a problem for their way of being.
Necrozma devours light.
So they were having issues, and they were like, can you just deal with this so that we could get, like, I don't know, our version of Necrozma back where he's not, like, so evil looking?
Yeah, the thing with Necrozma is that he devours light.
And it's an interesting looking set piece, because it's actually in Ultra Space, but I think the only real thing that happens in Ultra Moon is that you just walk up a really tall tower, that Necrozma, I think in his light form, is waiting for you, and then you fight him for the benefit of that dimension. Before then, I think he either crashed into a mountain, or he just coincidentally happened to be sitting with depowered in a crater for some reason.
Yeah. And that's where he is in normal Sun and Moon, is he's like depowered in a crater kind of area on the first island in the post game. Interestingly enough, so the final battle, and I do know you go into more, like, there's different places you go in Ultra Space and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Like, you can go, there's like a whole mini game they did where you can like capture a legendary Pokemon by doing stuff, by jumping into wormholes and stuff. That's not a thing in Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon, you only go into Ultra Space once, and once you leave, you never go back. But when the original, what ends up happening is you know, the portal gets opened and Lusamine just pieces the fuck out. Like, she's just like, bye, I'm going to live amongst the Nihilego now. Like, this is what I want. And she, like, drags...
Bye.
I think she, like, takes Guzma with her for some reason. I don't remember why, but Guzma gets pulled in, too. And then like, this is in Aether Foundation headquarters that this happens in. And this is also where you find, like... I don't know if this happens in Sunless Moon. I hope it happens in Sunless Moon. This is where you find like all the frozen like Pokemon that she has like frozen to stay in their state of beauty because she's really fucking weird and obsessive. Like she has like Pokemon frozen in stasis. Like it's fucked up. And you like see that because she wants them to stay in a state of beauty and like. You know, it's the weird, obsessive, like, weird shit she was doing with Lily. Like, the whole, like, Lily's dressed a certain way. Like, she pampers Lily in very specific ways. It's all has to do with, like, preserving this thing and this. And then she's it's all her weird obsessiveness. But yeah, she ends up piecing out to Ultra Space. And I forget why, but Guzma gets dragged with. And then you end up going to, like, the special place, like the Temple of the Sun or whatever. Or the Moon, depending on which game you have. And it like that's where Nebby evolves, and then Nebby like rips open a space like a wormhole, and you ride Nebby through it with Lily, and you get to Ultra Space, and Guzma's just like sitting on a rock, and he's like, "Fucking get me out of here!" He's like, "It's so fucked up. Like I want to be gone. Like take me home." And
I thought this was gonna be fun.
This chick's no, he's like this chick's off her rocker, cause the whole thing with, like, Guzma was
she wants to become half Pokemon.
Yeah, Guzma was hired by Lusamine to, like, stir up a bunch of shit. So, like, what Lusamine was doing wasn't, you know, people weren't paying attention and she could get away with shit. While people's focus were on, like, the antics of Team Skull. And then, like, Aether Foundation could look like heroes by, like, jumping in and stopping Team Skull in places. So, like... Literally, that was all Lusamine's doing. Is she was just like paying Guzma and Team Skull to just kind of cause chaos, and yeah, she's there and she's like surrounded by Nihilego and she's super obsessed with them. And then when Lily's essentially like, "Okay, Mom, it's time to go," Lusamine gets like really like emotionally like distraught, and like one of the Nihilego like grabs onto her and. She like becomes one with it, and she's really fucking obsessed still. And then you fight her, and every single one of her Pokemon get the totem power up. Do you know how like at the start of totem
really?
battles?
God, that sounds really
you fight
annoying.
You fight her entire team, and every single one of her Pokemon get that power up. Actually, to my knowledge, the Necrozma fight's harder, but that's because the Necrozma stats are dummy. Like that Pokemon stat when it's in the light form is fucking super strong. Well, yeah, to my knowledge, the Necrozma is harder, except for the fact that there is a cheese strat to the Necrozma fight that my roommate accidentally did his first playthrough, and that is if you have a Zoroark and it's disguised as another Pokemon that can take damage from a Psychic type move, the Necrozma will spam Psychic type move over and over and over and over and over again against it, because whatever it sees, with the illusion ability, Zoroark looks like a different Pokemon in your party before it takes damage. It will attack that Pokemon with Psychic, because the AI will register that your Pokemon is whatever is just Zoroark's disguised as, and as long as that Pokemon can be harmed by a Psychic move, Necrozma's strongest move is the Psychic move, so it's going to use that. But by being a Dark type, Zoroark is unaffected by Psychic moves, meaning it literally does nothing on its turns until you kill it.
Oh, okay.
So you can cheese the Necrozma fight is the only thing I know about Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
And the last thing I wanted to talk about was the update to the champion of this game, because this is the first Pokemon League they're running, because they're trying to get this shit running.
The champion.
And... it's pretty typical. I wouldn't say that a lot of the Pokemon League they put together are all that memorable, except for the golfer, who is only memorable because she's a golfer for no reason.
Yeah, and that's your first interaction with her.
Yeah, which was weird.
At least it is in the original Sun and Moon. She comes out of fucking nowhere. Having been like she's a very successful trainer who finished the island trial in some way before, and then she went to become a pro golfer, and then she got invited back by the person who's setting up the Pokemon League in that game, which is Professor Kukui. And yeah, so I know the Elite Four is different across the two games. The original has Acerola. They have Acerola. Fuck, I'm trying to Olivia. Acerola, Olivia. Not Nanu. Fuck. Who is the Elite Four in that game? I'm forgetting their names. Hold on. So in Sun and Moon, it's Hala, Olivia, Acerola, and Kahili. And Kahili's the golfer. And I know they change it in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, but not by much apparently, because it just becomes Mullane. So Mullane replaces Hala. So Hala, the fighting type trainer from the first island, Howie's grandfather, is one of the members of the Elite Four in Sun and Moon. And in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, it's Mullane. Which Mullane, in order to fight Mullane in Sun and Moon, he is, when you rematch the Elite Four, every single time you get to the champion room, how it works in that game is because you are the champion, you take a seat on your throne, and a challenger comes to fight you, and that's your final battle when you refight the Elite Four in Sun and Moon. So there's like a randomized list of people who can show up to fight you, and that's how you can fight Mullane. Mullane is one of the people who can show up to fight you. But I know he becomes an Elite Four member instead in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
Okay, and then the champion of my game, which, because really they're kind of running this off of the seat of their pants, because of potatoes, it ends up being the champion fight against How.
It's really lame. And Sun and Moon, the champion fight is Kukui, the professor.
But, I actually really like this champion fight because it doesn't feel like a champion. It feels honestly just like your final rival battle. And there's a bit of a difference to it because I guess it just doesn't really feel like a slog. Like, I think there's a bit more back and forth to it. There's a bit more of an equal footing because I was able to Oko, I think at least a couple of the Pokemon on his team, and it just has that normal back and forth to it, and I think it's the right level of challenge that I really appreciated out of the final encounter.
Do you fight How before you enter the Pokemon League?
I don't think so.
That game? Okay, so here's the like final like route to the Pokemon League. So right before the elevator up to the icy area, that's like the final walk. It's a very short route up to the Pokemon League. Right before that elevator, you fight Gladion for the final time, and he shows up with a Savali, and his Savali is typed now because it evolves, and thus it can use the disc items that change its type. It's typed to be whatever type beats your starter. So if you have the fire starter, he has a water Savali. If you have a grass starter, he has a fire Savali, right? So he has the type on his Savali to beat your type. And the rest of his team is whatever it is. I don't remember what it is. But then after you beat him, you go up. You do like the final like route. You get the ice.
Actually, maybe Gladion you do fight there.
But so after you go up the elevator, you fight. You get the ice Z move is in a thing. You know, if you have a Crabali, this is where it finally fucking evolves. Then you stop at the Pokemon Center up there, and then like shortly after you walk out of the Pokemon Center and start heading towards the Elite Four, How shows up, and that's your final fight with How, is right before you walk into the Elite Four. And then you walk into the Elite Four. You can fight them in any order you want, which has been a thing since Gen 5 at this point. It goes away. You don't in the next two games, actually. You don't in Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, you don't fight them in whatever order you want. But you get to fight them in any order you want. Hala, Olivia, Acerola, Kahili, and then after that, you go into the final room where you bump into Professor Kukui, who states that blah 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 blah, and then you fight him, and he's got an awesomely stacked team. You fight him, you beat him, and then he declares you the first champion of Alola. And then now that you're the first champion of Alola, every time you go back there, there is a handful of characters that refight you, who will show up to fight you as the final person. Hao can show up there. Kukui can show up again. And then there's several other, including a dragon trainer from Kanto, who is like an entirely new character and really bizarre, and he's got like a rock and roll outfit. Like, he's this weird character that comes out of nowhere just for this. But that's the Pokemon League and Sun and Moon. So I don't know. I think I like Mullane as a member of the Elite Four better than Hala, just because Hala's team really does suck. It's really slow, so it's very easy to just like beat it in without really suffering. But like, I don't like that Hao's the champion. I'd rather fight Kukui again. Kukui has like, so Hao, as you know, takes the starter that's weak to yours.
Yep.
Kukui has the starter that beats yours. So which shows up again. They do it again in Sword and Shield, because Hop takes the starter that's weak to yours, and then I think, or maybe it's the other way around. Does Hop take the one that beats you? Hop might take.
I think Hop takes the weaker one. I don't think so.
So Hop takes the weaker one, and that means that Leon.
Yeah, he did, because he had a Rillaboom.
Okay, because Leon, I know Leon has the one that beats. Then Leon has because I know Leon has the other starter. So when you get your starter at the beginning of the game, Hop chooses one, and then Leon gets the other, and shows up in the fight with him. His signature Pokemon's still Charizard, no matter what one you picked, but he does have one of the members of his team in the final fight is the starter that didn't get chosen. But yeah, it's a great team. I mean, I'm glad you had a good final fight with Hao. I just personally think the final fight with Hao probably the same whether he's the champion or not, and I'd rather have the fight with the professor as the final fight.
I don't know what it is about Ultra Moon that made me look so fondly on it, but yeah, it's my third favorite one that I did.
I mean, I Sun and Moon's probably right now my second favorite, so like I agree that these games are really good.
Well,
but yeah, so let's move on to number 2, and then if it's the game I hope it is, we should be able to move past it quickly. And then we need to get, while it's getting late, I do want to get through the conversation of Scarlet and Violet, which is what I'm expecting and hoping is number 1. But we'll see. What's your number 2?
My number 2, just to give the whole mystery away, it was the time that I spent with Violet.
Really? So your number 1 is the original, which I think is really lame. Not gonna lie. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Really? So Scarlet or Violet, Scarlet and Violet is your number 2. Okay.
Yep.
This is the one where, by the time you played this, we knew you were going to have this chat, so we had the least time to talk about this, and I know leading into this game, I didn't want to spoil things, because I think there's some absolutely crazy things Pokemon does in this game that they never did before, and so I'm curious what your
definitely.
thoughts are on, because I'm really curious, I'm going to try to, with the previous games, I kind of just let you go on whatever tangent you want. But because I'm really curious about this one, I'm going to walk through different things of the game and ask you your thoughts on them.
Sure, we can start like this.
And then once we get through all that, anything I may not have touched on that you want to bring up, we can bring up. But the first things I want to talk about is, you start the game, you meet the professor, or not the professor, you meet the headmaster of the school, and you meet the... he gives you, and then you meet Pneumonia, and you get your 3 starter Pokemon pick. And as we talked about, I know the other day when you showed us your team, I'm a big fan of all the starter Pokemon from there. With I'm not a huge fan of Quackleval because it has the weird big butt, but other than that, I am a big fan of most of the starters. And one thing this game does is it's very open, and there's lots of Pokemon everywhere. And yeah, how did it feel at the start here before you got to the school? Like, what was that
Before the school.
going into that? Yeah, so because the game starts with that the headmaster comes to your house, you change into your uniform, and then you walk to Pneumonia's house. He gives you your starter at her house. You fight her for the first time, and then you have a bit of a trek all the way to like the first like basically the biggest town in the game, which is the town where the school is, and you have a bit of a trek there. We have to go through like a smaller town, and there's like several routes of stuff. And during that trek, you go past the lighthouse, where you meet.
Guy,
you meet
person.
What the fuck is his name? Before you even get to the lighthouse, you meet Arvin.
Yeah, that's it. Him and his very weird encounter because he's annoyed at Miraidon because he's forced to take it with him, and then he just gets really frustrated and foists Miraidon on you.
Kind of, yeah.
It was really weird.
Yeah, so yeah, he Miraidon comes from where his in this game his father. If it's the other game, it's his mother. As both professors are his parents. The two professors of the game are his parents, but he essentially pawns the legendary off on you because it seems to like you because you fed it a sandwich, which is just the best way to get a legendary Pokemon in all of Pokemon. Is how did you get this Pokemon? Oh, I fed it a sandwich.
I also broke the rules and got a 7th Pokeball.
Yeah, I also am carrying around a 7th Pokemon this entire game.
I'm breaking the rules and have to be arrested.
Yeah, you have that meeting where you like, I forget how, but you end up like falling off the cliff and then.
Oh yeah, and then Miraidon grows wings to save you, or no, I think you fall and the phone catches you, and then you find Miraidon on the beach.
Yeah, you find it washed up on the beach. The Rotom phone, you like grab onto it at the last second because it floats around and it like hovers you down, is what ends up happening there. But then you have that interesting encounter with like the Houndour in the cave with the legendary Pokemon. I think it's Houndour. I mean, it might be different depending on the version, but I know it's Houndour in one of them. But yeah, so I'm just curious how this like first journey to the school is, because I feel like that's a interesting impression of the game, because before things start.
I mean,
you end up having to go to the.
I mean, it's interesting, but I just kind of took it as it came. I'm like, story stuff is happening at me. I'll just put it in my thoughts and think about it later. I got other shit I want to do, and I'm just kind of getting interrupted on the way where I wanted it to go. But I'm pretty sure I didn't have Pokeballs at this point, so it kind of ran into the Swarch problem where, I was noticing kind of interesting Pokemon, but I couldn't do anything about it, and I needed to go to the next place.
So, you get the Pokemon shortly after bumping into Arvin, and then that's so you kind of go through that first route where you meet the legendary the box art Pokemon, and you meet Arvin while you're like walking with Nemona, and after that, you get your first set of Pokeballs, and the very next route has all the Pokemon from the previous route that you might have saw, which have been things like Lechonk and the Tarantula, the spider Pokemon's there. But then the next route opens up, and that's probably where you found. If I had to guess, that's where you found your Ralts, because Ralts is right there, slightly off to like the left from a pond, like a little ways back off the road. There's Ralts.
I found it pretty early on because I had it for a while before it evolved. That was definitely that wasn't a power leveling thing. I remember I had a Curlia for quite a while, so had to have been caught pretty early. But
as I said, Ralts is right away, and like the very first route you have Pokeballs. There's Ralts there. There's Wooper. There's all sorts of stuff.
Ground Wooper.
Yeah, and so there's quite a bit of trek through like some very large routes, and then like a kind of a town, and then another wide route that ends up like going into like a circle, and you have to go left or right depending on where you want. And then you end up at right in front of the main big central city on the map. And that's you fight Nimona again, so the second time you fight her. And this time she has the electric. She has like the Palmont or whatever. And this is where they introduced Terascalization. So this is the gimmick of this game, and we haven't really talked too much about the different gimmicks and like which ones you liked and which ones you didn't. We have, since they kind of introduced the gimmick of the era, we've had Mega, we've had Z moves, we've had Gigantamaxing, and we had Terascalization. So I'm curious your thoughts on all of those as this is the introduction of Terascalization.
My thought on the battle gimmicks and the reason why we didn't talk about them is that I largely don't really give a shit. Because they're gimmicks. They're things that you pull out on one of your Pokemon during the battle. You use them usually on, the important encounters, and I mean, I would just use them to counter knowing that they're going to use it, so I have to use it to equal out the advantage. But, I mean, they're so busted and broken that I don't really see a lot of value in investing in it, and a lot of times I would just honestly not bother or just use it on one Pokemon consistently because I didn't really care. But
So
Terastallization's a bit different because at least it affects your Pokemon's type. And it isn't just
and it's not as broken.
It isn't
definitely not as broken.
It isn't just busting out like the fuck you move and burning down whatever unfortunate thing you put in front of it. At least you have to put some sort of thought into it. I mean, you get access to, well, no, I think you get access to your normal moves, but they got the power up from being terastallized. It's just that I didn't really find a lot of utility in it. Like I said, I probably mostly used it on my starter because you could only use it once per Pokemon Center visit, oddly enough. And I don't know, it was just... I didn't really use it strategically. It probably just fell into the same camp as Gigantamaxing. I would use it during
Battles.
gym encounters and didn't really think about it. I think I mostly just use it as a direct counter to the other Terastallization.
So I'll agree with you to an extent. I personally, Megas weren't that busted. They changed the base stats of the Pokemon and sometimes changed the type of the Pokemon. So typically the base stats of the Pokemon improve whatever that Pokemon is. So certain Pokemon it was problematic because their base stats were already really good, and then now you made them even better. Other ones it wasn't as bad. Things like that with Megas. I agree with you though for Z moves and Gigantamaxing, because Z moves were a big, I need this dead button, and it just worked. And Gigantamax was Z moves, but you get to do it for 3 turns, and your Pokemon's more like you get double HP or something, like your HP total doubles or something when you Gigantamax. I forget all that what Gigantamax does, but what the Gigantamax moves were essentially each move was a Z move in power. Almost all of them came with some sort of stat up or stat down when you used it on your opponent, or stat up on you. And when you were Gigantamax, you had significantly more HP than you would normally have. So Gigantamaxing has been, in a lot of people's opinion, is the most broken one. And from my memory, it's the only one that has been flat out banned in the singles competitive scene. Like back when Gigantamaxing was a thing, they just said, no, we're not playing with this. There were attempts to ban Z moves, but I don't think it ever got banned. And then there were attempts to ban Terascalization, but that's because people are babies. Because the reason people wanted to ban Terascalization is not because it's so more powerful than normal things. It's because you can't predict it. And it's like, okay, but you can. And now the conversation has quieted down because you can predict it. Like, everybody knows what people run now for Terascalization, but because Terascalization is the weakest one mechanically, because what it does is it changes your Pokemon's type so that you're a single, whatever type you Terascalize into, that's your type. Just that. So you still have your other types, like the game still knows it's there. So like, you know, if you're a fire type and you Terastallize into a water type, you still get same type attack bonus damage to your fire type moves. So your fire attack moves didn't get weaker because you changed type. However, you know, defensively, you now act like a fire type versus a water type or whatever. Like you act like whatever type you turned into. And then the benefit is whatever type you turn into, you now get stab on those moves. If you turn into a type you already have, you're getting double stab. So if you turn into a type you already have, you're getting, you know, a larger boost than you normally would do. So stab is a 1.5 times boost. So if you're a fire Pokemon, your fire moves do 1.5 times more damage than the same move on a non-fire Pokemon, right? So if you Terastallize into a fire type Pokemon as a fire type Pokemon, you're now doing ×2 damage on all your fire type moves. When you use a fire type move, right? So that's the benefit of it being the same type, which for the most part, if you don't do like the dens that are around, because the dens are kind of how you, at least in a normal run, there's items, but you have to grind them and it's hard to get them during a normal run of the game. But the dens are basically the easiest area to get Pokemon that Terastallize into a type that's not their normal type. That's the easiest way to get them in a normal run. I don't know if you had any like that, because if you're catching stuff on the routes, 9 times out of 10, and I mean like like if it's the glowing Pokemon that you can sometimes find that when you fight them they immediately Terastallize into a different type. There's those Pokemon sometimes, but most of the Pokemon you encounter, they'll have one of their types as their Terastallization type. So most of the time during a normal run, you're just getting the extra stab. The gym leaders are the big one because all the gym leaders in this game have a Pokemon that is not normally their type that they turn into their type via Terastallization, which is kind of like their big signature thing. So I was curious about your thoughts on that because Nimona breaks it out on you at the end of this route, and it's kind of like a big like whoa. And then I remember my roommate was playing the game, and unfortunately he started with the water starter. And he didn't really catch a whole lot of stuff before getting to that battle, and he rage quit on it because of how hard her electric moves were hitting him. And he's like, I can't beat this, and I'm like, you're just kind of being you're being over the top about it, like you can, but that was kind of his thing because that first fight you don't have the option, and she uses it on you, and that's how they introduce it. So I was curious your thoughts on that. If you had similar, like, this fuck you, like how she's cheating kind of deal.
I think I just had to wrap my head around, like, the gym leaders were always going to be on type, even if it didn't really make any goddamn sense. Because the grass gym leader, her ace is Sudowoodo, which I think is really funny. In retro...
Dude.
Whatever. The Sudowoodo Terastallizing into a grass type I thought was pretty damn funny. But I had to wrap my head around that. It's like, don't think too much into it. They're just going to Terastallize into the type of the gym anyway, so just keep your strategy on.
Yeah, because it's not all of them have like a large number of them I think kind of have a theme to why they do it, or like they at least fit with the gym leader's aesthetics to the point where like it makes sense that that's the Pokemon that they have, because the first one has Teddy Ursa, and like I get she's like a chef, and like I get like Teddy Ursa and like, you know, bears and like honey, like that's, so honey is made by bees are insects, so bug type. And then she's a baker who bakes goods, you know, that you would use honey for, so that's why she has Teddy Ursa, like the bear. And the Sudowoodo is the joke of Sudowoodo is a fake tree, so you're going to turn it into an actual tree. Miss Magius is one of the ones that confuses me the most, because I'm like, it's a magician and you're turning it into an electric type? Alright. Like, other than the fact that it has... The thing with it is it has levitate, and she's turning it into an electric type. So now it's an electric type with no weaknesses because it has levitate, right? That's the thing there. Crabominable makes sense because it's a crab, so you're turning the crab that's not a water type into a water type. Staraptor is already a normal type, so that's turning into a normal type. Toxicity is like the music Pokemon, and she's like a rapper, so that's why the ghost type gym leader has that.
We will definitely be talking about her a little bit.
Okay. The like, you know, the I think the model, she's like a model influencer.
Oh yeah,
fashion
her
woman. She has like the butterfly in her clothing and stuff. So hers is a florist, so like that makes sense because like flowers and beauty and stuff. And then the last gym leader, Grusha, which this you probably don't know, but because you know, for whatever reason you thought Brassius was a girl, and Brassius is very clearly a dude. Like there's that one's not ambiguous to me at all. But Grusha, the last one, is a dude. Fun fact: totally looks like a chick. Is a dude.
Oh, is she the girl who's just too tired of this shit all the time?
No,
that was
Grusha,
was that the skater on the mountain?
Grusha is the snow guy with like the scarf around his face and like the long hair and the feminine eyes. The one who looks too tired for this shit is Larry.
No. Well, he is too tired for this shit, but it's definitely not who I was thinking of.
Oh, then you're thinking of Brassius, the grass gym leader. He also has like sunken eyes. Like he has like the sunken eye socket design. His face always makes me very like a skull. But yeah, he's got the whip and he's got like the thorn hair going on.
So that sportsman was actually a dude.
Yeah, that's a guy.
Yeah, I just do not remember this person. It's probably because he was the first.
He's depending on the order you did things, he's the first or the second gym leader. But yeah, so okay, so then you go to the school and you meet Penny and you know, everybody starts talking to you about, you know, hey, at this school, you know, once a year we kind of like set everybody off on this big like go find out who you are kind of thing, and you know, everybody does different things to like, you know, find who they are kind of deal, and you end up getting tasked by 3 different people to help them on their things. One being the mysterious phone caller Cassiopeia, one being Arvin and helping him get the Herba Magnifica or whatever it's called, and the other one being Pneumonia and being told to fight the gym. So now what I want to know is a couple of things. I want to go over the stories of each one and your thoughts on each of the 3 stories.
Sure.
And then 2, I kind of want to know the route that you did it in, if you remember. Because the route at which you do it all, I think, is an interesting thing to look at, because things can be significantly harder or easier depending on what you do win. You know, for example, I always bring up the fact that my very first time playing this game, and I feel like this is a very easy thing for people to do, the Iron Tusk, or depending on your version, the Iron Tusk or the Great Tusk, or Iron Treads or Great Tusk trial in the desert,
Iron Treads,
it's significantly earlier in your path than anything else by level. So you come across it significantly earlier than its level is. So your team is like in their high 20s, I think, when you get there, and it's 45. It's like 45, 46. So like it like almost has double your levels on you. And so I'm curious if you made the mistake of doing that one at that time, or if you did like a different route that like helped you be better prepared when you got there, or if you just got there, got flattened, and moved on and came back to it. I managed to cheese it and didn't lose to it, but I had to cheese it really hard. I had like one Pokemon that could survive hits from it, and I had to like land the moves on it to poison it and salt cure it, and then I had to just keep healing one Pokemon over and over and over and over and over again until it died from the passive damage.
Well, what I decided to do was definitely a path. How to describe it? I suppose non-directed would be a way to do. When I got the choice, I was like, okay, I'm going right out of this building and I'm hitting whatever the fuck's first. I think I did 2 gyms, and then I did the Bird Titan fight. I think I got to the 3rd gym after that, which, I think was in the multi-tiered city next to the waterfront. And that's around the time when I think it was getting a bit too stiff. And then I think I did run into iron treads and get flattened. But instead of getting discouraged, I was like, okay, I guess we're done with this path for now. So I went back to the school, went the other direction because I was like, I had a choice of right or left. I'm guessing the stuff on the left is probably lower level than I am now. So I just went left.
Okay. So wait, so you started, that's confusing. Cause if you got flattened by the water thing and iron treads, that's the left side of the school. That stuff's on the left. So you went left first, then right, is what you're saying, and you just have it mixed up in your head.
Well, I know I went out the gym leader door first.
Okay, yeah. So if you're gonna do a gym leader first, that you go left from the first things on the map. So the right is Arvin's. The first of Arvin's things is to the right of the school, and to the left is the first of the gyms. And the first of the gyms is the bug type gym. So you did the bug type gym with the Baker and the Teddy Ursa and that first. Is the lowest level gym. It's level 15.
It sounds about right. I probably fought Teddy Ursa and this depressing Spike Face one or two.
Okay. Yeah. So the guy I sent you's the grass leader Sudowoodo. He's actually on the right side of the school. So how
did that happen?
So he's on the right side of the school after the first Arvin thing. So if you went left and just kept going left until you hit difficulty spikes, the order of which you would have done things is you would have done the bug gym, then you would have done I think the next thing you hit is, so the bug gym's level 15, then you hit the Bombardier Titan fight, and that's level 20. And then the thing you hit after that is actually the first Team Star member, which is Giacomo. I think is how you pronounce that name. I think it's a Portuguese name. I don't know how to pronounce it. But the dark Team Skull trial. And then right after the dark Team Skull thing is the Water Town, and that's the Water Gym. And the Water Gym is level 30, and the Team Skull thing the Team Star thing is 20. So both Bombardier and the Dark Team Skull thing are the same level at 20, and then the Water Gym is 30. So there is a large jump there. So I can see how the Water Gym would have been your first tough obstacle. If you kept going that way, because you would have hit 15, then a 20, and then a 20 challenge, and then suddenly a 30 challenge very shortly after that. Then if you went right, the order of things would have been the Cloth Titan fight, which is level 16, so you would have gotten significantly easier on yourself.
Yeah, that was a giant pushover.
And then you would have got to the Grass Gym, which also would have probably been a pushover at this time because that's level 17. So you're if you did level 20 stuff already, you are ahead of the Grass Gym. And then after that, you would have done the Electric Gym, which is level 24. So that would be kind of back when you're closer to your level, is the Ino fight. And then after that, the next gym after Ino in level order is the Water Gym, which is 30. But I believe there's still one of the... Yeah, before you go to level 30, you can also do the Mela Team Star thing, which is level 20, the high level 20s. Is the Mela Fire Team Star fight. And then even if you want to go before level 30, you can do the Oreworm Titan. That's 29. So this is one of the weird things about this game is this stuff doesn't scale, but it's in different spots, and there is a path of levels you can physically follow it and be oh yes, this leads to this leads to this level wise, but on the map you're running past some things.
Yeah, like I said, I was basically just my overall plan was I think after I ran into Iron Treads, I was I imagine I would have probably just went north or went back to the left path. My only real direction was I noticed on the map the areas were numbered, and I was keeping to the low area numbers because it was like that's probably what that means. I'll just stay here in areas 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, if I recall correctly. But yeah, so
I know I did the Titans first, and then the gyms, and then I think I finished Team Star after that.
Yeah, so Team Star is the last of Team Star is the highest stuff out of all the things other than the Elite Four. So like technically when you finish the gyms are actually I think the lowest thing. Yeah, so the gyms are the lowest thing. The final gym highest level Pokemon is 48. The last of the trials being the Dondozo Tatsugiri trial is 57. And the Iron Tread's Great Tusk one is is 45. So I know the gyms are the thing you can beat the earliest. And then Team Star is the highest level thing because the last thing in Team Star, which is the fighting one, is 56. So that's roughly the same level as the Dondozo. So the last trial and the last Team Star thing are roughly the same level. However, the Team Star stuff is the farthest away on the map. So like the farthest up you have to go on the map takes you to the Team Star stuff. That's kind of the farthest areas on the map. Because the second to last Team Star, the fairy guy, is all the way at the very north end of the map, and then the fighting girl is slightly less north, but more to the right, and you kind of have to go from there to the right area to get to her. So okay, I guess your route you didn't. So for the most part, the route didn't affect your opinion on anything like the route of which you did things. You just kind of did things as they came up and you got them done. Is that kind of your opinion?
Essentially, I just ran to whichever objective marker was closer, and I'm like, I'll check that out. It's probably fine. Because there's got to be an ideal order to this. I'll just keep doing things.
Yeah, and for the most part there is, but then eventually it gets kind of wacky because early on it's very much like one thing on this side, one thing on that side, one thing on this side, one thing on that side, and you're just like running back and forth between the two sides of the like starting town for a bit. But then all of a sudden it becomes like two things on this side, one thing on that side. Then after that, like once you have like everything after like Iono, like the electric gym and the water gym, that's like a straight line on the map that you can draw from like the water gym to the electric gym area. And once you have like everything below that minus the Great Tusk / Iron Treads fight done, the order becomes like, all right, run all the way north, finish the gyms in the order of which they are going north, and then oh no, actually you have to run past Grusha's gym. So go do the normal gym, run past Grusha's gyms, go do the ghost gym, then go do the next gym, and then go do Great Tusk. Like it becomes this really weird, like suddenly you're just sticking to the left side, but you have to like run past two things and then backtrack and then end with like the Team Star stuff. But okay, so you just kind of did things as they let go, as you came across them, and if you struggled, you went and did something else. Oh, and then that one gym is just like really far down in the lower left corner, just completely out of everything's way, and you just kind of have to like decide to go there, the psychic gym. But yeah, let's talk about each specific story then. So let's start with like probably the least fun story, or least interesting story, but does have interesting things that you did in them because you have the different like gym challenges that you have to do. Let's talk about the gyms. Your opinions on the gyms and the gym challenges, and the story's pretty bland as it's mostly just pneumonia coming up and being like, hey, did you fight the gym yet? Let's fight the gym. Go fight the gym. It's most of all she is. And then different Elite Four members come and kind of introduce themselves as various parts of the story.
I mean, at least that's something that they should have been doing a long time ago, is introducing the Elite Four members to you first, and then they could actually feel like characters instead of being rated entirely on their one appearance.
Yeah, so because, how the story goes, your rival Pneumonia, or however you pronounce her name, she already beat the Elite Four. She beat it last year.
Yeah, I'll tell you that's a really bizarre thing that they did, and I thought it was really charming. Where she's like super jazzed about battling, and she immediately like targets you as her rival. What she needs to do, because she's already done everything, is that she needs to go completely rebuild her team at your level so that she doesn't completely flatten you.
Which is what she does.
And I thought that was hilarious that she has like these auxiliary teams available just for you, just to be an appropriate challenge.
I mean, essentially, she's just following you around and repeating her own footsteps with just a new team. You know, think what it's like to like just replay a Pokemon game, right? That's essentially what she's doing. She's presumably also taking on the gyms, or at the very least, like meeting you at every gym to make sure you do it, and then like grinding somewhere to get caught up to you because she's not fighting the gym itself or something. I don't know. Otherwise, she's fighting the gym a second time. But she is, you know, keeping track of you that way. But yeah, so there is that, and then yeah, as you said, you meet all but one of the Elite Four and Champion before you get to the Elite Four and Champion via they like meet you at various places because they know Pneumonia and they're kind of curious who you are because she talks highly about you, and you know I think you meet Greta the Champion first.
Yeah, she makes multiple.
Gita. You meet Gita.
She makes multiple appearances, and I mean, the Elite Four members are pretty decent characters, but Nimona herself, I don't have a particularly high opinion of because, like I said earlier, she's just a busybody. She has one thing that she's about, and she just says that a bunch, and you know, she's always super enthusiastic. But all she reminded me of was just a typical student body president, and I didn't really give that much of a shit.
Right, and that's why I started with this story, because it is like the weakest of the stories. As I said, you do get to meet the Elite Four members. I think you meet Gita first, and then I think you meet Rika second, or maybe you meet Hansel second. But I know you meet Rika, and the last one you meet is you meet her with Rika. Rika starts kind of bringing her around, which is Poppy, the little girl, Elite Four member. The toddler that's on the Elite Four, which I'm curious if you had thoughts on the different Elite Four members, and I mean, you know, memorable gym leaders or your favorite gym leaders, things like that.
I would say I would probably put him in my top 3 or top 5 if I was forced to make it. But just like Nanu, I have a really soft spot in my heart for, I believe his name is Norman.
No, Norman's in Gen 3.
I have a real soft spot in my heart for Boring Man.
Larry.
Because he's got the shtick of he is an overworked salaryman. And
he is an overworked salaryman, that is his shtick. And then he's so overworked that not only is he a gym leader, he's also the surprise member of the Elite Four. Because that's the greatest twist.
I love Larry. Like, he's so tired and has too much shit to do, but he has enough energy to at least put up some sort of gym trainer front.
I was gonna say he's got a job to do.
I will say that was a really weird thing that I was noticing was becoming consistent, is that, like, for whatever reason, like, it's a little bit more deprioritized than other regions, but every gym trainering is not their primary job. Every one of them has other jobs.
Yeah, you're right. Every single one of the gym leaders you meet in this game do have another job. The only ones who don't have a different job are the Elite Four members, or at least it's never stated if they have another job.
Well, I think most of them are just supposed to be teachers.
Kind of. Hansel is a teacher at the school, the Dragon Elite Four member. Rika, the ground one, the very first one you fight, she kind of is the one that she's like the overseer, at least, of like the that building, like the Elite Four, and like the finishing up of the thing. And then I think Gita, the champion, is like the head person. She's like the head person of the Pokemon League, but like, you know, Rika's like the desk manager of the main Pokemon League building, and then, Poppy, I guess, is just a child that's somehow so strong that she has level 60 Pokemon.
That's another thing I
But-
wanted to mention is that I love that they did that. I love having weird characters on the Elite Four, and I wish they would have done more of it. My problem is that I think they pushed it too far and took away possibilities by also making her brother an Elite Four member. I really think they should have filled that slot in with another wacky character.
Her brother? What?
Yeah, isn't the person at the desk her brother?
Okay, so first of all, Rika's a girl.
How is that a girl?
Rika's a girl. She has a flat chest, but she is a girl. I mean, that Rika's a girl. So one thing this gen did is there's a girl trainer that looks very masculine, and there's a guy trainer who looks very feminine, and the internet fell in love with both of them. But Rika's a girl. She's the Elite Four member. She has a very butch aesthetic. And then Grusha, the ice gym leader, is a guy and has a very femboy aesthetic. So they very much are a girl and a guy. But yeah. So the ground gym leader, and I don't think Rika is her sister. It's just more like Rika's. Because Rika, as I said, is kind of like the desk person and the overseer of the Elite Four. I guess Rika just is the person who gets stuck with babysitting Poppy. Because at the end of the day, Poppy's a child. So, like, Poppy needs to be there to be the Elite Four member when shit happens. So I think because Rika, and Larry's out on salary, salary stuff, and he's overworked as it is. And Hansel has, classes to teach, and Gita's too important to oversee the kids, so I think Rika's job is to just babysit the kids sometimes. So it's not that they're related, I don't think. It's just that like one is Rika has to babysit Poppy all the time.
Okay,
so, yeah.
Well, that's a thing now.
Yeah, Rika's a girl and Grusha's a guy. I'll put a picture of Grusha in as well.
I remember how that person looks. I guess that would make sense. She's covered 40% in a scarf.
Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like out of the two of them, it's harder to tell that Grisha's a guy than it is to tell Rika's a girl. Just because I think Rika's face is very feminine, but the way she dresses is very masculine. And
he's very depressed.
But her face is very feminine. Nah, that face, her eyes aren't open. She's more serious and pretty like laid. She's like cool and laid back. Like that's her kind of personality. Is she's cool and laid back and takes things easy. Out of curiosity, when you go to the Elite Four for the first time, you have to sit down for those interview questions with Rika. And one of the questions she asks is like, what gym gave you the hardest time? I'm curious what gym you answered for that, and if you thought the same thing a friend of mine did. So a friend of mine had the hardest time with Larry, and then Larry showed up in the Elite Four, and so he thought whoever you pick there is an Elite Four member, and that's not the case. It's always Larry. But I'm curious what you picked that when Rika asked you the question, what gym gave you the hardest trouble?
I would have to look. I don't remember all the gyms.
Sure. The gyms are Bug, which is the chef woman or the baker woman. Grass, which is the guy with the whip. Electric, which is the streamer girl who like live streams your whole thing with her. The sushi chef is the water gym leader. The normal gym leader is Larry, the salary man. The ghost gym leader is the rapper, and I know you wanted to talk about her, so we'll circle back to her. Tulip, or the gym leader is Tulip is the psychic gym leader. She's like kind of like a model is like her job, and then Grusha's the snowboarder. And the ice gym leader.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of a hard choice here. I kind of want to say my answer I don't know if I gave it because of the the actual like gym test and not the gym itself. I kind of want to say that I said medley for Larry.
Oh, gotcha. Larry's gym.
Because I had a real tough time handling his test. Mostly because of the game's technological deficiencies.
Yeah, where you have to find the different hints and stuff.
Well, and one of the hints is just like kind of dumb, where they don't point out. It doesn't point itself out. It's like you go to a stand and there's just a weird thing on the menu, and that's the hint.
Well, so the way you get hints of what you need to find are there's different gym trainers out and about the town, and every single time you beat one of the gym trainers, they give you a hint of what to look. So I know one of them literally tells you like look at the different food stands, find the thing that's not like doesn't fit. And then another one tells you go check the grate behind the amphitheater. And then the third one tells you to like look for the talking Pokemon. Like that's the vaguest one is the one that wants you to find the Squawkabilly that's like repeating the thing that you need to get from it. And then that tells you how to order the special thing. And I think part of the funny thing of when you order the special thing is you like tell the chef what to get and you order the special thing and Larry's just like sitting there like eating food like on his lunch break.
Yeah, he's at the bar.
And then he's like, you ordered the thing that I ordered, so thus I know that means you're a challenger, so let's get this over with. I have work to get back to.
Oh yeah, and then they clear out the entire restaurant so that you can have your battle.
Yes, they clear out the entire
because we don't need to make money at this place. Just throw them all out.
Larry needs to fight you with his team. And then Larry, I will also state, I think the water one might have gave me the hardest trouble. I know the water one was especially difficult for me. But
I don't remember it, so I kind of doubt it.
The water one has Crabominable as the final Pokemon, Wugtrio is the middle one, and Veluza as the first one. And if I remember correctly, I think when I took this because if you remember correctly, you said you went like one way all the way first, and then when you hit the water gym, that's where you realized that you shouldn't be here and that you should maybe check out the other side. What I did is I think I did the same thing on my first playthrough, but I think I beat the water gym, but it was tough. Like it was a tough battle, but I think I overcame the water gym, even though it was like a 10-level hike. And then I went to go do the next thing, which was the next nearest thing, which was the Great Tusk fight / Iron Treads, depending on what version you have. And that fight was impossible if I didn't cheese it, but I cheesed it. And then that was my signifier to go check out the other side. It was like after I got through those two things back to back, I was like, yes, I need to not be on this side. I need to go the other direction now. And then I went and I just steamrolled the Cloth, and I steamrolled Brassius, and I steamrolled Ionia, and I steamrolled the Fire Star member. But yeah, so out of all the gym leaders, it sounded like I was expecting you to maybe have something about how, oh man, I know is so annoying, the electric gym leader. Her whole stream thing.
She is super annoying and cringy. I just it didn't really piss me off so much. It's like, yeah, they gave it a bunch of cringy, timely dialogue, but so what? It's just one person doing a dumb thing.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm curious. What is it about the ghost gym leader that you wanted to touch on?
That was because I really need to point out as one of the things I'm gonna... It's not like a super huge slight against it, but it is a slight against this game, is that Game Freak really needs to get on top of their shit and get some fucking voice actors into their games. Because, honestly, at a couple of points, it's getting kind of embarrassing.
Okay, so it's the same thing as your Pierce complaint, where you made...
Well, yes, because it's a very obvious complaint, and they've done this twice. But Here, it's more egregious than that, because I can give them, like, the tiniest bit of slack. Okay, you don't want to hire a singer, you don't want to write a song. That's hard for one set piece, fine. You don't want to write a song, fine, whatever. But you want to know how battle rapping, why it's interesting to listen to? It's rhythm. You want to know what doesn't have rhythm? A text box. This doesn't work. You can't make this work, right. And it looks incredibly stupid.
Yeah, unless you read it in your own rhythm, and then if you don't get the rhythm right yourself, you reread it. Which, I mean, that's essentially just a skill that some people are going to be better at than others.
Like, this is just...
So there is a YouTuber I watch that plays Pokemon who does also rap, and when he got to this part, he read it like perfectly how it would be as a rap, and then he actually on the fly himself rapped back to her what his response would have been, and that was pretty cool.
Like, this is something that's so obvious and so easy to nail down that it literally shouldn't be said. Like, what they gave the gym leader as a gimmick literally doesn't work without the production value. Like, if you don't want voice actors for the whole game, fine, but if you want to do that, just do it for that set piece, okay? It would look less ridiculous that was the only thing voiced in the game, rather than you doing this and completely fucking it up. Because you can't do this in a text box. You can't. Like, it completely defeats the thing that you're trying to do.
So you're right. I went, because I know there's a video where he, like, raps back to her and, like, the battle. And, like, so I went to his channel and found the video. And so it's like just a ripped part from his stream where he was streaming playing the game. And you're right. One of the first things out of this clip that he has is him mentioning that, like, dude, you can't do a rap battle in text boxes.
Like, it's completely fucking obvious. Like, a fucking 12-year-old could tell you this. But this isn't the only point where it's starting to get embarrassing. I actually had 3 examples, including this, of why Game Freak needs to stop having no voice actors. And, like I said, they want to do these things, just voice act these set pieces, at the very least. It would look less ridiculous. The one that's the most subtle is that in the final area on the walk down, because that's when you have actual dialogue between your major characters, at one point, I think it's Arvin, because I'm pretty sure it would be Arvin, in the dialogue, he says something, and then the answer to the thing he said is, you know, them asking, hey, are you being sarcastic? And I remember that because it's like, you can't do sarcasm in a text box. Okay, you can't do that because sarcasm is in the inflection of the thing you're saying, not the literal text. So you fucked it up, and the fact that you had to point it out in the dialogue kind of shows that you knew this wasn't going to work. The fact that you needed to point out in your own text that the thing that you said was a sarcastic response. But the other one, and this one is major, because I think that this one really does hamper the scene that it's in. And that is the ending to Arvin's questline. Because this should have been this is an absolute slam dunk scene. Like, this should have been an easy A for them to get right. Because the Pokemon that's affected in Arvin's questline is not... It's not a Garganacl, it's not a Revavroom, it's not... I'm trying to think of another... It's not a Veluza, okay? The Pokemon in his questline is a Mabostiff, which is a dog.
Yeah.
And
his whole questline is he wants to save his dog, his sick and injured dog.
And that's the thing. Like, a lot of other Pokemon, people are not going to be able to relate to it because it looks like a person, it looks like a fish, it looks like a cloud. People have never seen that in real life. This is a dog. People have had dying dogs in real life and know what Arvin's going through because they can directly relate to it.
Armin's story is really well written.
The fact that they did not voice act that particular scene when Mabostiff is healed by his magic, Herba Magica, was such a missed opportunity, because they could have made that such an emotional fucking scene by actually hearing what he's saying, and the relief in his voice, the realization of how ridiculously improbable this managed to be and that it's working. Like, that could have been one of the most powerful scenes in this whole franchise, but they didn't voice act it, and that really hampers what could have been something great.
Yeah, I think it's... I can see how voice acting can add to it, and I'll agree that voice acting it would have made it better. I do think it's still really good on its own. You know, you can go back and you can play... Now, given, you know, we are in a different time period, and this game did come out in a different time period where it would have been easier, you know, wouldn't have been that hard to get voice actors. But, you know, you can go, my point is, you can go back and play games back in the day, like Super Nintendo and earlier, games where it was, you know, harder to have voice acting in games, and there are still emotionally touching scenes and stuff in those games. So you can have emotionally touching scenes in games without voice acting. So I'm not going to say that every game needs to have voice acting if it wants to do an emotional scene. That's not what I'm going to say here. I do agree that it would have added to it and would have made it better. Arvin's story is my second favorite out of the three main stories. My least favorite, of course, being the gyms, because it's pretty generic. And that's like what your standard Pokemon game typically is kind of what the gym story is. But yes, I agree that, you know, the Save the Dog story would have gotten, you know, even more sad and tear jerky, you know, pulling at your heartstrings if it was voice acted. So I think this is a good segue then. Aside from the voice acting, the Arvin story, the story of the Herba Magnifica, and, you know, going to the different Titans, and Arvin's like slow, you know, when you first, like the first one or two you don't even see the dog, right? The dog doesn't show up yet. You know, he kind of like begrudgingly doesn't seem to want to tell you like why it is he's doing this, just that he wanted to do it, and he's kind of huff-ump about it. Well, so I'm curious what your experience is with that story then. That's a good segue to move off of the gym leaders, which is what we were on.
It's definitely segmented because of how I played it, and a couple of the first things that you get there are very early level, and a couple of them are in the back part, so it's segmented, definitely. When I was about halfway through, I realized why I wasn't really connecting with it, and it was because I realized that they turned a Memorburger side quest into a main story. And I was like, really? Are we doing this? Just gathering the 5 things? That's what we're doing? I mean, okay, it's not much to work with. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think the desperation of him is kind of heartfelt, because, like, I think in early on, even he doesn't believe in this thing, and this is like his last chance. Like, he found this magical thing in this old ass book that came to him from his dad, or he stole it from his dad because he doesn't have respect for his dad for the obvious reason. But it's like, this might be the one thing that can heal an otherwise apparently untreatable, unknowable disease.
No, it's not untreatable, it's not unknowable. It's stated somewhere, and I don't remember. I think it's in the last, like, when the 3 stories come together part. I think when you're in Area 0, I think it gets said. The Mastiff was injured in Area 0.
Oh yeah. He was attacked by a robot.
Yeah, from one in your game, it's from one of the Paradox Pokemon, whether it's, you know, the ones from the past or the ones from the future, depending on which version you have. It was injured. It was essentially gravely injured by one of the Paradox Pokemon. So essentially, it can't walk. Its eyes aren't really working. Like, it can't open its eyes. Like, it's so physically weak from this injury. And so the Herba Magnifica is like his one chance at at healing it, and yeah, yeah, and yeah, it's a it's a long shot, right? He doesn't know for sure if it'll work or not. He just has to pray that in the end it works out. And the first one doesn't seem to do much, right? Like it takes like 2 or 3 before like something actually happens with the dog, and there's only
Yeah.
5 of these total for this one. It is the shortest, I think. I mean, maybe the team. I think it's the same size as the Team Star one. I think, yeah.
And that's
yeah. So the Team Star one is there's 5 members of Team Star. There's 5 bases of Team Star you have to take on. Albeit there's like 2 end battles after you do the 5 members. So that one's like slightly longer by 1 battle because there's post battles of after you beat the 5 main members for that one, versus because each story ends with you fighting the person who sent you on it. The very last fight of each story is the fight where the person sent you on it. So the Pokemon Gym one is you do all the gyms, then you do the Pokemon League, then you fight Nemona.
That's definitely the other thing, is that honestly there's not much to it. I think they balance the tone pretty well, because they don't really get like super morbid or emotional about it. I mean, it kind of reveals in the cracks at some in some of the later parts, like 3 and 4. But they balance that with the comedic scenes of him getting pissed off at his Miraidon because he has had to spend so much time with his Pokemon that just blatantly has never listened to him.
Yeah. And the Miraidon always wants the sandwich, and you're like, no, this is my sandwich, and you always have to be like, fine, you can have the sandwich, and never once do you get, it eats your whole half of the sandwich, and then Arvin has to split his half with you, but he doesn't want to split his half with you.
Yes.
He wants to give his half to the dog.
I will say it is kind of annoying, but I mean, this is Pokemon's been doing this for a few games, and that I do find it annoyed that you are forced into that option, because the first time I was there, I told Miraidon like twice to no, you are not getting my sandwich, and the game is like forcing your character to be like, oh, I contemplate this differently, and then you eventually have to say yes, because they wrote it in a way that they're not going to accept another answer.
Right.
And
yeah, Pokemon has always done that.
Which is always annoying, but it's not a big annoyance. It's just that they have dialogue choice, but so much of it is a non-choice, and really all they give you, even for a silent character, is to like change the tone of the one option they give you. But the thing I was gonna say is that Arvin's backstory himself with the professor is actually legitimately interesting, because it's a typical tropey thing of the absentee parent and the pissed off kid. But I think they give Arvin enough to say about it that it actually adds to his character, and it doesn't feel derivative, even though it is. I think probably because he's legitimately pissed off and still pissed off at him.
I mean, and he has to be self-reliant, right? Like Arvin is, for all intents and purposes, is fending for himself. Like anything he gets, he has to go get it himself. Like he doesn't have a parent there to do any of it. His dad and or mother, depending on the game, is too busy with their research in Area Zero, and we'll get onto that research later when we talk about when the 3 stories come together. But the Arvin story is kind of the earliest one to end. The final fight with Arvin is the easiest of the final fights of the 3 stories. It's the lowest level one, I believe. His Greedent's only 58. His Mabostiff, which is the highest level Pokemon, is only 63. Compared to the final fight of the Team Star one, which is 62 across the board, with 63 being the last one. So I guess the whole team is same level as kind of Arvin's highest stuff, and then the Elite Four is 62 at the end. And I think the Nemona fight is like 70. So like the Nemona fight is pretty high. So okay, I think we touched on the Arvin story and everything. Let's move on to what my favorite story is, which is the Team Star story.
Do you remember that thing I said earlier about Pokemon having a problem with repetitive storytelling?
Yes.
Team Star. They say the same thing about them forming their team and what the problem is like 4 times. Like,
yeah, but I mean,
they don't really develop, and they're constantly bitching about their leader going missing in like the same time period that we've been without a leader. It's like it doesn't really develop.
I was gonna say what. So how I see it is each of the bases. It's not so much about the story of, oh man, our leader, where are they, blah 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 blah. It's more like you get backstory on the specific member and like what caused them to have like the falling out, like what was happening to them at school, like what specific bullying was happening, why they were being bullied, and like each one you get like a flashback to like how Team Star came to be and like how it eventually how it got to the point it is. So like each one comes with a further flashback of them. There's one where they're I think it's the one where there's one of the flashbacks is how they came up with the Rever Room like car thing. Like that's one of the flashbacks is them going over how that was a thing. And that might be Ortenga's, but it also might be, I'm trying to remember because I know Mela has part of how the cars got created is because of Mela, but I think also part of how the cars got created is because of Ortenga, if I remember correctly. But I was gonna say, because that's one of the things I really liked is each flashback. Yes, the modern, like what's happening in the modern time is for the most part they're all like, our leader's missing, and so we all kind of just held down the fort until they come back is essentially their hope. So they all just kind of barricaded themselves in these forts until the leader comes back.
Oh yeah, and the
kind of their mentality.
And the battle gimmick, fucking lame. This is just a lame battle gimmick. Like, you're not getting any experience from it. It's kind of a waste of time. All the challenges are the same, and it doesn't really prepare you for the actual final battle with the leader.
So the throwing out the Pokemon thing, I agree. I think that was pretty lame. You do well. Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't think you get experience from the ones inside the like trial, like when you're doing the take on their base thing. You do get experience if you do it like just randomly when you're out and about. As it's a way to like train Pokemon while not actually doing the battle. It like auto calculates which Pokemon would win. It's really bad at doing so, in my opinion, because I feel like a lot of times you take more damage than you need to if I would actually fight the Pokemon, but whatever. But you do get experience and stuff outside of the battle. But yes, I don't think you get some inside the battle. But yeah, I mean, the actual, so to compare it to the other ones, the Herba Magnifica and the gym challenges, basically you just have this added stupid mini game before you get to the thing the other ones would have just had you do at the start for the most part. I mean, the gyms kind of have their little gym thing that you have to do that takes like 2 seconds. For the most part, the one that takes longer being kind of Larry's, as you pointed out. But like most of those don't take very long compared to like how long it takes to take down like the base thing. And then it's the gym, the boss battle, and I mean the Herba Magnifica is literally just one boss battle by yourself, and then Arvin comes in and you both refight the boss, but the boss is weaker already, and that fight is always kind of, at least in my experience, the fight with Arvin is always a wash and like super easy and quick, versus the fight without him is the actual challenging one. So like essentially you do the challenging fight and then you kind of do this fight that's not really necessary with Arvin there. So yeah, for the most part, all of these things throughout all the story is just kind of a series of boss battles and the things you have to do before them. In my opinion, most of the time aren't that important or aren't that interesting. I think some of the gym ones are kind of silly and fun. I had a fun time playing Spot the head of the school for the I know one. That one was pretty fun of a gym one. I thought that was fun. I thought the olive one was stupid for the baking gym where you have to roll the olive. That was kind of dumb. The I feel like the Sunflora one for the grass gym would be fun if the game's like graphical intensity didn't cause like the Sunflora to just be like really bad frame rate when you have a lot of them together.
I don't remember it being that bad, but I mean, it was definitely there.
I've had it really bad. I think it just depends on the day. Like sometimes it does it better, sometimes it doesn't. But like it was really bad.
So the other thing about Team Star, and I mentioned this before in previous episode, is that the Star Revavroom, their ace Pokemon, it's unfair because they blatantly cheat with it. Like, it doesn't have PP consideration, so even its low PP move, it can just spam it and flatten some of your Pokemon. And they don't stick to, like, Salt Cure. That doesn't work on them, because it doesn't keep the repeating damage. And the only reason for that is that they just designated a boss Pokemon and gave it a bunch of bullshit resistances.
Okay. I don't know what you necessarily mean by bullshit. So I don't actually remember how like things like Salt Cure would work on it or not. And I definitely don't know about the PP thing, as I've just never counted PP of my opponent's moves. And I don't. I mean, my only thought is like maybe Spin Out has low PP or something, but because the torque moves they all have is unique to them, so that has, you know, whatever PP number that may have, that could be as high or as low as they want it to be, because it's a move that literally nothing other than the Starmobiles have. Now, given the Starmobiles are, when you say resistances, I'm interested in knowing if maybe you didn't realize something, but maybe I'm just misunderstanding your use of the word resistances. The Revarooms are the type of the trial. So the dark trial, the Revaroom is a dark type. So you beat it by beating a dark type the way you would beat a dark type. The fire one's a fire type. The poison one's a poison type. The fairy one's a fairy type. The fighting one's a fighting type. So you don't fight it like a Revaroom. It's not a steel poison when you fight it. It's a dark type. It's a fire type. It's a it's a poison type. It's whatever type the trial is, because the way they tricked it out and changed its type or something.
Okay, how about this? You know how Pokemon has rules?
Mm-hmm.
They don't apply to Starmobiles.
I guess I'd have to look at exactly how it works, because I don't remember having this difficulty. Things worked on Starmobiles that I remember. You can poison a Starmobile. You can burn it. You can whatever type it is, you can, whatever type would be super effective against it is super effective against it. I mean, my only thing is like maybe the trap moves that do damage over time, there might be some weird thing with those, like Salt Cure, as you said. That I can see that maybe being a thing, but I find it odd that the Starmobiles have that, and
I thought it was odd too. That's why it pissed me off, because it's like, well, thanks. Now I have to deal with this shit. Being able to use a 5 PP move 12 times. Ugh, it's just the dumbest way to design a boss. But whatever, they're all gone anyway. I will say, for Team Star's credit, this is a pretty creative way to do an evil team, because Pokemon feels that they need to keep having them. At least this one was a cool idea, where it's I don't know what you want to call them, the Cry Bullies tried to do a thing. It got out of hand, and they were cast out of the school, or they exiled themselves for the fear of. And now we're trying to win them back by using their own rules against them.
Yeah. So yes, they're the bullied victims of the school who They took revenge on their bullies. I forget exactly what they did, which got them misunderstood by.
I don't think they even did
the
anything. I think they were preparing to do something, and then they just ran away.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but they essentially came together and formed a team of outcasts, people who were bullied, and then they might have been doing something to do as a show of force or something, but I thought they did something because I'm pretty sure the bullies get left or got transferred away.
That did happen.
That caused the bullies, the people bullying them, to leave, which then led to the fact that, because what ended up happening is the school administration saw them as the bullies and then saw them as truants, and then said they all went to hide. And then so by going on the story with your friend Clint, definitely not the
disguise guy,
but definitely not the headmaster. What do you mean? I'm definitely not the headmaster. I love him. Every single day he's got the pompadour. He's like, yeah, I got a pompadour, and it's like, dude, you're just the headmaster in a wig. And he's like, nah, what are you talking about? I'm totally normal. How are you, my fellow kids? It's that meme. And I just love it because every single time he just hard denies the fact that he's the headmaster, even though every single time he shows up, you can be like, hey, what's up, headmaster? You can refer to him by his real name, and he just goes, what are you talking about? And then goes on with whatever it is that he wants to talk about with the upcoming Team Star thing. And then Cassiopeia contacts you, and and the greatest twist ever, and not totally obvious, Cassiopeia turns out to be Penny.
Yeah, and in my case, I did really like Clint too. It hit that sweet spot of being something really dumb and obvious, but charming enough that I wanted to play along with it. And I don't know, I think that added something because he was able to get into his part more rather than just constantly having to deal with being thrown off his stride. But yeah,
right.
I called that Cassiopeia thing in the middle of the quest because I was like, who could it possibly have been? We got 2-3 characters in this whole bit. Oh, it was probably the person who's the supply girl of this whole thing, who's definitely not roped into this for some other reason.
Well, yeah. So the very beginning, the start of the quest is you save Penny from some star people. I forget what they're doing, but the star people are being obnoxious, and you kind of step in on her behalf. I think she's trying to get them to quit Team Star, and then they get mad about it, and then they start throwing a bit of making a scene, and then that's when you step in. But right there and then, it's okay, this character's important to the Team Star story, and then you get contacted by this mysterious hacker person named Cassiopeia, and I'm like, well, gee, what other character is tied to the Star quest that, before we even start, what character did I meet that's tied to this quest line that hasn't done anything important yet? Oh, Penny. Yeah, it's definitely Penny.
No, I just dismissed her completely. She's boring, she's nothing, she's meek, whatever.
And then she has one of the most badass music tracks in all Pokemon Fighting. That's another really good one in my opinion versus Penny.
God, I do not remember it at all.
I'll have to play it. It's really good. I personally think all of the music around Team Star is really good, versus the Grunts, versus the admins, versus Penny. All are very good tracks. Big fans of them, and I like that out of all the characters in this game, all the gym leaders and stuff, and Arvin and Nimona, and I think the characters around the Team Star story have some of the most fun kind of backstories and personalities, and then 2 fun designs. Penny's got the adorable Eevee backpack, and yeah,
that's literally all she's got.
I mean, no, she's got the comfy nerd outfit going on, and as you said,
she has a bowl cut and a hoodie. That's not much going on.
No, she's got the big round glasses and stuff. I don't know. To me, it's the comfy nerd look. She's got that what you'd expect the quiet nerdy girl to have. as her look. And then each of the leaders are interesting. I mean, the dark guy's like a DJ, does like computer stuff and like music remixing, and Mella's, the biker chick with all the rings and the ridiculously big boots.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Atticus is like a fashion ninja somehow, because he's the one that like designed the outfits or something, if I remember right. He's like the tailor for them, is like his backstory, and he's a fucking ninja because he's
Oh,
a ninja.
yeah.
There's just a ninja in this group. Like, what?
He's got like a sheet of leather on his face.
Yeah, he's got like some weird hood cover.
I don't
headband hat thing that's covering most of his face. It's like a veil. It's basically a veil of some kind. It leaves one eye open.
It's really weird if you look at it. Like, just look at it, because it doesn't.
A lot of Team Star's outfits are weird.
It doesn't even look like cloth. It looks like just some thick thing he draped over his head.
Yeah, it looks like some weird veil thing. And then you have Ortega, which is like the last two I think are very interesting because they're like opposites clashing. Like, because you have the huge muscle girl, right, as like the fighter one, and she's like in like the weird outfit, and she's got like she's like in a weird maid outfit, but then she has like the wrestling face paint on, and then like opposite her, the other last one you fight is like this very prim and proper like rich kid who like his parents paid for private tutor lessons, and like his tutor literally shows up when you're there and talks about how good of a kid he is, and that he's just been bullied like a lot. For Ortega, and he's got like the staff and like he's the fairy one, and weirdly enough, Ortega, I had to double check, I wanted to go look. Ortega, the fairy guy in the fairy proper suit with the staff, he's the one who designed the Starmobiles.
I suppose that makes sense.
He's the one who designed the Starmobiles, so of Team Star. Because I know all the leaders have like different things they like contributed to like the creation of the team. But yeah, because it's they are said to have had a reputation for bullying and abusing other students, and consequently Cavill had given an order for them to disband or be expelled from the academy. However, as the player confronts and defeats the bosses, it's revealed that they had in fact been the victims of bullying, and after they had confronted their tormentors a year and a half before the events of the game, a scandal broke out that led the bullies to drop out. In the aftermath of the incident, the team's founder, Cassiopeia, insisted on taking sole responsibility for it in exchange for the exoneration of her friends, while the director, Harrington, who's a different director, the former director, agreed to their request. The deputy director erased the records of the incident in an attempt to shield himself from the blame, which, if I remember correctly, that's a different person altogether, I think. Not long afterwards, the deputy director was fired, and Harrington and the rest of the academy's facility resigned in recognition of their failure to handle the bullying, which is how Cavill.
I'm gonna have to go take a piss break. I can't wait a bit longer on this.
We have been at this a while.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're good. I was just reading over the thing, but yeah, the ending twist that I like to. So one, when you go to
you mean
fight
the fake
Penny,
you mean the fake Clavel twist.
Yeah, so yeah, you go to fight after you like defeat all the bosses. I think Cassiopeia contacts you and it's like, there's actually one boss you still have to beat, and it's me, right? Is what I think she does. She pulls the like, you still have to beat me thing, and then she's like, I'll be at the school at this place, right?
I think at this point she reveals that she was the boss that abandoned them.
Yes, Cassiopeia on the phone. So on the phone, she reveals that Cassiopeia was the leader, and that, you know, after this incident, she took responsibility, blah, 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 and then she wanted the team to disband in the aftermath, and then shortly thereafter left to study abroad. But the other bosses, not wanting to give up their friendship and their unity, decided to stay a team in the hopes that when Cassiopeia one day came back, that she would rejoin them. And they, you know, Cassiopeia was always an anonymous leader, so they never ever saw her face, so they don't know that Penny's her, right? So then Penny came back and decided to use their own rules against them kind of deal and recruited you to do that, right? So, but Penny pulls the whole, like, there's still Cassiopeia on the phone as Cassiopeia. She pulls the whole, there's still one more person you have to fight, come here at this time. So then as you're making your way to the school to fight her, you get stopped by Clive at the entrance, who then reveals himself to not have been Clive this whole time, but to actually have been Director Cavill. And you're like, what? No way! I never saw this coming.
I totally believed it the whole time.
So yeah, then you get to fight
You are
Cavill.
a 25-year-old man.
Yeah, you get to fight Director Cavill, and he has the starter you didn't pick. You know, the starter that didn't get picked. And after that, you then fight Penny, who has the sick-ass battle track and has 6 of the 7 evolutions.
Oh yeah, that was her gimmick, because that... I probably should have seen that coming, to be honest.
Yeah, her team is 6 of the 7 evolutions. She is missing...
She is not a problem whatsoever.
She is missing Espeon, is the one she's missing.
What a weird one to miss.
Her team would be stronger if she dropped, like, Flareon for Espeon.
Infinitely so.
Cause you know,
she believes in Flareon.
The strongest evolutions, Sylveon's probably, like, the strongest attacker. Espeon and Jolteon are also pretty strong for attackers as far as the attackers go. And then the defensive ones are Umbreon and Vaporeon are pretty good defensively. Leafeon is like the next best one, and then the worst one's Flareon. So in my opinion, out of all of them, she should have dropped the Flareon, grabbed an Espeon. Oh, she also doesn't have a Glaceon, and Glaceon's also really bad. So
are you sure the true answer isn't just 8 Flareons?
But yeah, so she's missing Glaceon, she's missing Glaceon, and she's missing Glaceon, and she's missing Espeon. And in my opinion, I'm really disappointed that she's missing Espeon, because Espeon is my favorite evolution. Sort of tied with Sylveon. I like Sylveon a lot too. Sylveon and Espeon are kind of tied, but on most days I probably lean more towards Espeon. Espeon's always been my favorite evolution. So I personally was really disappointed when I fought her and she was missing my favorite evolution and instead had a Flareon. I was like, come on, don't have the Flareon, go get an Espeon. Like,
well, you can't judge an NPC; they'll never react to it.
My least favorite evolutions are Glaceon is my least favorite. I don't understand why people like it. I think it's a really lame design. Nothing about it screams ice to me other than the color. Like, there's no ice-ishness to it.
What if she replaced her Flareon with a Crabominable?
Oh, well, then she ruined her motif. She could just, resign faster. But yeah, and then in a twist after you beat her, of course, Cavill comes out having learned the events by being, taken along with you the whole adventure, and reveals, okay, while, your truancy has been bad and, you stealing all that equipment from the school to build your bases, because yes, their bases are built from school equipment that they took, if you've never noticed. It's like,
well, they're out of a bunch of sheds.
Yeah, essentially, I mean, yeah, there's sheds involved, but like the barriers that they have like around their bases are just like, general like barriers you'd put up in a classroom, like classroom barriers, if you're gonna like divide a classroom. Like that's the barrier their bases are built from, and there's like
guess
stuff flying around. So it's made out of like they make mention that their bases are made out of like stolen equipment from the school.
You stole all of our stuff.
So Cavill being like, well, I'm not gonna expel you because now I know your story and I know the truth. However, you guys are still truant. You guys have like a bunch of truancy, and you guys did take stuff from the school without permission. So instead, your punishment is you guys are now going to run these training centers. So your bases are being repurposed as training centers.
Because we're too lazy to demolish them.
For the school, and you can train students in your like interesting tactics of team fighting by throwing a million Pokemon out at once.
Can you fight 1,000 Pawmot at the same time?
And what's fun about one thing I do like about all these stories is after the fact in the game, you can refight all the gym leaders, you can refight the Elite Four. The teachers who are in the game and in the school that are like completely optional, because there's like optional classes and stuff that you can take and like be a part of. All the teachers in the school that like basically don't show up in the main story. There's like a tournament that happens in the post game that involves them, so you get to fight them. You can refight all the team star guys, and a lot of their teams get like way better and like way more interesting. Like, you know, the Fire Girl, her like, she has the Armor Rouge, she has the Mega Man Pokemon as her like capstone Pokemon, and so like there's that coolness, and you know they get kind of some more Pokemon because I think they each have 6 when you refight them, and like the Fire Girl, when you fight her, all she has is a fucking Turkle. Like other than the Starmobile, so it's just Torkoal. Yeah,
unfortunately, just Torkoal isn't all that threatening.
It was really lame, and then in the post game, her ace is actually Armor Rouge, and I'm like, that makes way more sense because I know her like her story of like part of how she ended up here is like. It was something with a Char Cadet at the school. Oh no, there was like a specific Char Cadet at the school that was like missing her or something that ends up coming up. I just know there's like a thing with her and a Char Cadet, and I'm like, that's neat. You know,
where is it?
No, it shows up. It physically shows up in the story. Like, but I was like, that's neat. Why didn't you have a Char Cadet on your team? Like that should be your team, and then in that post game, that is your team.
So yeah, three stories. I would probably just say that one of them super solid. Gym Journey pretty standard, and Arvin is a Memorpiker side quest. I'm sorry for people who like it. That's what it is.
What makes you think it's a Memorpiker?
Because you're gathering 5 flowers. You're just that's what it is. That's a fucking WoW side quest right there.
Okay, Memorpiker is the MMORPG. Gotcha. I was like, what is a Memorpiker?
It's what happens when you try to say the acronym.
I was gonna say I don't speak the young kid lingo. I already have trouble with acronyms. A lot of acronyms people use. I'm always like, what the fuck does that mean? Like if it's not LOL or like LMFAO, like there's so many that happen that I come across that people slightly like just like 1 or 2 years younger than me use, and I'm like, what does that mean?
So should we put a cherry on this cake and talk about Area Zero?
Yes, let's talk about, in my opinion, the big twist that I was absolutely floored by. The first time I played this, I was not expecting Area Zero to be what it was.
I'm not sure why you would, to be honest, because it's not really like a trapdoor twist for me. Mostly because I think this is something very in Area Zero's favor, is that they really don't focus on it. Like, it's not a major part of any of the 3 stories. It's just occasionally mentioned that, hey, Area Zero is kind of interesting. No one's been there. We don't have any information on it. No one's come back from Area Zero. Mabostiff was injured in Area Zero, and Arvin's not fucking talking about it. It's like, it's way off in the background, and when we finally came into the insertion part of it, I was like, you know, I am really interested in this. Like, we don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be anything, and we're being hustled here by the professor we've never seen before either.
Right. Well, so the twist isn't Area Zero, Jeff. The twist is when you get to the professor.
You're talking about that twist.
Yeah, that's the big twist that floored me. I wasn't expecting what happened with the professor to happen. But we'll get to that. I want to go step by step through this.
It was a cool idea, though.
The three stories come together, and all three of your pseudo rivals. I mean, in the end of the day, technically only Pneumonia's rival, but the three companion characters and you head to Area Zero because your unique skill sets make it good for you all to go to Area Zero together, because you and Pneumonia can fight off dangerous shit. Arvin's been there before, so he can help guide you and get you around and stuff. And then Penny's technology skills are good because you have to do technology shit.
And all the while, Pneumonia is just randomly pressing all the buttons.
I mean, as I said, Pneumonia's there to be the muscle.
I find it hilarious that we would have ever needed a hacker, because the only thing you're doing on the way down this place is just hitting 4 buttons.
I mean, no, you have to run into. I mean, yeah, I guess at the end of the day, you are just kind of hitting buttons in each of those bases, but you are running into these things, and I think Penny gets the first building up and running, the one that's before you technically get into Area Zero, that entrance building, where the gate building that you end up flying down from, where the professor first talks to you. But yeah, you find out that Area Zero is got all this power and energy to it from the transportation.
Oh, yeah, the Terra phenomenon.
Yeah, that's it's the central spot for all of that. So it's really strong in that, and that what ends up happening is that the professor and a research team at one point in time came down here and built these research centers and began researching it, and in the process created a time machine. And depending on the version of your game, they either use the time machine to go to the future, or they use the time machine to go to the past. And they use the time machine to catch Pokemon from the future and from the past, which is where Koraidon or
which is where Iron Treads came from, and it explains why the hell there's a robot running around the desert.
Yeah, so it's where Iron Treads comes from, or it's where Great Tusk comes from. It's also where the legendary box art Pokemon comes from.
Yep.
And these are the Paradox Pokemon. And while you are on your journey, and this is the twist that I don't personally know, or this is a part that I don't personally know because I haven't done this part in Violet yet. I know you fight some of them on your way down. There's one you bump into earlier than the rest, and then the rest are you fight a bunch of them right before you get to where the professor is, and then the final battle you fight a whole team of them. But
yeah, I don't know about the whole team of them, but I know that
Pokemon's the one that shows up first, the very first one you see in Area Zero, because it's Screamtail, and Scarlet. Screamtail being the prehistoric Jigglypuff.
My brain's saying the robot's Vilas? No, Hydreigon.
The robot Hydreigon's the very first one you bump into outside one of the bases? I'm curious. I'm surprised it's the Hydreigon.
I remember that's the one I had to fight, but that might have been down towards the surface.
Yeah, because you have to fight. So, because if I remember correctly, what it is for the higher up top, when you leave one, it's either before you enter one of the random hub ones where you have to hit a switch, or when you're leaving one of those, you end up getting attacked by a Screamtail, and then I think at another spot during that progression, where as you're heading down, you get attacked by a Great Tusk as well. Which for you would be an Iron Treads, because of course that's going to be the opposite for that one. But the Paradox Pokemon, and then as you reach the bottom, you have to fight Brute Bonnet and Flutter.
Oh no, it's the robot. The one on the way down is the robot Delibird.
Iron Bundle.
Which of all Pokemon to redesign, fucking Delibird.
It's also one of the best ones.
How?
Out of all the Paradox Pokemon, a few of them have been banned in competitive singles. And you want to know the ones that have been banned in competitive singles? Iron Bundle, that's the Delibird one. And Fluttermane, the mischievous, ancient mischievous one. Other than that, I'm pretty sure all the other ones are currently still legal. Great Tusk is the #1 most used Pokemon currently in Smogon OU, but other than that, I'm pretty sure the only two that have been banned are Fluttermane and Iron Bundle, and it was Fluttermane was banned very quickly, and Iron Bundle very shortly thereafter.
I'm looking at the list right now, and I'm thinking the ones that got involved were obviously Robot Donphan, Robot Delibird, Robot Hariyama, Robot Hydreigon, and I think one Iron Moth.
Yeah, so here's what I think it is based on me looking at it. So because I did the Scarlet run and I know what the Scarlet one was, you fight the Grey Tusk first. So the order they're on the Pokedex order or whatever it is that they're on Cerebi, I think kind of tells me what it is. So you fight the Grey Tusk first, before you even get to Area 0. That's kind of like your precursor to Area 0. And then once you're down there, I think you fight a Screamtail and then another Great Tusk. And then once you get to the bottom, but before you enter the place where the professor is, you fight Brute Bonnets and some Fluttermane. You fight like multiple Brute Bonnets and like a Fluttermane. And then so my guess is it's Iron Treads, Iron Bundle, and then Iron Hands and Iron Jugulus. And then what happens is in the fight with the professor has 6 of them as their team, and there's 7 of them total, meaning 2 of them aren't used because the 6th Pokemon of the professor, I'm pretty sure they have 6. They might have 7. Maybe the last one is a 7th Pokemon. I don't remember. But the last one they use is the Koraidon or
Oh yeah, the twin Miraidon.
Yeah, because it turns out so Koraidon and Miraidon. So it turns out whatever Pokemon, your box art Pokemon was like the runt, and that it was why it ended up where it did is because it fled because of this other one. And then the big twist and the thing that
we didn't go through the twist.
I wasn't expecting this. So once you power up all the things and get down to the professor who's been talking to you and trying to lead you here the whole time, it turns out the professor is dead.
He died because he was stupid.
So that's the thing I never expected in a Pokemon game. I never expected for the game to flat out say this person is dead. They died because of their mistakes. Like that wasn't something I was expecting to see in a Pokemon game this day and age. Like yes, there's implied people who died in some of the other previous Pokemon games, but it's never directly stated that yes, they hard died, things like that. But no, this game flat out tells you the professor you've been talking to the whole game has been dead since before the game started, and yet you have not been talking to the professor. Instead, the professor built an AI, like robot assistant of themselves, and you've been talking to that robot. And that robot needs to shut down the time machine because the time machine is causing all those problems, and that's why the Paradox Pokemon that are here.
And this next part definitely does not sound like an ass pull. This is legit plotting of why the Professor Robot attacks you.
Yes. So but because of security systems in place for the time machine, when you go to shut it down, and the reason why they needed you to be here is because they themselves can't shut it down because of protocols and their programming essentially. When you activate the security thing, they will try to stop you, and they warn you.
Cough, bullshit.
Yeah, okay, whatever. But in the programming of the robot, it's going to try to stop you when you try to turn it off, because this is the professor's life work and all that stuff and blah 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 blah. So you go to shut it down. And one of the most climactic, crazy robot fucking Pokemon battles happens as the robot gets crazy eyes and this huge tower constructs itself with the robot on top, and the lights get all red in the building that you're in, And then the robot proceeds to fight you with a team of all of the Paradox Pokemon, except for I don't think it has the Great Tusk.
I don't think it has Iron Valiant.
Iron Treads. And then no, it definitely has Iron Valiant. It doesn't have I don't think it has Iron. If I had to take a guess, I don't think it has Screamtail or Iron Bundle, if I remember correctly. But it has most of the I'm gonna see if I can find the actual teams now that I say it. So I want to double check. I'm gonna try to find the actual fight with the. Okay, it must be called The Way Home. Yes, it is called The Way Home. So yes, okay, on your way down, because I pulled up the storyline on Cerebi. On the way down, in Violet, you fight a Screamtail, then you fight an Iron Tail, then you fight a Grey Tusk, or you fight an Iron Treads. Then at the gate to get into the building the professor's at, you get attacked by either Great Tusk, Brute Bonnet, and Fluttermane, or you get attacked by Iron Treads, Iron Hands, Iron Jugulus. And then you fight the professor, and the professor in this crazy ass looking battle with the crazy robot eyes. All of its Pokemon, by the way, are in Master Balls. So you literally see it throw out 6 Master Balls of Pokemon at you, which is really freaking impressive and spooky. Like, just from, like, you know, in all the games, you only get one Master Ball and blah, 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 blah.
Well, it's because no one bothered to build more than one of them because they're lazy.
and their team consists of the following. So, Sada, the woman professor, has Slitherwing, which is the prehistoric Volcarona, Screamtail, the prehistoric Jigglypuff, Brute Bonnet, the prehistoric Amoonguss, Fluttermane, the prehistoric Mischievous, Sandy Shocks, the prehistoric Megaton, and then Roaring Moon as their final Pokemon. So they actually do have 6, and the Koraidon or the Meridian are their 7th Pokemon. And the last one always has the item Booster Energy, which activates their ability, which their ability doesn't really come into play in the fight except for the Booster Energy, which activates their ability. But their ability, which, depending on the version, is either Photosynthesis or Quirk Drive. What it is, and this is the ability for all Paradox Pokemon, is if it's a prehistoric one, it has Photosynthesis. If it's a future one, it has Quirk Drive. And what it is in an electric terrain, it gets a boost to one of its highest stat gets boosted. And then for the prehistoric ones, it's in sunlight. They get the boost to their highest stat, which is way easier to do than electric terrain. So I'll let you realize which ones are probably the stronger ones in the long run because of that. But they have a team of that, or in your game then, Jeff, they had a team of Iron Moth, the robotic future version of Volcarona, Iron Bundle, future Delibird, Iron Hands, future Hariyama, Iron Jugulus, future Hydreigon, Iron Thorns, future Tyranitar, yeah, future Tyranitar, and then finally the one of, if not my opinion, the coolest of all the Paradox Pokemon, Iron Valiant, which is future Gallade / Gardevoir, because it has elements of both of them. So it's kind of both. And
we got tired of this divergent evolution. We just squished them back together.
Yeah, by the way, don't read Pokedex entries for the Paradox Pokemon. A lot of them, well, especially the future ones, a lot of them are really horrible and like heartbreaking. Like the Hariyama one is like apparently something people did to like, it's like a person inside the suit to keep it alive.
Okay.
Like, Iron Hands is supposedly like Pokedex entry is or something, if I remember correctly. Like I'm gonna go see it now because I'm like I know this one's Pokedex entry is crazily. It is very similar to a cyborg covered exclusively by a paranormal magazine. The cyborg was said to be a modified form of a certain athlete.
Sure. That's
and then this one says this Pokemon shares many similarities with Iron Hands, an object mentioned in a certain expedition journal, which would be the Violet book, or the which is a book that's mentioned.
Yeah, it's that Arvin thing that he keeps fucking carrying around.
Or it's the Scarlet book if you're playing Scarlet.
So, yeah, it's a pretty interesting ending. I don't know if you want to keep... I don't know if you have anything else to talk about, because this could be a nice place for me to take over and start making some backwards remarks.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to remember, does the Koraidon and the Miraidon, like, automatically, like, you still have to throw out all your Pokemon against it, even though you can't do anything against it, and it just wipes your team? Like, if I swear correctly, something happens and your team automatically has to get wiped. Like, you have to throw out everything, and everything has to die, but it all dies in one hit anyway.
That sounds familiar, but it might have been that stupid.
Because I know you end up in a spot where, like, essentially the legendary Pokemon that the
has to unlock its battle wings.
That the professor has when it goes, like, into insane robot mode, like even scarier robot mode, literally cannot be defeated by anything other than the legendary. And then what happens is the legendary gets, you know, it's kind of more of a story moment. The legendary you've been palling around with the whole game, like, gets its courage and fight it and activates battle mode and becomes like the battle version of the Pokemon, and then
it just turns into the pocket monster that can beat this thing 100%.
Yeah. And it's kind of just like the narrative ending. The actual boss fight is more the 6 Pokemon before the 6 Paradox Pokemon battle. The fight with the legendary at the end is more just like a narrative thing.
It's a cutscene. It's a cutscene.
And then the game ends with the hero is, you know, you and your friends walking with the legendary, you know, back to see what else there is, and then
going back home.
And then the credits roll. And then of course you have a bunch of post game shit you can do, because there's like multiple other story shit in this game that's like just hidden, because there's like all this story involving like the teachers that I haven't done, that you can, like, there's whole stories and quest lines there at the school, but they're not like quest lines in the fact that they go on your map. They're just like people ask you to do things, and there's like actively like some sort of like essentially chain of events that you have to like do and stuff. And you know, you eventually there's like a tournament. Once you finish like that quest line, there's like a tournament at the school with like all the teachers and stuff, and you get to do that. And then there's quest lines to like refight all the gym leaders, quest lines to refight all of Team Star, and then the DLC, which I don't want to touch on because I haven't done it yet, and I literally know nothing about that story, so I'd rather keep it that way.
But if anyone's interested in continuing your Violet Scarlet journey, and if you're like really into this, I mean, I could recommend you the Indigo Disc, because that's something that mainline Pokemon stuff leans a little bit more to the competitive side of things. Like, it's some pretty hard encounters if you want something a bit above the average. But yeah, I do want to commend Area Zero for at least one thing, in that it finally took the step that Pokemon needed to for a long time, into the point where this was the one point in this whole project where Pokemon actually started to feel like a JRPG. Like, legit.
Yeah, I mean, you had crazy time travel machine, and the professor's been dead this whole time, even though they've been talking to you the whole game, and
that
shit was wild.
I know it's where was I going with this? I know it's a small section, like there's not much to it, but they really should lean into doing more of this more of the time, because it was legitimately interesting. It had I'll say by Pokemon standards, it had a unique story to it. It had the appropriate level of build-up, even though it's like, I don't know, you can probably get through it in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's pretty damn short for the end of the game. But yeah, just bring more of that out. Like, it's a legitimately good idea. It's something, by Pokemon standards, it's actually a little ballsy. And it legitimately felt like a JRPG, which really, Pokemon in this core series has never felt like that before. But going backwards up into the mainland, I think a thing that I really did want to mention as one of the biggest positives was that this gen specifically, I don't know if it's too hyperbolic to say, but it is my own opinion, so I had determined that myself. Um, I don't know if it's just the recency effect. It might be that form of confirmation bias, but I would have to say that right now, it's probably my favorite generation of Pokemon that they put out. I could not remember in another game that I did that I had the actual legit excitement to catch things that much in comparison to all the other games. Like, a major part of my decision to catch something is how interesting does it look? Does it look like something I want to be on my team? And I rejected quite a few Pokemon from across those other games, and maybe had a box maybe full of like 20 Pokemon at best. But I think with this one, I had enough Pokemon caught that I actually started filling up a box too, and it might have had like 7 or so Pokemon in it. I just remember catching so many things all the time early on. So I was really impressed with the designs of Gen 9. At a point in the game, I was filling up my team with the old favorites. Like, I had a Floatzel, I had a Mudsdale, I obviously had Curlia by that point. And I looked at myself and I'm like, I kind of got only 2 Gen 9 guys on my team. And I made the active decision to bench my old favorites and pick up the interesting new guys, which is why I ended up with a 5 newbie Formum, 9 newbie, whatever on my team, whatever the word is.
Yeah, you had 5 members of your team were brand new Pokemon, and the other one was a Gardevoir that you meant to make a Gallade, but you fucked up. Which, like, the funny thing to that is, in my opinion, had you made it a Gallade and had it had the right ability, it kind of feels like a new Pokemon. Which is why I went out of my way to use a Gallade in the game I used a Gallade in, or in my Scarlet or my Violet run where I used a Gallade. Is because the new Sharpness ability that got added literally makes Gallade feel like significantly stronger. It like makes Gallade feel really cool because you're using all the sword moves on it. So you're like, yeah, I'm gonna have Leaf Blade and Psycho Cutter and Sacred Sword and Aqua Cutter, even though I don't need the coverage of Aqua Cutter. Like that, I think that's my build on it right now. Is I have Sacred Sword, Psycho Cutter, Leaf Blade, and Aqua Cutter. But the problem is I don't need both Leaf Blade and Aqua Cutter because they kind of cover the same types of things that I need to hit with them. So there's like really no reason to have both. But I'm like, nah, fuck it, I have both because cutting moves, anything with cut, and like maybe I should go grab Slash, but I don't really need Slash, or maybe I'll go get Night Slash. It's like all this stuff where you're just like, yeah, cutting stuff, and I don't know, Sharpness is a fun ability, and I really one of the things that's crazy about it to me, with Gallade specifically with Sharpness is Sacred Sword is stronger with Sharpness on Gallade than having close combat, and that right there made it for me. Like I don't have to use close combat, the move that everybody uses for their fighting stab, because it's so good. I get to use a different one, and it hits harder because of Sharpness. Hell yeah, I'll use Sacred Sword. Also, Sacred Sword is fun because it hits the opposite defense and stuff. It's a physical move that hits special defense. So yeah, it's pretty cool. At least I think I always get it confused because there's Sacred Sword and then there's Secret Sword, if I remember correctly, in Pokemon. And Sacred Sword, one of them can only be known by Keldeo, and the other one can be known by other Pokemon. Okay, so Secret Sword. The Sacred Sword can be learned by other Pokemon. Oh no, but it is the signature move of the Sword of Justice. So what's the other fighting sword move?
Sword Punch?
No, as I said, I'm pretty sure it's Secret Sword and Sacred Sword. Okay, so yeah, Sacred Sword is the signature move of the Swords of Justice trio. It ignores the target's defense and evasion stat changes. It also gets boosted by sharpness. So this ignores defense and evasion stat changes. However, Secret Sword can only be learned by Keldeo, which is like the special fourth member of the Swords of Justice, because the Swords of Justice are based off of the Three Musketeers. And a fun fact about the Three Musketeers,
Was that there was 4 of them?
there's 4 of them. And so Secret Sword is a special move that targets the opponent's defense instead of special defense. So that's the one that swaps defense to calculate damage. So Secret Sword is a physical move, and that one's important because Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and then Gallade got it in Gen 9. It got access to this move in Gen 9. It didn't have access to it before. So it used to be. And when the move was first introduced in Gen 5, the only Pokemon that got it were Cobalion, Terrakion, Virizion, and Keldeo, which are the 4 Swords of Justice. And then what happened in Gen 6, it got added to Honedge's line. This is Secret Sword, the physical one. Sacred Sword stayed Keldeo exclusive. Damn it, the other way around. Sacred Sword is the one that all of them get. Secret Sword is the Keldeo exclusive one. But they added it to Honedge, Dual Blade, and Aegislash in Gen 6, and then they added it to Kartana in Gen 7, and then they added it to Zacian in Gen 8, and then they finally went back and gave it to Gallade in Gen 9, and then also Qianpao got it in Gen 9, and then now also because the future is made with robots, in the DLC they added Iron Boulder and Iron Crown, and as part of like an event thing, they added Iron Leaves, which are robot versions of the 3 non-mythical, so the 3 legendary Swords of Justice. Because Keldeo is not a legendary Pokemon; it's a mythical Pokemon. But Iron Leaves, Iron Boulder, and Iron Crown are the robot versions of Virizion, Terrakion, and Cobalion.
Okay.
And so they got it, and then the prehistoric ones that opposite those they did prehistoric versions of the legendary dogs. So the legendary dogs have prehistoric versions, and the Swords of Justice have future versions of themselves. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. It's a good game, and yeah, you made a good point that it pulled the JRPG, like it's becoming like a JRPG, or like it did something that's you'd expect from a not Pokemon JRPG. So I am hoping that they do more of that. I also think one thing that I liked about Sword and Shield that we didn't, or Scarlet and Violet that we didn't really touch on, is while if you end up having to go back to do something that was lower level, it's really easy. If you do things like if you look up the order of all the levels of everything and do it in that order, several things are actually still very challenging. So like the game actually is difficult still. Like I found myself having to, try harder at this Pokemon game than several previous ones more recently in the series. So I think this one was I found myself kind of behind on levels a lot, and by the end of the stories I was almost by the time I got to the Elite Four and stuff, I was always behind by several levels. So the levels of the final stuff was there was 5 to 6 level gaps between minimum between things towards the end of the game, as I was running out of things to do on the map. So the first couple of things were easy cakewalks, the first gym and stuff. I never really struggled with the first 2 gyms or the claw fight. Those are all pretty cakewalks. But when you start getting into some of that middle stuff, you start to feel boy, this is starting to actually present a bit more of a challenge. And I mean, I don't think I had nearly as hard of a time with the Starmobiles as you seem to have had, because I don't think they never felt like they were bullshit. They were definitely tough at times, but I never felt like they were bullshit. So I'll disagree. We'll agree to disagree there. But it is a lot more challenging, and
if they have those mechanics, they're always going to be bullshit.
And then as you get into the late stuff, once you get to the Elite Four and some of those final fights, I found myself significantly I was finding that there was large level gaps between me in the things I was fighting, which made them even more challenging. Going into it all, which was pretty cool. Like, you know, I still won. My Scarlet team, I found it got very difficult for my Scarlet team going into it, but part of the reason it was difficult for my Scarlet team is my Scarlet team was rather slow, so I couldn't benefit from hitting things hard right away out the gate and hoping I could like maybe one shot it by having super effective and stuff to just really hit it and try to get it down before I got hurt. I was always going second to most things once there was that level gap because my team was rather slow. Luckily, I had a bullshit Pokemon in the form of Annihilate, which helped carry from time to time because Annihilate's signature move is busted. It's as every time you get hit, the base power of it increases, and it like by a lot. So you get hit like once or twice, and you're still up. You're hitting really hard. So essentially, what I'd end up doing is it could always survive like one hit. Maybe some Pokemon it could survive 2 hits. So I'd take that hit. I'd get the power up on my main attack, and that attack would probably kill it back just because of how much power this move has. And then I'd heal, and you know, I'd get hit again, but that's only powering up the move more. So essentially, after like 1 or 2 hits, the move is so powerful that it's going to one-shot everything on the opponent's side of the team. So essentially, I just had to always have enough HP to hit back, and I would guarantee KO the opponent's Pokemon with Annihilate. And so that's how my Scarlet team succeeded. I didn't have to. Luckily, I didn't have to cheese anything in my run of Violet, because I had kind of a better balanced team of things. I didn't have to cheese anything. Like there were several areas where I kind of cheesed fights, either with Annihilate or with Garganackle, Salt Cure. I would cheese things, combination of that and Toxic from my Clogspire. That, you know, that didn't always work. So luckily my Violet team was more balanced and I was able to get through that. But yeah, I definitely think, you know, if your complaint for several years now has been Pokemon's too easy and you can get past the performance issues of Scarlet and Violet, play Scarlet and Violet. It's not going to be as easy as, you know, as you probably are going to expect it to be.
But speaking of such, this really can't be glossed over. I mentioned it before, and I still agree with it. This game is a technological embarrassment for the developer. I'm sorry to say it, but it is. Because when I came into this game significantly after release, and clearly they fixed up like the launch day issues, which was just wow that went public. But what I thought was going to happen was that they were going to patch it down and there was only going to be the typical slight issues. There might be frame rate drops, but everything else should be fine. This game has significant frame rate issues, especially in towns. Like, anything complicated, it seems to really start chugging. And I was playing this exclusively in dock, so really it shouldn't have an excuse. And while it is ambitious to have your entire game be a wild area open world, it really has the pop-in problem. Like, in towns it looks ridiculous, because it's so much worse when things are popping in, 10, 15 feet away from you consistently. And then once you're on the field, especially if you're going with any sort of speed, the pop-in might be so bad that you don't have any time to react to the Pokemon that do exist, and you might just start running into random battles. Yeah, even fixed, it's not good enough, and I think that significant decisions are going to have to be made in their development pipeline if they're not going to get any more time to do anything. They're probably just going to have to scale back their ambitions into something that's going to be reasonably delivered on time. Because I don't think they can make games like this and be taken totally seriously. Because This should not be happening. Like, a game of this caliber from this company should not be chugging this badly. And then probably just the graphical glitches, maybe texture rendering was an issue, I can't really remember it. Maybe distant landscape flickering, I think that might be an issue that might actually exist.
That's a thing. I was gonna say, the thing I noticed, I don't, at least in my experience, I didn't have texture issues, but there was a lot of times, and I still notice this, like I'll watch YouTubers and stuff, and they'll do like Wi-Fi battles, and from time to time there's like clipping with Pokemon in the ground. Is a big one where like
okay.
So while playing the game, I've noticed that there'll be issues from time to time where things will like clip with the ground, and it'll do that thing where because it's clipping, the thing will shake a lot. But what I've noticed in certain Wi-Fi battles on certain stages, because in the Wi-Fi battles you kind of play on, the different arenas across the game, like the different gym arenas and stuff. When you do Wi-Fi battles, I don't know if you select it or if it's random, but you fight on one of those arenas from across the game. And I've noticed on a couple of them, certain Pokemon that, especially ones that are really low to the ground, like a large portion of the Pokemon's low to the ground, they'll like clip into the ground, and sometimes it'll just be that they're like awkwardly in the ground and you can just see that they're weirdly in the ground even though they shouldn't be. And then other times they'll be like a weird slight movement thing happening because the game realizes they're clipping into the ground, and so there's like this weird shakiness to the Pokemon. I haven't seen it where it's like so fast and so sporadic that it like is super jarring, but it's like something you're gonna notice. It's not gonna be like, oh my god, this is causing my eyes to bleed by how much like crap is shaking. It's not gonna be like that, but like it's enough to be like that shouldn't be happening and that looks bad.
It does, and
so that, yeah, I agree that I think had this game not had the performance issues, I think this would be a very applauded Pokemon game. I think people would have really liked it. I think it would have very large appeal, and it'd be applauded as, I mean, even with all these problems, it's number 2 on your list. Like, and it's kind of number 1 on mine at the moment, as it kind of flickers back and forth between that and Sun and Moon for me, depending on the day. But like, but I'm a person that I can let the graphical stuff slide enough. I mean, I play a lot of games that have, if they don't have graphical issues, they have, like Bethesda games where there's just a ton of bugs that never got fixed because of the size of the game, or another big game that it's even Game of the Year this year. Baldur's Gate 3 has things that literally don't work as intended. Like the way that it's worded that this thing is supposed to work, or the way it is supposed to work, doesn't work or works differently because of some weird error that's happening. I
hope, but I don't know. But like you probably don't want, if you are the developer Game Freak, you probably don't want to gain the Bethesda reputation by continuing to do it. Like, Bethesda has that reputation because they did not apply themselves to kill those bugs or to scale back their ambitions to where they don't exist. Like, right. You probably don't want to get to the point where a Pokemon game is expected to come out and it does this.
Right, and Bethesda's, Bethesda, it gets really bad in Bethesda stuff. I will admit that, because I know I used Bethesda games as one example, and then I used Baldur's Gate 3 as another example. I will state, Baldur's Gate 3, I think the couple graphical things that I've seen happen in my game of Baldur's Gate 3, I think it's more on my computer that those things are happening and not on the game's fault. But there are mechanical things in the game that don't work as intended. Like, there's swords that have abilities that don't actually do anything, even though it says it does something, right? There's things like that.
Okay.
When you have so many items in the game and so many things like that, I feel like a lot of this is patch one thing, another thing breaks. Like, because what they'll do is, and they still are doing, they'll put out a patch, and I'll go on the wiki, and this is how I'll learn these things, is the wiki kind of keeps update on these things. I'll go on the wiki to look up an item, and it'll be like, as of this patch, this thing no longer works as intended. And so my guess is what's happening is as they fix one thing, another thing ends up breaking somewhere sometimes. So yes, certain things have broken, but I mean, I have almost 200 hours in that game, and I'm still nowhere close to beating it. So like, there's a lot of things in that game that they have to keep track of. That I can see the weirdness of, yes, we fixed this thing, but because we fixed this thing, this random other thing that doesn't even seem related somehow broke, and we have to now figure out how to fix that. I don't think that, because of the sheer size of that game, I don't think they'll ever be fixed. I don't think it's a bad thing that some of these things haven't been fixed. I think Larry and the company that made Baldur's Gate 3 has accepted the fact that some of these things can't be easily fixed, because there's certain things that don't work as intended, but they're stronger than they are intended. So like the way it's worded, it should be weaker than what it is. Like it says it does this, but it actually does this plus a bit more. There's like a couple of things like that, and they have shown no intention of fixing that stuff. Like there's very old, like from launch things. So I think they just kind of like accepted the fact that this thing is naturally stronger, and because it's not hampering gameplay, it's actually making people have more fun because of how strong it is. They just glossed over the fact that it's really strong. And they're just like, yeah, people can just have it. For example, the Warlock extra attack shouldn't stack with Fighter extra attack or Paladin extra attack, but it does, so you can get 3 attacks instead of 2. And as written, you should only be able to get 2 attacks.
So, yeah, I don't think I have much more to mention about Violet and Scarlet. I said it has probably likely my favorite generation of all the generations of Pokemon available, on top of the variety of other things from previous gens. Again, this one was a really good lineup. We talked that the 18 objectives are pretty interesting, that they covered the entire type spectrum with boss encounters to match.
Yeah, because there's a shared number of bosses and stuff.
Story quality. I talked about the tech problems that are surprising. I guess my last thought on it is that, yes, it obviously has issues, but I am still gonna sit here and applaud this game for being ambitious, for trying to do other things, for actually trying to break some of the traditions of Pokemon, even though maybe they should just go balls deep and throw out the gym challenge at some point, even though I think that's very unlikely in reality.
Legends Arceus is that game. I think Legends Arceus is the game you're asking for.
Well, it already exists, and it's doing its thing. But, yeah. The one question I did have, because like I said before I did this, I only played up to Platinum, was it justified what the joke was? Was the joke justified? Is Pokemon still just being the same thing over and over again? And surprisingly, upon review, it really isn't. Like, it's taken steps to try and differentiate itself. Sometimes it's been small, sometimes it's been large, sometimes they've been off a bridge, sometimes they've been towards the Hall of Fame. It seems like, I don't know if they're trying to hit like a new standard, or they're still trying to do wacky things to see if they can find their own Breath of the Wild-esque breakthrough. But we'll discuss that at some other point. We've gone way over schedule here. I am probably not going to talk about Leaf Green right now. So we are going to do an abrupt ending, and I'm going to go try and take a nap.
Yeah. I'll just quickly add, I do hope they keep terrestrialization as far as like things they did. I think they found a good gimmick in this one, like one that isn't stupid broken like the previous ones. I think they found a good one that they should keep. Now, given most people would agree with me in saying Mega also wasn't broken and that they didn't need to stop doing that, but this is a way where they don't have to make new designs for existing Pokemon, and all Pokemon have access to it, unlike Mega, where it was like a very selective list. So, all right, go to bed, Jeff. You actually have to work tomorrow. I don't. So
I'm going to try and not die tomorrow, but
yeah, I'm sorry.
Like, No, like, I did this to myself. I wanted to do this because I didn't want to do a third podcast episode. I wanted to make this manageable to do during our weekend episode, and we'll probably make it happen because we only have Leaf Green, which, in spite of being the top spot, I do have legitimate reasons for that, obviously. I'm not a complete asshole.
Not a Gen Wummer. You're not a Gen Wummer.
I'm gonna say that it's not
a Gen Wummer.
It's not
because you wouldn't have applauded any of the other games.
It's not nostalgia. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Voltorb is the best, makes it the best generation of Pokemon. I'm not a fuck. I hope that I don't come off sounding like a complete dipshit. I do have a central reason why I put it up there.
The term you're looking for is Gen Wummer. A Gen Wummer, spelled Gen and then WUNNERS, is someone who unapologetically praises Gen 1 over everything else and claims the designs are terrible now, they're unoriginal, blah, 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 there's so many lazy things. I mean, an ice cream Pokemon, a trash Pokemon, that's garbage. And then they refuse to look at things like Voltorb and, like, be like, okay, if you're so mad about the fact that they made an ice cream cone Pokemon, why aren't you mad about Voltorb being literally just the Pokeball but a Pokemon? Like, so the thing you're defending, saying, "Hey, I'm not this," just to let you know, is Gen Wummer. And a Gen Wummer literally would, when we said games best to worst or worst to best, a Gen Wummer would have went, all of these are right at the bottom, they're all garbage, and then they would have, like, accepted Gen 2 and maybe Gen 3, and then Gen 1 would be, of course, the best ever, period, end of story. So, like, yeah.
We will get into that. We do have some side games I want to talk about. There's a few, and then we'll see. We'll actually sit down and talk about our thoughts about where Gen 10, because obviously they're going to make another Pokemon game. They're not dead yet.
Certainly.
What could Gen 10 possibly be? Should they make a Legends Arceus 2? Could they could we invent a new side game completely out of our ass? I don't know.
I mean, so likely, if I had to take a guess, the next thing is a Gen 5 remake. Which is crazy to say the words Gen 5 remake. But if they stick to habits, there will be a Gen 5 remake in the near future. There'll also be, if they take Legends Arceus as a success, they might lean into making a sequel to that instead of making Gen 10 right away. I know people want a sequel to Legends Arceus. I know, people have come up with concepts for, like, Legends Celebi, and they did, like, just a Legends and a different, mythical Pokemon from a different gen. And I know people still want Pokemon Let's Go Togepi.
Sure, why not?
If there's a handful of people that want the Let's Go games, which I know you didn't play because story wise they are pretty much just Gen 1, but gameplay wise they are very different. There are people who want that, which is weird because if there's a game that's, like, super casual for, like, that's, if you want to go the super casual side of it, that one would appeal to, like, I don't want a hard Pokemon game. I want a really easy Pokemon game. I just want the fun of Pokemon following me around and stuff. And, like, I don't even want to like, catching is, Pokemon. You catch the Pokemon Go style. Like, you just throw Pokeballs at it as it flies in the air, like, or, like, moves around the screen. Like, that's how you catch Pokemon in that game. So the Let's Go games are very bizarre in the fact that they're built more around the concept of Pokemon Go than they are built around normal Pokemon. But there are people who want a sequel to that, so I don't think we will get a sequel to that one. I think those are just kind of on their own, but I could see them maybe doing a Legends sequel because that's good, and that was well appreciated. And whether or not Game Freak makes a hard decision on what to do about it right now, or whether it takes them 2 more games before they start to shape up, or even 3 more games before they shape up, I am certain Game Freak has seen how bad Scarlet and Violet blew up at them.
Well, yeah, the frantic like pulling of their own game together they would have had to done when their models were turning into like fucking spaghetti and turning into 15-foot monstrosities or whatever the fuck was happening.
Yeah, so I've personally, well, some people think, oh, Game Freak never changes, they just push out a game or whatever, and they don't fully want to look at the grand scheme of what's probably the problem. I do think there's evidence to suggest that, like, everything people complain about, there's showings of attempts to fix it, but then, as I said, it seems a lot of the time it ends up being 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So they'll start to, like, fix something, but then something else will go wrong because it all leads to time allocation. Like, they clearly don't have the time and or budget. They're not given it. The developers of the game from the big corporation that runs it all isn't giving them the proper finances and proper team sizes to get these things done the way they should. As I've pointed out in the past, the Pokemon games budgets that we know of are exceedingly small for the size of the franchise, and compared to like literally any other triple game, they're like ridiculously small. Like Sword and Shield was made on what would have been a handheld budget, and it's crazy that game was even made on that kind of budget for a AAA studio big game the way it was.
Well, we will calculate these missteps next time. Thanks for joining us, and I am going to be out this